Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CMS Varsity eSTEM and Sports League District Championships. So today we have some great action in store for you. First of all, with Valorant, we are down to 4. That is Butler versus Providence and Audrey Kell versus Palisades. Who are you rooting for there? There's a lot. That's a lot of different angles. Okay, in Smash, Myers Park versus East Mech or Mallard Creek. And Audrey Kell again versus Palisades again. Who you got? Rocket League. The Final Four. Audrey Kell again versus Olympic. And JT Williams versus South Mech. Who you got there? Also, for the first time ever, entering this league as we head towards statewide dominance. Lincoln County, their finals, Lincolnton versus East Lincoln. That will be today as well. Let's go. And then, what I came for, this is the final 16 STEM varsity competitors going at it all day. I've been beating you up like a VC for the entire semester. Today we get to see who takes home the victory. 16 varsity STEM teams are going to be going at it, and we have had judging by not me and Malcolm like it's been all season, but it's been professionals we've brought in. Let's hear it for our judges. Craig Passell from Dell, Matt Chaunier from EY, and Thomas Gathings from Wells Fargo. They might just invest, depending on who didn't suck today. So, with that, we cannot not recognize the commissioner of the Esports and STEM League, Charlie Mulligan.
Thank you very much. I was not expected to get called on stage, but you guys ready for some esports? You guys ready for some STEM? Yeah, let's go. All right, so we're going to go ahead and throw it to our casters. Bearlight, are you there?
We certainly are. Here inside Bank of America Stadium here for day number 2. We're going to be more hyped to join you here. Champions will be flown here today.
Crowns are to be put upon the skull. Trophies are to be put in the hands. And, of course, banners will be flown for every single school that earns it here, Bear, because it is day 2 Electric Boogaloo moving into our awesome CMS District Championships. It's going to be a great time here, Bear.
That's right. We got to witness the Rocket League teams go off yesterday in the Valorant matches where we saw a few surprises, but basically it's business as usual here at the bank. These teams have definitely reached out, gotten the ATM going, and gotten their money out, cashed out, and are ready for the semifinals matchups here today.
Hopefully they haven't closed their bank account, because otherwise that's just, not a bad investment. But I think there's a lot of great investment moving into today, because we've got 3 separate titles to include all of the STEM, which is apps, which is games, which is more. And I think that there's a lot in store, especially for all the players coming in today, right? Hey, they're all looking for the title, they're all looking for the belt, looking to put something in their hands.
That's right. And if you missed yesterday, I mean, what an experience it was. Everybody gathered here in 2 different rooms, and we filled this place. 250 people here in the building, and it's only bigger here today as well. I'm excited to get into some of this action here. Hail Monkey Man, what are you most excited about here as we get to see all the titles here today?
I want to see how crazy the parents can be. You've got players, you've got students, you've got all your peers hanging out. The family has come to play as much as the people have, and of course, course, I saw one player stepped out in front of the two big twin Panthers out there, roared at the sky as they were able to get a big smash win, and that's what it's all about. Competition and, of course, good investment of time, effort, and, of course, all the people that have been supporting them. So I want to see all of you out there be able to get crazy, be supportive, clap for your friends, and, of course, your peers. Let's get this one going here, baby.
That's right, absolutely. Without further ado, we ask that you please rise if you are able, remove your caps, as we are going to honor America with the playing of our national anthem. We kick it off with some Valorant action here, and we saw an upset yesterday. Palisades, the number 6 over Olympic, and on the other side, the same thing exists. Again, it was Providence over East Mac. I know that's 4-5, but at the same time, you get down to business. You're able to win that and pull yourself into the final day. Give yourself the best opportunity here. It'll be a big climb for Providence, but step 1 complete.
Yeah, this was a massive overhaul for so many of these different teams. They're still operating with a different kind of map pool, and of course, we got to see some very close matches. You got the number 1 untouched squad in Butler. They went 13-0. They were able to get that quarterfinal done, move on to the semifinal, completely spotless. Then you had Ardrikel into that number 2 over West Charlotte, who was trying for that Cinderella run, just didn't quite get it done. And then Palisades, we came in hot on Icebox, where they were trying to chill and cool off, and that's going to be a massive undertaking for them to be able to take on the number 2. But then Providence, it went down to the wire, and I know that one was so hyped. So Valorant will be kicking off our day, but there's still such a plethora of games to be played, to include Smash, and of course, they're going to be smashing on the side and into center stage, and then Rocket League right after.
And how about Ardrikel?
Yeah.
This school in every single title to the semifinals. It was already impressive. That was already rare when we talk about making the top 8. To make the Final 4 here, the semifinals, a whole different mark. And not only that, they took care of business to large degrees. Remember, Ardrikel took out West Charlotte by a large margin. I believe that was 13-5, whatever it might be. Again, Ardrikel with the 3-0 in Rocket League side, and we'll face off with Butler, the number 2 team. That's the only situation where they'll be underdogs here today.
Yeah, there's a lot of squads that come in for Ardrikel. They have a very deep program, a very successful one, and I know everyone is really either loving or hating purple. There is no in between. You're like, I'm kind of meh about mauve. No, you either love that school or you're aiming to take them down off the throne. And hey, you have some of the one-offs that exist as well. JT Williams, Providence, and Myers Park across the 3 separate titles. They're there to contend with the Titans of the Crown.
100%, and that's just in the esports world. These are all schools that have been successful in the apps that they've been creating, in the games that they've been creating as well. I mean, their STEM projects are incredible. You get examples of it downstairs by scanning QR codes, right? You can check out all of the many things that they've been building here over the course of this the few weeks here. So let's go ahead and check out what that STEM portion looks like here and see what they've created and what the competition looks like here on Championship Saturday. Charlie.
What's up? Yep. Are we here? Yeah. Okay. Great. So real quickly, you guys have been hearing about the STEM competition. We're going to explain a little bit here with a couple of my team members, because you're probably wondering, how do you compete in technology? So every school in CMS has been either building their own video game or their own app to host on the App Store and the Play Store. So they've been working really hard all year with help of our STEM tutors. And today we're going to actually pick a winner from the video game competition and also the app competition. And the winning school, every member is going to be walking home with a brand new PC. All right, so I have a couple of members from our staff here who have been working all year, and they're getting briefing right now. Starting with Christian Farley, who's led our whole STEM effort. Tell us a little bit about what the kids have been working on.
Well, hello. If you know me in Discord, my name is Ko. I've worked with all 21 schools as you guys have made your apps and games. So half of our schools actually made apps using a program called Thunkable. Those are on mobile, as well as our games, which were made in Construct. Now you can play and test these apps over here on the bar. We have QR codes that you can scan with your phone. So parents, you can finally play your child's game and their apps. And you should be proud of them because not only did they learn software development, but they stuck with it for 9 really long weeks. So give them a round of applause. Yes. And then here's Julianne, who's also worked with our STEM people over the 9 weeks.
Hi guys, I'm Julianne on Discord as Pickle Jules. I just wanted to say I've been really grateful to work with all the STEM teams. It's been an amazing experience watching it all unfold throughout the season, and I'm excited for you guys to watch their presentations and test out their apps and games. To all the STEM teams, whether you've made it here or not, congratulations. To say you develop your own app or game is a win in itself. So, good job, everyone.
All right, let's play some Valor.
Valorant it is then, Mr. Hail Monkey Man. And we should jump into it with the first semifinals matchup here, as we'll get to know the players, the teams that are here in this battle. Remember, 2 semifinals matchups to play in, and we have a battle across the way that's happening later in that Archery Cal Palisades. But right now, we have the focus of who's here right now for this matchup here. Let's get right to it. The first team in the semifinals for this side performing in the next 2 minutes, it'll be the #1 team, Butler.
Butler Bulldogs, the untouched titans of this league. They went 13-0 yesterday. The dog pound is going to be barking hot, heavy, and loud today as they're going to try and defend their position. They have not dropped an entire match, and they're aiming to continue that perfection working into today. Butler, they are the measuring point. It's going to be tough for anyone to take them on.
And as you know, of course, the alma mater in my heart here. And they were able to sneak their way through East Mac in order to get here in the first place. And they were representing only in one title, this title right here in Valorant, taking on the #1 team. It is Providence High School.
A little bit of bias will go a long way, and they're trying to do the exact same thing here. Providence, they're going to be coming in to try and take on a squad that really hasn't given up more than about 3 rounds to their opponents over the past 5 matches. So they really have an uphill climb in front of them, but you know what? Both these teams, this is going to be a semifinal that they're going to try and take on to their very best. Good luck to them both.
Hey, I might be a little biased, but would you wish luck to both of these teams? As we'll see. I mean, Butler's #1 team for a reason. This team knows how to perform. I expect nothing less than an absolute sweat fest against this Providence side. There is no chance that they're going to have an easy time against this Butler team. I don't care what map that you end up on.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. I believe the previous quarterfinals, it was Butler versus Myers Park. They went over to Ascent. That's your quintessential Valorant map. That's pretty much the one that everyone has played all the time, and that one's going to be the most even level when it comes to attack and defense, but they executed so well. They denied entry. They went for a double duelist with, I believe, both Rams as well as Sacrifice, and between those 2 players alone, 40 kills, 20 apiece, making everyone look like they didn't even have to go and play. So when it comes to Providence, they went deep into that match but did not reach OT. I think it was like a 13-10, maybe even a 13-11. That was over to Haven, but a 3-site map. It will come down to map pick to really decide how much momentum is gained by either side, and Butler, they're ready pretty much for them all.
That's right. They've been prepared for this moment because we've seen a variety of the maps that they have played over the course of this season, and they've had success on every single one of them. Like you had mentioned, it was a crazy stat, right? They didn't allow, I think it was 1 instance where they allowed more than 5 rounds where they were bested, and that's with good reason, right? Their positioning is outstanding. They're a great coach, right, in leading the way too. To have that type of leader, not only in the coaching realm, but also on the map as well. I mean, that goes a long way, right? The communication on point constantly. When you can feed the comms, you can feed the strategy from coach to leader into the rest of your team.
Yeah, it would take a massive kind of upset to be able to get rid of the discipline that exists right now for the Bulldogs, but I'm ready for it. Butler is in a position where they just want to drive to a grand final, take on anyone that's left in this competition, but it is tough. This is a team that seems very, very practiced in every single map that we could be going to today. I think that we're going to have to try and see something tricky, maybe even a Lotus, maybe Pearl. There's some changes on the horizon, not right now. That's later patches, so if you're keeping track of that, those will be forthcoming, but something to simply get them out of their groove. But if you try to go with a pocket pick that maybe you're not ready for, then you're just playing against yourself. And of course, these guys, they have duelists that basically protect their sentinels and their initiators. They barely even have to worry about them even going down.
I feel like one of the problems that a lot of these teams run into against Butler is they try to do too much. You want to kind of get back to your fundamentals. Know it works. Default is not going to be a mistake here. You don't have to 5-stack right off the bat because you're nervous to go against the best team. This strategy of bringing in maybe dual initiators, right? Find some info early before you go and attack the squad. Otherwise, you're going to be left, even if you're outnumbered. We saw the double duelists, like you mentioned, on that A side constantly shut down. It doesn't matter if they're outnumbered 2-4. This team can absolutely slap. It'll be good to get creative in certain rounds, but to overdo that, I feel like you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, very much so. And I guess we also should pretty much show everyone what these rosters are. Hey, let's check them out. We've got Butler, we got Providence, and of course we got all these awesome players that have been with us today. It was Rams, and then we had yesterday that I believe it was Sacrifice that was playing alongside them. Monk was doing fantastic work on the Sova, and I want to see how much of that will be consistent going into today. But this team is just made of killers that are able to just take over the entire map one by one if they have to.
They really do, and they're capable of it. Number one, they executed at LAN, which is a whole different ballgame. We've said multiple times. I know, when you have one match on LAN in day one, can you really get that comfortable? And Butler looked very comfortable indeed. But so did Providence, right? As we take a look at their roster as well coming in. I mean, going up against the number 4 team, technically the underdogs, but they didn't feel that way at all. They were going round for rounds. They were able to take on this East Mac team who a lot of people had faith in to be in that top 4. They weren't just gatekeepers. They were going to challenge Olympic. They were going to challenge Archery Cal, and yet Providence didn't care, right? They came out with a vengeance. They were on point from the start, from the get-go, and throughout the entirety of that map.
Look at the smiles here too. You can't win against a team that has that good of smile. Well, on the far left side, it's like no.
We should get them up here in the booth.
I know.
To be honest.
Smile for me, please. Be my smiling stunt double. That'd be fantastic. I also can't account for the hair game there. Mine's all falling out. But hey, you know what? That's your Providence. That is your Butler. Now we look into it. We can have our own little predictions. Butler, it has been a tough test for anyone to drop or to get any rounds from them. I feel like we may end up in a banned situation where we end up on Ascent. That one will be forthcoming, so we won't keep you guessing for too long. And as it does come around, it's going to be, all right, do you want something that's more even level of a map, or maybe something weird like Fracture just to force it to be weird?
just
just
for the
enough.
sake of being weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said your play, it doesn't need to be cheeky or get out of control, but why not your map pick, right? Let that go unheard of for a little bit, right? So kind of under the radar, fly it that way, and then eventually if you land on it, maybe you can find ways to get around to this team otherwise. That being said, if I'm looking at these teams side by side, I mean, this is where the bias ends, right? Providence can challenge a team like East Mech and maybe get through to that top 4 level, but to do that against Butler, it just hasn't been done. I don't see it. This team was undefeated coming in. If they had taken a step back in round 1, if Butler had, then I would be more apt to say that Providence has this, but I have to go with Butler here to advance into the finals from this side.
Yeah, and you simply cannot allow them to do, especially what they did yesterday. I mean, you go 13-0, that's one thing. But then when each of the fights that each of their duelists are taking on, and they're working so well in tandem together, you would have the hot hands off of the Phoenix pick from Rams be able to just kind of isolate the entry point leading into Site A A and then immediately Lear pop right when that one is landing on players. That kind of synchronization as well as just communication that's happened between them. You also leave 2 duelists to just run shop on site. Usually you pair that up with someone that's kind of like their handler. You give them a Killjoy, you give them a Sova to maybe enable them. No, they're just running it down and no one can stop them. That has to be stopped. If that is going to find any kind of success, I don't think we're going to, well, okay, knock on wood. I don't think that we're going to end up finding a Reyna Phoenix pick hitting today, but the confidence they showcase, they're ready for anything that comes at them. I would not be surprised, but we do have our map pick, and we do have our sides.
We certainly do. We're heading over to Split here, which of course just made its return not too long ago.
Yeah.
And so a couple of changes there on the A site. The lack of extension now on balcony from Heaven, so that'll be taken into consideration. I mean, still behind that box, it seems like not much change, just because there's a lot of places where you can position that are the same that can be favorable for the defense. And so this map will be a little bit different. But for Butler coming in, back to your point where the duelists in Reyna and Phoenix, the 2 agents that aren't known for their toolkit to help out one another. They were working in tandem. I mean, we talked up the initiators, the controllers, the sentinels that were getting picks, when that's typically the duelist job. When everybody can do a little bit of everything, jack of all trades situation. But not only that, they excel at it too. So it's not like they're not good at everything. They can do everything very well.
Yeah, and I expect this one to be an interesting decision on where we want to attack, because it is going to be Providence that is leading the attack in Butler that will have their pick of the litter, especially because they're a bunch of dogs, so they're dog litter. The one thing that has to be reminded as well for Split, shout out to the cafe that's still standing over there on site A, because when it came to a drawdown of the economy, they had half their size, but they're still running, they're still doing good. But otherwise, that does present a soft double half layer for attackers to be able to come into and be able to challenge into ramp, which also got changed up into that turn on site. But this one will boil down to, okay, your controllers, sometimes, as default, you run with an Omen. You get a Viper that can also lead that pathway instead of needing a hard wall off of a Sage to give you entry, because that used to be, that's old Valorant.
That is.
Because you're like, all right, where can I put this that exposes you too much? Now you can just set it up off of a blind corner, put a talk screen, and lead yourself into B if you want to. There's going to be breaches. If there's not a breach, I was about to say I'm going to quit my casting career, but I'm pretty sure.
That's risky.
I know. Yeah. I can't put that out there. No one at me in the world, but breaches are so good on this map because their Rolling Thunder really takes over sites and allows for those flashpoints to give you some quick entry, and fault lines go up and over, and I don't know how physics works on that weird robot arm.
Yeah, that's
We're
right.
going to see that as an initiator.
No, because either way you go. I mean, you talk about either sites, and you have just pillar after pillar you're having to deal with. This is like the main focal point of B, and then at the same time at A, it's also the same. I mean, tucked in that back corner by airport. So either way, you get the advantage going through walls from that breach utility. There's no doubt about it. And Ray's holding down the mid. Now, is that still, in the meta here? Has that been changed recently? How do you feel about the Rays holding down? Obviously, you got the boom bot coming through mid to kind of limit the chances to go through. It may be not as effective, but it still can be seen and in play here today.
I could see them popping into a Rays. I think if anyone's going to do it, it actually would be Rams. I see them going into that for the attacking half. And that will be an interesting concept to hold. It's been, all right, do we get the Sentry Chirp off of a Killjoy, which I think we're going to have a Killjoy per site. Lockdown has been kind of an interesting situation to open up B because it's a tougher position to get all of A. You get a good segment of it. I think Rays will come into play today, but confidence tells me that it is Butler that would play it in opposite of Providence. Providence, I've seen them doing something a bit more standard. I see a lot of jet play that could come in. They may also just try to pocket pick into Arena, because if you're pop flash and Lear over into that, you could also get that with a guiding light. We haven't talked about Sky at all, and Sky's really good for some of these entries with Pathfinders.
Yeah, 100% was a big part of that win previously. Yeah. And so, yeah, with Killjoy going back to that point with the lockdown, you don't get as much coverage as you do with an Ascent, obviously, but it still can be effective. I think that lockdown, especially to chase them out of those tucked away corners, like we said, in the back of B side, right? Or we talk about A and how, in that far corner, same thing applies. So I think think lots of places to throw down that lockdown, whether it be like an airport to chase them out the front gate, have somebody ready and prepared either through ropes to heaven or maybe perhaps towards the entry of that A site. Either way, there's so many options there. So a Killjoy I can definitely see here, but I'd like to favor a Raze, or better yet, I'd like to see them jump back on the Reyna just because that confidence factor worked in map 1 that they were able to play in the top 8, but now in the semifinals, could see the same thing.
Yeah, it's the good news about Split, because of its change-ups, it's allowed a lot more versatility. I mean, you could pretty much play any agent and it would be viable for the most part. Astra used to be queen of this map before she had a reduction in her stars and up in her cooldown. And then same thing, Brimstone kind of goes in and out of what we want to see with controllers, but you get a lot of good control off of a Cosmic Divide if an Astra does come into play. I think that we're going to end up seeing some Sky Breach combos coming in here. Fade is a little bit finicky. Sometimes she can be used getting her haunt above Garage to be able to kind of get some of those as well. But I don't know. It's dealer's choice. Cypher's okay. Look, Cypher used to be the guy you would play, and then you know you're just gonna die because you play solo B. You put Cam in a weird spot because that's what Cyphers do, and then you're able to tag up different positions. Which thank you to all my ranked heroes and grinders that have shown me where to put some of those tripwires. They're so much harder to see because you have to be so much closer to them. I could see that Sentinel getting picked up just to slow down that quick push into it. If we do get Raze bursting onto site, that could be one of the big toolkits that could actually stop them. Same with a Jet off a Tailwind.
Yeah, just blow them up. If
Yeah,
you
just
can get
boom.
them, boom, right in your face.
Yeah.
I can definitely see that. Well, you saw the look of determination in the eyes of those players as we were able to pan back and forth between the two, and the laughing that you see from Providence as well. They're in good spirits, right? I say laughing, it feels weird. They're positive vibes throughout. So all 10 players are obviously prepared here to approach this, and so mentality going in. Semifinals matchup, your chance to bid into the biggest match of your career here when it comes to the finals. Who gets through? Again, Providence has options here, but both teams, I mean, the positive vibes are the only way you're going to break through and, force an upset of this nature against a Butler side that has been prepared all weekend long.
You have to shut down the two most prominent players we saw yesterday, Rams and Sacrifice. If they're run by a different name, I think they were different from the roster, but either way, you got to make sure that they're not popping off. Those two, if as soon as they gain steam, it is nigh impossible to be able to stop them. We'll be going to our best of one. Remember, it's best of ones the entirety of Valorant for this entire tournament. If you think they were going best of 3, well, you're wrong. It's only best of 1. You get one chance to do it per round. The semifinals will be coming up here in all of just a few seconds. I'm excited for it. It's going to be, okay, 13-8? I don't know who's going to get that. If it goes 13-8, I bet it's going to be Butler. But if we go deep, it could be OT, and it could be Providence posting up an upset. But Butler looks too good.
They're so good, especially defensively. It's so much support. Will that continue today? As we head down to the map now, we've got Split here in this one. As we are set and prepared, let's take a look at the comps now, see who they're prepared to pick. Like we said, we've already kind of gone over our predictions as far as what we'll see. Here's the time to prove that that will be the case. And a first little sneak peek here shows the Sky on one end. Again, Yeet was a big reason why they were successful yesterday.
Yeah, Sacrifice already on that arena. Look, okay, hit the Cypher as well. Rams has changed over to the Jet. Phoenix is a little bit, all right, way to just outflow me. They're going to go straight to the Phoenix. I did not think that these two duelists would be coming in. Look, I'm just trying to change them all up. You will get an Astra with CK on the opposite side when it comes to Providence. They are on the attacking side. They're going a little bit more meta. You do have the Raze activated on one end, so they've completely yeeted me on expectations. They love their Phoenix. They love their Reynas, and now we've got an Astra controller duel, but I'm interested to see what Monk is going to do because that is a change of role. They were on, I believe, the Sova the other day. So this is going to be really interesting on this defense. They're going to be powering, I think, stacking a lot, or at least kind of they're going to put a lot of their players over to A, and they're going to be trusting into that Cypher positional situation while they want to do with their wires onto B.
What you can't do as Butler here is have a mistake knowing that, knowing that Providence is, they're going to come out with that same speed. You can't underestimate it, right? Just because you saw Myers Park come out and play a little bit differently, maybe not to the, togetherness, right? The group effort that we saw from Providence. Your biggest mistake would be coming in thinking that it's going to be an easy run here and not letting that happen. So with the Cypher, like you mentioned, they can hold down one site with cams, with Trapwire too. But that being said, you don't want to die on site, right? You mentioned that earlier, that that's a possibility here, but you shouldn't be shy to take retake, because you'll have all that intel to begin with anyways.
I feel like what we're going to see is maybe something similar to Ascent. You're going to have both Rams and Sacrifice stacking together, at least as this opener goes. And if it continues to break, if Providence can be able to break them down, they may start splitting up the duelists just for some power separation off of their util kit. But I said it's most of the time, traditionally, you get Cypher hanging out lonesome on B. I could see them setting up onto A eventually, especially off of screen, but it does look like they have their entirety of their tripwires set up for at least front side. You do have the cyber cage and the cam as well onto B. So Providence is looking for maybe where they want to kind of set themselves up into. What's your favorite move into split? Do you like A? Do you like B? B just seems so restricted.
B, you can't find much room, especially if you have a defense that's as strong. So, but when you take A into consideration too, I mean that's tough. You have to travel a long way if you want to even consider rotation. So it's basically a full commit at that point. You have to approach it in different ways. So you have to have that mid presence regardless of which site you're going to. I would favor A in this instance. I think, with the multitude of changes there, you still have defensive favored opportunities in heaven, but I mean, more leeway to try and find a way through that as well. Ramps is ever so important. It's more important than it's ever been. So that'll be your primary focus should you decide to attack that A site.
Yeah, because if you are able to be successful and then you kind of lock in some of that rotation through CT into A whenever you've pulled everyone over, if you dominate ramp, you actually have a free throughput to go from ropes over back to B. It's a jungle gym, honestly, between the entirety of that map. And we are actually fixing some audio issues. So if you're wondering why you're not seeing the game or if the game's still running or whichever, look, the lobby's fine. We're going to be able to see it in all of a second. So making sure that everyone gets set up the right way. Make sure it's, the integrity when it comes to the competition. But for the time being, split it's going to be a tricky one. Do you think that it plays more to control of mid or simply who executes better just pushing into sight from main?
So mid is obviously very important no matter what map you go to. But is it more important than your main push? No, I don't think so. There's so many tiny chokeholds that you have to work through. So the way that you approach that is definitely important. Another change that I didn't get to as well in Split is on that A side coming from attacker's spawn where you have it opens up where you have multiple lanes that you can run around the first corner. So if you're defending ramps, it's a little bit more variety that you have to look out for, right? You can swing it wider as you attack. So, I mean, there's more options available. It's not as small as it once was, but it's still ever so important. There's new ways to learn how to get into the A site, and therefore I think the site push through the site itself could be a little bit more important while still focusing on mid to make sure you have that control, because like we said, those rotations might take a while. You have to make sure that's clear in case that is an option that you have to go to.
Yeah, and that particular swing out of Cafe, that is the one that forces your spray transfer or just a hot pick boom boom to be really, really on point. That's why you get some of your best duelists actually operating from that ramp. I think that we're going to actually see the Phoenix, because if we're going to get Rams over there, which may end up being very playful between himself as well as the Sacrifice, Reyna down low, they're going to be able to leer to floor. You're going to have Rams up high on the ramp, and they're going to curveball out. I know I'm doing a lot of movement, but this is how it works, okay? This is what the agents do. They're not just staying static, but they're going to be able to do that, and you're going to deal with a double blind trying to raw entry into that. And then the one thing that has to be found off of those blinds, which are going to be given extra time, is that extra footstep. And it's like from here, hold on, it's about here to there, and that's where the reticle has to be able to change up to. So that's, you have your duelist over there. It's probably going to work, especially if we saw it how it was just all of a moment ago. I believe that we're off of tech pause and probably going to be going back into round here momentarily. The beginning of the semifinals forthcoming in just a little bit, unless we had a crash as well. This is land. This happens, making sure that everyone's on the same level. We do have some Smash that's going to show up later as well. So it's interesting. We're going to go from kind of FPS to just straight up like fist to face.
Right, break it down, right, in a sense. By the way, I love that you're visual representations. I'm a visual learner at heart, so it definitely gives me a good picture of what it is to expect here, too. Just one last kind of point as far as the agent selection goes, as we hop back into the map here currently. We see a round has been played. So Providence up 1-0. We'll get you the details on what happened in that one, but they're pulling in a Sage. So Providence wins the first round. The Sage on attack. They know they're starting off on attack. You're going to get more value on the second half, right? Defensively, in your eyes. and maybe that'll help them out?
It keeps the numbers up. On attack, this actually does two things. It allows you to give yourself an extra wall to be able to enter, especially if you're coming through A from out of Cafe. But it also allows for when it's on lower power diffs when it comes to your arsenal facing off against your opponent, you can create a sound intel because they have to break through that wall. And you can set this up for A main. They're going to try and blast through. Kaz was one of the ones, especially for Providence, that was huge the other day to be able to get their team through that quarterfinal. You have Sacrifice, who's operating with only a Sheriff, Big Dink. That's going to be Brizzo, who was on the fade as well. And they've already taken down Ram, so now they're just down to their primary duelist in Sacrifice right around this corner. They have no idea they're right behind them. Woo trying to shoddy them if they can, and they're going to do so from distance. That's 3 kills. Sacrifice finds 2.
From the shorty as well, which doesn't have any distance at all. Would have been better prepared if they had attacked earlier, but we see it continue as she gets a couple there from this guy on the far ends through attacker spawn, and they're still able to take out the last. It's a 3K from their Sky. You said the Sky would be important. It's coming into play early here in round number 2.
Now, this is going to be important because I think they had all of 2. I don't know if Yeet Enjoyer was the only one left standing. It does look like that is the case because they also had Hunsei, who was able to be there. So now you're playing into the softest of bonus rounds. They're going to have a Sheriff Ghost. They're going to try and really bend that bank as best as they can. Butler is in a great position because this is basically hero rifle stand for Hunsei from the Killjoy on Providence to propel this team forward. Now, this outcome, traditionally, parents, if you're not used to it, it usually goes 2-1 because of trying for that bonus. And Providence is looking to lean into a B attack where they have all of one solo holder and everyone else is spread throughout this map.
And it favors Butler as well because of that spread, right? Because of that default look. They're so confident in their trades, no matter who it is, going up against numbers. So even with this 5 stack, they're confident that they can pull things off. Also, the comms on point. Look at the rotation, and they're very confident. The Reyna hanging back in case there is a rotation, in which there might be here momentarily. So they'll get a little bit of action maybe before they're prepared. Does get one. We'll try to get out. We'll rotate back towards mid and hide behind Bucks and let the rest of this defense come around in support. Yeats going to be bested there from Sacrifice, but it is traded out directly from Brizzo. Now peeking out from mid, Brizzo gets a second one there with the Sheriff. Wu does take out one, but Hunsei again in support. Providence looking strong here in this 2v2 scenario.
They want to get a gun in Brizzo's hands because they do have one still remaining in Hunsei. It's a 2v2, and I forgot just all about the concept of having 2 healers. They have the Sage and they have the Sky. Sky is on both sides, but you have double healing that can be provided over to Providence. So they're able to keep everyone topped up for the most part. Kane is waiting for entry, and they're able to delete Hunsei. That means a gun will be available for pickup, and now Brizzo's by themselves. It is a very passive attack. They are not going to go out of rafters and try and take them down into this duel almost immediately. Brizzo waiting for anyone to aggress from inside of Heaven. You have 15 seconds left. They've basically abandoned Spike. This is not going to be a play to go and get a plant. They're simply running it down. The footsteps are being heard. They're going to try and be able to take on Lil Monk off of this corner. They see the swing, but Monk sees them first because they simply corner checked. They were not on level for a headshot. So it goes 2-1, but that was a lot of guns getting sacrificed as Butler only had 2 remaining.
It was very interesting because in the last match that we were witnessing yesterday was the East Mech and Providence match. And Providence actually had the same situation where East Mech didn't play that correctly, right? Where East Mech was supposed to chase down when the spike was about to go off to chase them down to Cubby, right down the C site on Haven, and it had that opportunity to challenge, right? That's one of those instances where you have to have map awareness and spike awareness, right? You're not going to get the plant down. There's not enough time. You have to get those last 2 kills to try and win the round. So I respect the fact that they were able to approach that, but it was just methodical play again by Butler, who was able to hold those angles when they knew footsteps were coming to take them out. So again, just a methodical play from those 2, and they were able to get the job done.
If there's anything that we didn't speak to, but we've spoken to a lot of different things, by the way, but when it comes to this map in particular, we were talking about map picks and what could actually help separate the team from themselves. Picking split, it's so hard wall separating. Mid is it's not a TP away, it's not an open space away. It is a full must go down ropes or into CT to just be able to get back to your team. And so when you play for life, you are trying to go through so many hard corner walls. It does not play to the strength that we got to see into that 13-0 from Butler yesterday. So this is a very good pick. I don't know how the bands kind of ended up coming into it, but this plays into Providence having a good position where they can, all right, we can divide and conquer exactly what they did. They were able to get rid of Rams, and if they don't do that, they get rid of Sacrifice, who has been long-standing. Those are two very, if you think about it, not negative connotation, but selfish agents because they can self-heal. They can be able to get themselves plussed up, and then you have the Sky that can keep everyone else doing the exact same thing. And I think this actually gives Providence a good look. We're going into our first gun round. Player crash, but after that, it's going to be a big duel, and this one really could shove momentum, or we go 2-2.
It could be. I mean, with this one, you expect nothing less than a 2-2, and Providence kind of played that way with their picks overall agent-wise. So it's going to be important that they keep focused throughout the entirety of this map. It's going to be close, a lot closer than I imagined. I was expecting Butler to jump out perhaps to like a 4-0, 4-1 count here, and so to see them go round for round currently and trying to break that hump and pull through against this Butler side, has been very interesting to watch. This team can definitely hang, more so than I was imagining they would early, and that's going to play into their favor as we get later on this map.
No trust in your alma mater. What in the world? 4-0, 4-1. What? Come on, Providence. They're right there. That
It's
is
happened before.
Like they're the Panthers, right?
That's right.
Okay,
That's
cool.
right, yeah.
It's crazy how many cats exist. Like I know we're in like Panther Stadium. That's awesome. Which, by the way, if you don't know where we are, boom, Bank of America Stadium. This is awesome. But like you got Panthers, you got Pumas. I'm pretty sure there's a piranha. I don't know. I don't think there's a fish. I just learned that Myers Park is Mustangs. So thank you to the 2 random students that I found in the hallway. Having to learn all these awesome schools have been able to kind of really represent, and of course, you know, hey, be proud of them. Yeah, they're able to show up, and they're showing out against Butler, and we'll be coming back to them here soon. But they're getting really chippy with them. This next scrap will be telling how the rest of this, at least midway of the first half, is going to go.
No doubt. It feels like Olympic really hasn't quite forced Providence into a situation where they need to rotate. I know that last map they forced them to jump out in front of the spike, but that's just because the spike carrier was, fell, right? And it was just kind of hanging in an awkward spot where if you go into that area, you could stage wall it off and try to rotate around. But again, not enough time. So it's all about Olympic and their position. If they can force rotations, then they can definitely cut down in the Panthers. But overall, I mean, it's just still the Panthers really trying to find their way through.
Yeah. And we're also trying to find our way through back to the round. We're just making sure that everything is cool, calm, kosher, and clean going back to the stage. So if you're wondering where in the world is Valorant, well, Valorant very much exists. Also, thank you for all the water. You guys can't see him, but there's a wonderful gentleman that's getting some water because it's a cool day outside. It's getting nice and hot in here. And, of course, all you guys out there, I hope you're having a great time being able to have a wonderful Saturday championship weekend. So I think we're going to be talking split to death. Which one, when it comes down to championship finale round grand final, looking to far distant future, what do you think we blend into? It does look like that we are also going to be going to another matchup. It does look like we're going to STEM, actually.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to do some STEM matchups. I mean, that's something we've been talking about, and we didn't get to see yesterday. I'm excited to send it into our first matchup here, find out who's going to face off with one another. Obviously, those teams that have been doing game development have been facing once together. And then, of course, we have the game development and the app development as well for those who've already done game. Well, the first STEM is going to be Myers Park. So let's go ahead and send it over to the STEM desk now and find out what they were able to create.
Hi, Jackson Marcus again. Welcome to the world of medieval tower defense. This game, Knights of the Realm, you will be the commander of a medieval castle, tasked with defending your kingdom from the hordes of invading enemies. Your castle stands tall and proud, but it will take you cunning strategy and quick thinking to repel the enemy onslaught. Now, the main features of our game are the replayability, the music, and the choice. The choice comes from these 3 maps and the difficulties. By being able to choose what map you want and what difficulty you want, every player can have a different experience, a different time, a different level of difficulty, as you saw. Now, that is also where the replayability comes in. By having 3 different maps and 3 different difficulties, there are 9 different ways to play our game, providing the user with a lot of content to explore and to learn. The other main feature, as you can probably hear, is the music. Each map and scene has a different soundtrack designed to emulate the emotion you are feeling as a king or a queen. Now, some user feedback we have gotten includes from Jordan Brewer. She said, I like the game. It's amazing, and I love all the work we put into the different maps. I enjoy playing it with my mom after she explained to me how to play it. As you can tell from that, the game is catered to all ages. Even her and her mom play the game. Some metrics on the amount of users we've had. The game recently hit 300 plays on Construct Arcade. We have 6 5-star ratings on the App Store, and we have 70 players, I believe, on the Construct Arcade. There is only more to come. This game has so much potential, it will only go up. Thank you.
Can I offer you a card game RPG? No? Well, too bad. This game in question is called Legend of the Cards. It's not a complete RPG, but in fact, it's actually a boss rush game. Defeat 2 monsters to get to the final boss, aka the Shadow King. This guy right here. Don't take it from us. We have 38 plays. That's not a lot, actually. We may falter in plays, but we do triumph in, I don't know, let's say, love, I guess. We hope you enjoy this promo for Legend of the Cards.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, that's loud. Well, that was 2 great teams we've been following the entire semester here. Myers Park in West Charlotte. I'll just speak on behalf of the judges who have already now submitted their scores, and anyone who wants to add anything certainly can go ahead. I love both of those teams and what they've done. Myers Park has really shown an amazing game this season. I was a little disappointed in this video because they didn't really show the gameplay that we've come to see over the entire season. So I would encourage everyone to go over and look at the QR codes and check the actual gameplay out. But with that being said, as long as none of the other judges want to add anything, I'm going to go ahead and unveil that after all the point totals are tallied, both technical game development, both presentation, and everything else, Myers Park takes that victory down. Congratulations, Mustangs. Back to you.
There you have it. Quick, concise answers given to us as this first STEM competition here. I mean, of course, West Charlotte looking to hold off and try to put together these presentations. So, I mean, one thing about Tark, though, he's going to get right down to business, show you exactly what he means, and we see that first case here.
Yeah, this is it's been fun to watch over the course of the season what we're looking at when it comes to judging, because when you see a more quality product come out, obviously everyone's been putting in some level of effort, but when you see they're like, hey, this is what everything looks like, this is our dev, this is what we've been able to present as a full product, that's what's going to get you those quality points, and it's what's going to allow you to move on to that next round of the bracket. And so, hey, they're going to tell you how it is. There is no holding punches anymore. They were holding your hand, and now it's up to you to go and fly.
It's one thing that Discount says all the time with this STEM portion is Tark loves it when you show the work. And the reason why is because, you know, some people don't know either. There might be parents out there, you know, obviously it's, you know, programming is a huge part of society these days in order to create the applications that you see on a regular basis, whether it be your phone, on your PC, no matter where you are, these apps are always so crucial. Now for games as well, no exception. In fact, they can sometimes be even more complex. The things that they've been able to get together and create here today are absolutely more complex than they appear. Listen, it's not going to have all the beauty, the beautification that we see from some of these, you know, games that we see from AAA publishers, but these are the basic building blocks of what you will eventually see in the creation of these apps.
It's funny that you say AAA and beautification and final product from those kind of developers, because we've seen games come out pretty unfinished. So, hey, look, I'm just calling it how I sees it, because that seems to be recent gaming. But of course, when you have games, you also have regular apps, because I know a lot of you probably use GPS to get over here, right? That's an application application, you use the same thing whenever you get into all your finances. But you know what? We're going to be seeing some big some apps coming up as well. But hey, we got more STEM on the way.
That's right. Let's check out our next matchup now. Again, Rocky River, large part of the Rocket League side as well. They've got their matchup first. Let's see what they put together.
Hello everyone, this is Omen from Rocky River, and this is my game, Scholarships and the Scholar System. My game is about destroying enemy ships or enemy school ships, whilst learning about scholarship information across the way. I've taken feedback from week 8 and I've added things such as music, more levels, a home button, fixed the leaderboard, and I plan on adding more from feedback soon. I began working on the game a while ago, but I think I can still do better and add more stuff and fix more things possible. I have currently hit 145 plays across 73 players across the time that my game has been out on Construct. So think that Construct will help my game grow, and comments on my Construct game will also be able to help me improvise my game. I think that this is important so I can learn how to improve and where I can improve. I think I can use feedback in order to grow my game and make it to where everyone likes it. This game will help people learn about scholarships while it's also having fun on the way. I hope everyone that plays this game enjoys it and something from playing it.
Welcome to Super Destructible Dungeon. Super Destructible Dungeon follows the journey of our favorite hero, Super Small Green Dude, as he infiltrates the dungeon. He must progress through each floor of the dungeon, fighting off enemies as he makes it deeper into the dungeon. Here's the catch. He has the ability to break blocks, with one goal: to plant the bomb at the bottom of the dungeon and escape before the dungeon blows up. However, each time he breaks a block, he'll have less time to escape the dungeon before it blows up. This uniquely interactive gameplay gives players more opportunities to win, but also more opportunities to fail. Super Destructible Dungeon also features 4 unique and exciting floors for you to conquer, along with an intuitive joystick system and a detailed chop system in order to help you progress through the dungeon. Coins can be obtained through killing enemies or opening chests and can be used to upgrade important stats like vision, damage, and health. Players can also spend money to get more coins or new cosmetics that will be released soon. Super Destructible Dungeon takes the already super popular and quickly growing dungeon crawler genre, headed by titles like the blockbuster game Legend of Zelda, and takes it to the next level with new and original. In the future, this game can be expanded infinitely through different features which are already in the making, such as both online and local multiplayer, cross-platform support, countless new dungeons to conquer, and much more. Another feature on the horizon for this game is the very popular Battle Pass, that can be used to both generate revenue as well as enhance the player's experience. Overall, this game is perfectly slated to become the next big thing in the already hot gaming industry. A unique and interactive gameplay. So what are you waiting for? Download Super Destructible Dungeon on the App Store today, or else Super Small Green Dude will come after you.
Okay. Amazing. So I'll start us off. We've watched them all semester evolve. And I think the honest take from that matchup we just saw there is Rocky River has done a great job. They've built something really nice. But in critique, they didn't take it to the next level. They started with a good idea. They started with great gameplay. And it just kind of fizzled out, and we didn't see it finish. Now, Butler, on the other hand, started with what was something that looked compelling, and then every week they took it to the next level. And I saw stuff there that wasn't even in the version I played 4 weeks ago. So they've continued to build on that. I really liked what I saw there, and it's just a fun game. Now, before I say the end result, any other judges got anything on this one? Thomas from Wells Fargo.
Yeah, thanks, Tark. Obviously, Butler is very advanced in the compelling gameplay excellent pitch vid, but I do want to note Rocky River. This is a really nice idea. I think it's unique and really relevant for your demographics. Good job. Good job, both.
Excellent. So, as a reminder, our judges reviewed all of this over the last 24 hours, rating it on multiple factors from technical to presentation, and that's Thomas from Wells Fargo, Craig from Dell, Matt from EY, and Mike from the bank. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, moving on from this round, Butler! Back to you.
Well, no surprise, I think, at least. This was a well-put-together presentation, and I think they broke it down very well. I mean, the judges that we've had here within this space, been excellent feedback. Not only is it just, you know, having an idea and just putting it on paper, you have to improve, just like in esports. Improve your product throughout, and that's what we saw from Butler, like Tark pointed out. It was all about seeing something new every time that makes the game even better.
And that's why development is huge, because you're not just done with it as soon as you make it. There's going to be maintenance that's going to be going on throughout the game, and of course giving your new features to your gamers and your people that will download your application. So job well done over to Butler. I know that there was a lot of, is this really a super destructible dungeon? And it was. So, hey, they were able to move on, and hopefully their success does not become destructible just the same, as they're going to be going to that next round. But we're going to be going into Valorant again, which I believe is back in progress. We're all good to go. It is round number 6. The defuse coming through for Butler, who seems to have bounced back.
Yeah, they certainly have. Up to now 4-2 count here for Butler, as they improve upon their start too. I mean, their defense, outstanding last round. We see it come back into fruition here. Of course, we didn't get to see the front aims of that round, but we do have his 3 ults coming into this, including the Cosmic Divide. So we'll get into that action again relatively soon here, but that's another AAA publisher, right, in Riot's putting out an incredible game like Valorant. And the thing about these titles that are coming out now is you have to have that constant maintenance, because these are games that are going to exist for years on end. You have to completely develop throughout the entirety of its lifespan, versus games back in the day where you could just put it on paper, sell copies, and then be done with it. It's a whole new age, and so these students are learning that you have to, you know, continuously improve every single time you put out a new patch.
Yeah, especially if you're putting out a competitive kind of platform, because it's not just this doesn't have a single player type game. This is full multiplayer, which means there's always going to be something new and changed up when it comes to the stats that are per agent, per map. The main goal of every developer is to be ready for your game to be broken post-launch. That's why hotfixes and patches come in big and through, because, right, you know what, we don't want that agent to be this good. We don't want this part of the map to be used in this way, and so that's why you kind of use not just your depth of making those changes, but you also have a QA development. So on the other side, though, as an update for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, we have had a 3-0 sweep. East Mech, they were able to make it past the corner into the semi, but Myers Park, the #1 seed, made quick work of them. It was a 3-0 sweep, and so Myers Park, the Mustangs, are moving on to the grand finals, and now we check back in round 7 here, as the defense is standing strong for Butler.
Yeah, again, off the bat, playing without any kind of fear whatsoever. And they still have the 4 ults here too. When you have that kind of utility here with the Sky and the numbers advantage too, I didn't expect to see Seekers, but I guess, you know, you use them when you can utilize them in the situation. Doesn't matter if you have them out. It's Providence that actually launched that, so they'll find the 4 Butler members on the fence. Whenever that one gets out, they're going to switch and shift here to a B site, but it's locked down by all that utility you see just lined up on every entrance there from Cypher stepping back in, which was, in fact, the spot they were going to look after. But all members of Butler there on the defensive side here, and that's the only advantage I can really conjure up for Providence, because they're running into Kane on this side, too. With the Trailblazer, we'll stun one more. We'll turn that corner, get that easy kill on the far side as well. Quick snap on to Brizzo, and Kane gets it done with the 4K.
I like the idea. Providence, they were having to rotate around. They knew that they weren't winning first contact on A. As soon as they saw Sacrifice, they dropped one. In fact, they dropped two, and they were left in a 3-man squad. And I was kind of hoping they would switch it up when it looked into mid, because when they were into mid, they rotated over, and then they went to mailbox. I was hoping that they would actually go back to ropes to counter-rotate, seeing what they could actually do from that position, because you saw the CT rotation almost immediately off of that read. So you had so much confidence, more confidence, especially from Butler. And now Rams is holding an Odin. So this is a very dangerous place. If you're think like you're seeing stars, you can see bullets by the handful trying to go into mid.
Yeah, and the sound key's already given up there at mid, too. As you see the gravitation in one direction. Trailblazer out yet again. It was able to stun one for an easy kill, but that was going to be shot down before they can even handle anything or find anything intel-wise, as the Cyber Cage was up in order to block that in the first place. Here on the B side too, Sacrifice that Lear locked and loaded. It'll get one down on the bottom side of mid, and now we'll wait for the rest to come through. And although it will here, not much else done. You see the swing, and the double duels that we talked about in the semifinals comes back into fruition here at mid.
But they both die. So, hey, they're both off the map. So you're able to get those trades, and so now it'll be a 2-3, but Providence is seeing what options do lie ahead of them as they're just trying to be able to walk that spike to be able to, wherever they can. You do have, it's kind of your split foray for Butler. I know that's the name of the game, and you do have them kind of moved across this map. Wu is waiting on some level of push, as you do have two running up into ramp, and now with all the bullets running through the walls, a big wall bang headshot by Yeet Enjoyer does get rid of Wu, so that becomes a 2v2. Now the situation is two clear sight. Swing off of Guiding Light. Kane finds it from distance, and Kane continues to ruin any kind of last gasp moving into the late portions of this round, and that is Butler with that 6th. I think isn't that 6 in a row? I believe.
That's 6 in a row for this squad. And that was a big reason why. It's, you camp in that corner, and you throw out the Guiding Light. So you know it's a 50-50 chance that this guy's in that corner. And, of course, this guy's going to be the one that knows how to defend themselves against a Guiding Light. And so was able to fight that off easily. Know that they're coming from heaven as well. They saw it come out in the first place. Was able to target it, knock it out, make sure that you're not blinded. And when you are, make sure you land your hits as well. That cursor placement, very excellent on their side. Continues to be a difference maker here. Butler's still holding on to these 4 ults in addition to having 1 6 straight.
Oh my goodness, so you do have the wall going down, but there is going to be a full-on gaggle as they are gamble stacking all the way up into top side. So seeing that the attack is just not hitting anything, the Neural Theft is going to go out as Monk is in fact just very low on HP, trying to get topped up, but now Spike is left all around, but all alone they are, as CK is going to find the end of their day. That is 7. Butler may have stutter started, they may have stumbled, but they did so all of briefly. Providence splits, they are finding each other very quickly, and it's off of these very concise and immediate rotations.
And perhaps maybe it's a result as well into the chaos a little bit earlier that they were able to fight through with some of the tech issues that we ran into earlier, but we're past that now. Butler now with a smoother transition into gameplay, and they've been really feeling it since then. They still hold on to the Cosmic Divide in this instance as well. They'll have to run it back for perhaps some intel to know where to toss that down. A bit of a combination here that perhaps they can run with too, as Providence, you know, that risk that they took in the last rounds, they're going to look to maybe, you know, accomplish that same thing here on this side, as the curveball, don't think that was able to strike through in the Nebula, was able to get one there too, and there was a run it back, so they were able to see one, but not much else besides that.
And look how quickly that Kaz is trying to escape as well. They're getting topped up off of the heal from the sky, and it does look like they're going to try and look at least for a rotate, but there's also some ne'er-do-wells sitting in different corner places that some of this rotation from Butler may or may not get caught on, as the majority of Providence, they're looking for other options. They're going to have to run into the gadgets of B. Monk is just using their camera to be able to just kind of keep concise oversight as well, but no numbers have dropped into this 5v5. This is going to be a full, like, team v team into it. You do get the X-ray off of the wall, and is that going to give them enough damage, or rather enough cover, as you do have that X-ray vision through these very shootable surfaces. Kane continues to ruin them, and aside from the 2 duels, Kane has come up huge.
Has been. I mean, that intel is large. Providence had nowhere to go. You bring everybody in. You're able to get a couple, though. Brizzo hold him alive for now. You see behind the blaze, though, Little Monk, perfect timing from him. Not so much on the other side as Brizzo with the reload. So tempting, but in that situation, you know they're coming at you. You only had a couple bullets, I get it, but it's a tough time to reload there because you have to play that that battle there.
So 8 in a row. So Providence, they've been in the cycle of suffering. The first 2 went their way. Since then, when it's been open gun battles, they've been put into that economic kind of downfall, and they don't have enough to go into this one either. So you're seeing a bit of a mid-buy play for next situation, and it continues to tumble on downhill. We could definitely see a 10-2 with this kind of momentum from Butler unless a Thrifty pops up.
Would be a huge time to pull that off, but at the same time, Butler lockdown loaded as well. Great positioning, in my opinion, too, when you have this type of lead as well. In addition, as Kaz trying to fight off here at mid, that battle will ensue. The paint shells out to try to catch them, but they're already out the door on the other side. Trying to figure it out. I think Providence doing a good job to lure in a couple with some of the sound cues that they're giving off, and really prepping here as the mid presence will allow them to try and pull off this maneuver here between the two sides.
I love that Kaz is just so ornery, just wanting to challenge anyone that wants to come to him. I'm like, I've got a stinger, and I'm going to be able to just take on this fight. You cannot get me from distance. Going to pop through that firewall, but you don't find anyone hanging around, as everyone is in fact hanging out. Disciplined onto their key positions, so being a bit more passive. Butler is waiting for Providence to really come to them and take these fights. They know they have to be able to close quarters combat, and they're playing from distance. That's Ramza that does find a couple, and that will slow them for all of a moment. Brizzo much the same, as they're able to get a nice headshot off of the Sheriff. The Seekers will get employed. They're going to pop flash, use the same thing. It is very difficult to work through all of that extra utility, and that leaves all of CK alone. They'll find one trying to reload, pulling their gun up. They're going to have another upgrade into this 1v3.
Yeah, they have comms as well, knowing the Astro Cross was low too, but that only lasted so long. The regrowth was able to come out. Down to that 10-second mark as well. They'll have to jump out and try to fight this. There's no way they can get the plant down. Butler has them trapped. Again, we saw that at Icebox as well from Butler, being able to trap their plants within the route to kitchen. So this is not a surprise here. Providence struggling to figure out which way they wanted to attack, and it's all because Butler is set up in all the right places. To Providence, I credit them for getting the intel necessary. Unfortunately, the intel has told them that no matter which way we go, we're in danger, and they feel a little bit timid trying to rush into wherever they need to.
Sacrifice, are they really going to pick over into that big gun, the big boom stick? Maybe that's going to happen. That could be rough to run into. Depends on if they fully went into it otherwise, but it's 9-2. You know, you've heard of the 9-3 curse. Providence in a position where they definitely need to get some voodoo magic to be able to take down Butler for this first half, and maybe they give themselves an ounce of positioning. You do have 4 ultimates online. Rams already gets rid of Kaz, so there's not going to be any show-stopping, at least from their edge. You actually do get the revive, so all ultimates online for Butler. This could be an ult fest. A lockdown is getting utilized. It's going to press them off of sight. They're going to play for life. Showstopper looking for someone to kill, but I don't believe that anyone is going to find them unless the Cosmic Divide, which you do have the projectile allowing to go through. You get the paint shells. They will separate them north and south, east and west. So B is under lockdown, but only for the time being before the retake begins.
I feel like that was a little earlier to pull that showstopper and try to toss that through on that top side through heaven. So maybe a miss there. So here will take one. Did not quite land it though. And so a couple kills there from Providence, and they're up into this 4-2 advantage. It's been a while since we've seen them perform in this way. And running back will show the back aside, but I mean that's basically where they are anyways. Little Monk is a couple, but not able to finish it out. As guess you, it's Kaz again with a couple kills late there to keep Providence within striking distance.
I like the idea because they were able to utilize the run it back to get extra intel and immediately put their Cypher onto it. But, you know, that does go to a 9-3 first half, and I think that we have some more science, technology, engineering, and mathematics on the way.
Oh, you are so impressive with your acronyms. That's so cool. What does CMS stand for?
I have no idea.
He's joking. He's joking. We have more STEM education, like you mentioned. Let's go back down and check out the video here of this next STEM rounds. Of course, you know, this app development has been super fun to watch already. Let's roll the first video and check out what they put together.
Saw was Chess PvP. Chess PvP is a strategic online multiplayer chess game, but with an added twist. Instead of just taking a piece like regular old boring chess, you have to fight to take the actual piece. With our game, we include all the functions of chess, but add in the fight mechanics, the platform you fight on, and all the complicated mechanics to make everything work. Our game has taken a really long time to make, with many struggles in the process. But now, we are in the final stages of production, and we have fine-tuned and corrected our game to make it easier for the user and know that people will enjoy it. We have gone from the game looking and functioning like doo-doo, to now looking like this. And heck, we know for a fact that people will absolutely love this game. Here are some of our analytics. Right here, you can see that we have 29 unique players who have played Chess PvP just only on the arcade. And with a total of 93 plays, I would say that's a pretty good amount of plays. Not only that, but on the Apple App Store, we have had a total of 40 downloads. This means that we've had a total of 69 unique players who have played our game. This game is not only extremely fun, but it helps new people learn how to actually play chess. By using focus groups at Independence High School, we are able to help new players get an upper hand against more experienced players. So anyone, no matter the skill level, can enjoy themselves without stressing their brains out too much. You can play against friends, siblings, and heck, even your grandma. So what's stopping you? Download the app on the App Store by looking up Chess Combat or by scanning the QR code here. Thank you so much for listening, and we hope you guys enjoy Chess PvP. Thank you and have a great day.
That was the independent STEM team here putting together their app, of course, and doing a good job with their game. But they got a matchup here against the Virtual High School. So let's check out what Virtual High School did to try to counteract the Independence team. Check this out.
This is Charlie Charger, and welcome to Treasure Chase. Hi Sharks, my name is Charlie. Do you need a free and addicting 2D platformer to play while you're waiting for the next match to start? Well, I have the game for you, Charger Chase. Charger Chase is a game where you follow Charlie through 3 various rooms and avoid various obstacles to collect his charger before school starts. Charger Chase has come a long way from the start. Let's look at some clips from early development. Charger Chase prides ourselves on always listening to feedback. Whether it's from the judges, our peers, or other schools, we have always taken the feedback into consideration and applied them into our game. Charger Chase has added 2 new levels from the start, both with obstacles. Level 2 focuses on Charlie's pet dog Rufus, and Level 3 focuses on his mom, Mrs. Charger. Charger Chase also has a functioning leaderboard. Simply click Submit to see your score and update to view it in comparison to others. We now have arrow keys. The arrow keys are functional for all mobile devices. From putting it on the Construct Arcade, we were able to obtain over 40 plus plays. But most excitingly, you can now download Charger Chase onto the App Store. That's right, Charger Chase is now available for download on the Apple App Store. We have attained over several reviews and even more downloads. Thank you for watching how far Charger Chase has come and how it's improved. Charlie Charger, out.
Let's go! That was amazing. And let me tell you, folks, that is a really tough matchup for both of them because they have been outstanding. 2 great teams with Virtual and Independence for the entire season. So, before I give my final comments, any judges' thoughts? Craig from Dell.
My commentary will be about Independence. I think the concept was amazing. The intro grabbed you and brought you into the game. It's something I would love to play. The only critique I would provide is I'd like to see the fighting scene and how I can dominate Tark.
Well, lucky for you, Craig from Dell, you can go over to the QR code and take me on today. Who wants to see that? And who would win? Me, that's right. So with that, I'll say I agree exactly with what Craig said. You know, both teams did really well, but at the end of the day, that concept from Independence was so unique, combining chess with kind of a Smash Bros. Kind of vibe. That's something that I feel could go viral. The thing that really needed to be pushed over the edge was the PvP part. And I'm going to see later on today where it's at. But with that being said, the winner, progressing on, Independence.
Wow, Independence able to take that win on the stim portion, and now just showing why they were so effective. Also, Craig from Dale, way more insightful than Alex from State Farm. Let's be honest.
You know what? Sometimes it just takes a bit of that industry knowledge to be able to bring us that way, but also a bit of extra knowledge as we're moving into a game already in progress. In the midst of all that STEM, we're going to be stimulated to see who will be taking the end point of this Valorant match. It is 10-5. Providence in a position they must bounce back. They are the ones on defense, and the previous iteration of Split, before all the major changes, was heavily dominated in terms of success and percentages and wins by defense. Providence has moved back over there. It's been simplified, but still the percentage weighs still heavily the same. Butler has to prove that they can entry off of their Reyna and their Phoenix with that Cypher not lagging behind at all.
That's right. That's going to be a bit of a challenge. Now, the way that they've been playing together in tandem, that's the only way that you break through maybe that barrier mentally. I think they can definitely pull it off. That being said, the changes haven't been that big either, which is going to play in Providence's favor. They definitely look like they're having a better time on the defensive side with that last round win. Now, if they can continue, that will be up to whether or not Butler and how they want to approach this currently. You see the shutdown there on the A side here, trying to keep them at a distance, and perhaps that will need to come into effect here if it plays out the same way. As lined up in that mid side is the attack of Butler and trying to control that side. Like we said, those rotations so important should they need that. They're going to run into a face full of these intels. You see the Nebula ready and prepared to pop should they need it.
Yeah, you do have the wall that forces us into a very narrow funnel, and you do have the sentry bot and the alarm bot that are going to be gotten rid of, so that's going to be a hard corner. That's actually a called rotation as well. CK waiting for the pressure from mid. As soon as they force a bit of that A entry, especially on the ramp, you have a triplicate of players over from the Butler attack, and they were just waiting on it. But it's Rams and as well as Sacrifice, and that is an extra option. They're looking at rope. They're trying to be able to take on any of these challenges that are coming from CT, but now they're split in the difference between going into mid. Rizzo, they have a judge, and using that's a quick hop away. Kane will protect their Reyna, and now looking for one more challenge. It's left into a 1v4.
That would have been 2 pops if they would have gotten that to go in their favor. Instead, you have a 4v1, so a 2-player swing instead. Butler should have an easy time here, and nothing really to save for Hunsei, so you imagine there'll be a challenge here. Hopefully you get something crazy, but they'll get a swing instead. They'll get a Ramsey, who will make a 3K here in this one to move Butler to this 11-5 mark, and proving that attack will be effective here. That combination has already looked great in that one instance.
There has to be a heck of a judge talk, as well as a heck of the coach coming in handy into this timeout. This is a big moment, especially CK saying, all right, we got to rally the troops, got to get them all clicking on heads. It's 11-5. It's going to be a very tough position, but I know, hey, if there's ever a moment, you got to take the first step here. And we also have more STEM coming up in a moment, too.
That's right. Have more STEM combined here. And of course, the esports and STEM go hand in hand, so we're about to jump into that here momentarily too. It'll be Harding and Mallard Creek here. So if you're here for those 2 schools, that'll be mega exciting too. Well, a timeout, of course, as you saw on your screen here. So we'll check out and see maybe with the adjustments after that.
Yeah, this is going to be tough because so far the defense has been doing what they need to, but they simply have to win contact points. Because of Split, the way it's built, you do have kind of those weird ratty entries. You're going to have someone that's going to lurk. So often, especially into this point, you have to operate behind both your Phoenix and your Reyna. That is your hard entry. You have your main initiator as well from the Guiding Light, and Kane, who is going to be huge for the side of Butler. And Cypher can kind of go to just do his thing. He doesn't have a lot of post-plant power. This is going to be a lot of Astra and then following into that parade of Phoenix, Reyna, and Sky. With your Cypher just kind of loitering around and go wherever they want to. I think they're playing tic-tac-toe in this corner, by the way. Like, I don't know who's winning.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'm spelling something as well.
Yeah.
We couldn't really get a good view there, let's be honest. But, hey, look, it's the classic setup here. We said that was a thing of the past, but again, you wall off mid, and you have to at least deal with it. The sound cue's important there, too. The problem is it's not looking like they're going to get much use out of that. At least they hold that off for the time being here for Providence defense. It's had trouble. The Weir's going to come out early. The Seekers as well to check out where they are at here. CK goes down as it'll be Ram. Able to get that one to Rams, looking sharp, able to jump out of harm's way as well as the Phoenix run it back will give them the intel they need. They push successfully onto this B sites, and now it's known that Providence will have to play a retake, and like you said, it'll be difficult in the 4v5 situation.
They're going to put the stars down. You have one up into heaven, and that could be used for another Nebula or maybe even a stun just to be able to get some of those kills. Pathfinder just looking for as many targets as possible as they sneak on the site. You have a plethora of players that are ready to kill. Kane and Rams doing the exact same thing. Yeet and Joy are very much blind, but they're running straight over into Raptors. Hunsei taking on a dual V mini, but they will at least deny the flawless. But Butler may not be denied moving into the grand finals. They are a step away. It was a great use. We had two ultimates used straight off the bat. It was the Seekers and the Run It Back to be able to create a duplicate of pressure. And you gotta hope that, you know, if you're running away from two of those kinds of things, maybe you have a little bit of covering fire, but they just did not peek out from CT.
And so much focus goes on to the Valorant map when we talk about the combination of gunfights happening throughout the pushes. But what goes unnoticed is the play away from those actual gunfights. We saw Cypher as well for Butler lined up and guarding, you know, from anybody who wanted to swing, right, on the flank. And so just everything doing right, no matter if you're in the play or you're trying to create the next. They've been really good, and he's creating kills as well as he's able to take out this this guy on the other end to try and create numbers again. It'll be a 4v4 situation here. The spike already planted here for Butler.
This is an interesting position to actually use your Cosmic Divide, especially for Providence on defense. They want to cut away anything from heaven. This is kind of, they're trying to just kind of narrow scope everyone that's on that site, maybe to get the lockdown enabled as well. It does look like they're walking up, yes, the lockdown from main A. So they're going to put them in a weird position. They have to blind rally a pass of the Cosmic Divide to be able to go beyond the wall. You have the Judges laying some judgment down. Lil Monk did get rid of CK, so you have no more extras. It's all up to Brizzo, and they're being left with a well in front of them. They will still be vulnerable, and that's going to be the Butler Bulldogs. They'll be moving on into your CMS finals.
Just continued that five players on the map who could do just about everything, and in the moments that they needed to. This team looking heavy, right? Going into the finals here as the #1 team, and we're going to find out in a little bit who joins them, right? Archery Kill at #2, the other undefeated team here this season will definitely be the one we have eyes on coming into that next matchup, but in the meantime, it's been Butler looking great. Well, we have more stim for you as well, as the next matchup will be Harding facing off with Mallard Creek for this one. So again, Harding and Mallard Creek in their first season. They didn't participate in Season 0, which means that it will be a game development just like we've seen before. It'll be Harding first to kick us off. Let's check out what they created.
Hello, this is Emilio Pacheco with Harding University High School, and today I will present my school's game, another amazing game. In this game, you collect keys in a maze to unlock the exit and must navigate through various obstacles to reach the end zone. The levels increase in difficulty, introduce new mechanics, and sometimes have a bit of story to collect. The more difficult the mazes get, the more keys they require to complete, and the more you get set back when dying. Everything in this game is developed and created by yours truly, from the animations to the music. In this game, you'll encounter various things along your journey. One of the first things you'll encounter after completing the first level are kill walls. These kill the player in contact and set them back. This is implemented to add challenge to the game, so that players would have to take a careful approach while playing. You'll also encounter kill zones, which do not follow the constraints of the maze walls, and are scattered across the floor. Hitting these will also set you back. There are story collectibles, which you can find in some of the mazes, called fragments. You must collect all of them to put the whole story together and learn what it is trying to tell you. You can also track how many keys you have collected globally and how many times you have died total in the statistics screen. I received feedback from a wide range of groups, from people under 18 up to those approaching their 60s. Many enjoyed the game's music and had a relatively bug-free experience. Some did have complaints about the player movement and the difficulty at the time to enable mobile controls. Many found the game easy to learn and control despite this, and despite some of them not having much experience with gaming. Interestingly enough, the older members of the group, who generally did not have much experience with gaming, had an easy time learning. On average, players were likely to rate the game 4 to 5 stars and were 82% likely to recommend the game to others. From the feedback I received, I made various quality of life changes to help improve the game. I modified mobile controls to automatically enable using a mobile device, and fixed several bugs pertaining to mobile. Players enjoyed the music as it was, but I improved upon the music to add different instrumental parts. I have also implemented a help screen with helpful descriptions and animations so new players can learn how to play the game. As of now, the game has a 5-star rating on the App Store. On top of the 5-star rating on the App Store, I would like to congratulate myself for reaching 100 players on the Construct Arcade as of May 19th. Thank you for listening to my pitch, and I hope you have an amazing day.
That's one of your front runners, right?
Yeah.
The Postman.
Honestly, that particular presentation and that game is one of my favorites to win it all because I know they only showed kind of a small piece of it, but it has so much variety, and there's got to be a lot of weight that goes to that as well. But we've got another one that's coming down the pipeline as well for this matchup.
Tough task to beat for sure. We'll see if they can handle it. It's Mallard Creek in their submission here for the STEM side. Hey, check this out.
Unfortunately, this team was unable to submit a final video for the final competition. So what you'll see instead today is the judges' live reaction from week 7.
Here we are, week 7, Mallard Creek's game, Toast.
Toast. Oh, yes. I've been waiting to get my hands on this.
We're
So here we
in
go.
the dark
Boop,
dungeon.
boop. What? Arrows. Oh, okay. Here we go. Let's go inside. What does this Z mean? Does it mean click Z or am I tired? Z. Oh, it opened the door. Look at this. Guys, tuba.
Got to talk to the tuba
I can say
merchant.
Z. Hello, wandering hero. Thank you. Hello. Z to continue. Welcome to the dungeons. Mr. Zucker.
Who am I?
Starting to get scared. Who am I? I'm the merchant of the not-so-fine establishment. Why are you stuck in a tuba? Yes, I must play. Suddenly. Eh. Oh my gosh, I'm doing a lot of reading here. The fiends. Okay. Reading. I'm still reading. Oh, I can't read anymore. Oh, wait. Would you mind retrieving my tuba? Okay. Enter? Click it?
Of course.
Yes. Z? I guess I click Z again? Yes. I knew I could count on you, you warrior. I can't read anymore, guys.
I mean, look at the writing alone is
the writing
great,
is cool.
you know?
So now I've done that. I'm gonna walk. Oh, nice carpet. I'm gonna go in here. Z.
Oh, A to attack.
Oh, A to attack.
I think I killed everyone.
Oh
with
my
one-
gosh. Hold on,
one
turn.
sword
Hit.
swipe.
Oh, I killed people that I wasn't even in front of. Oh my gosh. That was a wild. A to attack.
That's clearly a bug.
That was
Okay,
pretty cool.
be wary. Why is the tuba man still talking to me?
The door's talking to me now.
Why?
Oh,
Okay.
this door has the same logic
I
as
think
the
that's
tuba.
it. I think.
Well, I gotta say, I think we did it.
Yep.
Wow. I didn't realize we were going to be in this video finals, but that's what happens when you don't submit a video, kids. So from my perspective, I liked both of those games throughout the season. I thought that last game we saw, Toast, was amazing in the beginning, and it was just another case of one of the students' teams not continuing to evolve the game. And I thought they could have done a lot. We talked about using Chat GPT and AI integrations in order to make the back and forth communication more seamless. So there was a much more that could have been done there, a lot left on the table. Harding, in another amazing game, actually was really good. And my critique now is they didn't show a ton of the gameplay in this final video. So if you're watching this for the first time, you probably don't have a lot of sense of just how cool that game is. So I encourage you to go on the QR code and check it out. Before I announce, there are the QR codes right there, in fact. Thank you. Any other judges have any comments? Thomas from Wells Fargo.
Hey, being an absolute data nut myself, just wanted to note Harding for advanced use of analytics to understand their demographics and advance their game. Good job.
Great point. Great point. So with that, progressing on, beyond this round, none other than Harding!
Love Harding and what they put together, although it will be harder for Harding, I imagine, throughout the rest of this bracket. So, I mean, they get a freebie to some degree here. I mean, you still get the judgment, the feedback, right, from our incredible judges, so they'll make use of that, of course. And then when they launch into STEM next season, they know the expectations. They'll know exactly what they're getting into and how they can succeed, not only here, but in business in the future.
Yeah, also, this is one of the few landscapes where QR codes won't try to hack your phone. So definitely go and download that game. game. It is super fun. There's a lot of levels and a lot of depth to it, and it's actually going to be as challenging as maybe it didn't look. You know, look, some of those final products, maybe they're just not presented here, but there's a lot of great work that's been done by all the students that are doing their projects today. And of course, we've got more, I guess, competition right around the corner.
That's right, more Valorant, more STEM, and then eventually Rocket League and Smash as well on the docket here. We take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. You're watching the CMS Esports and STEM League Finals Championship here at Bank of America Stadium. Monkey Man and Bearlight back with you and prepared to fight because we have Smash action for the very first time here today. Let's go ahead and see it. We got Butler up 2-0 in this matchup, Hail Monkey Man. There's a reason why they're the #1 seed, or actually #2 in this instance. So going up against Ardry Cal, a familiar name that we've seen all weekend long.
Yeah, this is going to be a team that is ready to go to the distance, and of Ardry Kell, who again has a very, very deep program. But we're going to game number 3. This is one that Butler has already been able to get themselves to a 2-0 position. We do have Mup as well as Punisher. You're going to have a lot of work from Ridley, who I think is just going to be able to go for big grabs. This is the difference between having a more, I guess, juggle-prone kind of fast break sort of character versus one that wants to go for the haymaker round swing. And look at the kind of punish. They're going to try and bait you in with so much of that power, but it is going to be a lot of extra, I guess, percentages that have moved over into this corn pick already. But look how much they're just keeping them from the middle of the stage.
That's right. The hit and run strategy here from Corrin definitely into effect here, as Ridley, not known for the edge guarding, but trying to get some damage here to make ends meet. Good smack there off the side, but back to the edge they'll go as well. But already up to that 119 mark, so taking lots of damage here as expected, as Ridley does happen to make the ends meet whenever they get in close, and that's what's been happening here.
I love the flamethrower use because it's not just a static push. It's actually going to be having projectiles that go off of the corners, so there's so much of this stage that can be in control under Ridley from distance, and that's what both characters are currently trying to do. Both players looking to just take mid-control, but look at that edge guard punish. That is in fact going to be a massive kill, but it's returned just the same. They haven't completely flown off, and now you have to go into the blast zone as well just to be able to get that kill confirmed. But for the time being, we do have a Butler that is at least in the lead in this series, and Ardry Kell that's looking to play for at least some catch-up going into it.
No doubt, and you feel like you have to chase a little bit, so it's always in a situation where you play a little bit more aggressive. You have to find strategies to get around, and right now it applies in Valorant, it applies right back here in Smash. Butler obviously taking care of business to some degree in this 2-3 matchup that shouldn't be as easy as it's seeming, at least on the surface.
Yeah, Ardry, or rather for Ridley, when they're playing onto that character, there's so much extra damage that can be absorbed. It's kind of a half-heavy. You see that when it works into more like a Donkey Kong, there is no wind-up mechanic to have kind of a big power move, but when you see the throws, eventually when they just kind of defend themselves, they absorb you, and then they're able to just completely punish you, especially if you get in too deep. Looking for kind of that hit and run you were talking about, to be able to get some of that extra blast from those energy pushes off, especially when they kind of get them to the corner, and that was actually the first stock takeaway, but as soon as they had that, there was immediate blast zone recovery, and so Butler looks like they're taking care of business as much as they can, but this final kind of pairing is going to be huge. We actually go back into it as well. 2 stocks to 1, and well, actually no, 2 stocks to 2. So very deep and very high will we go to these percentage rates. They're just looking for that last kill confirm, and look how deep they're trying to go into that edge guard.
Yeah, the 6 stocks looking a lot like the 4-2, and they'll send him off the edge. That's what that power will do for you, and that wasn't anything special either. That was just, you know, a side attack. Very easily done, but the damage is done back here even at 2 stocks.
Oh boy. Okay, so this is going to be all about who's holding mid-stage control. You do have your 3 platforms, and it's not really been about juggling, just trying to be able to catch you as you try to get some rest. And there is no rest for the wicked, and that is Ridley, who is getting absolutely dropped down. Punisher is not able to get anything of a seat. You've seen them pause at other ends just to give themselves a break on some of this combination. Mup is trying to clean things up. Punisher is looking to do the exact same thing. They're both tied at 69. Nice. You had the flamethrower over the edge, and then immediately get back on stage, and able to make that frame perfect. They're able to get right behind them, but using the long form of that flamethrower as it spins forward, and now they have to get through the cycle. They immediately just stand up on the edge, and now they're waiting to go and get that crush down. They use the end point of that sword, and they're just keeping Punisher at bay. Will not be able to recover, and Mup finds another.
Oh, no, the SD there at the very end. I'm not sure if they're trying to bait them off the edge there, and kind of concerned about the edge guard there. But Butler made this look easy against a character that's not used very often, right? Corrin seems to have a disadvantage in Ridley in the fact of just, well, obviously strength goes without saying, but also, you know, when you're a hit and run character, what you're trying to do is gain stage control, but it's so difficult when Ridley is right there and present. But they did a good job to handle business. At the very beginning of the last stocks, when they both were down to 1, it was also, you know, credit this Ridley player for recovering back down to the stage, because they were being juggled pretty frequently, which will add up some of that percentage, of course. And so, I mean, they did a good job to handle, but at the end of the day, that hit and run strategy was able to do just enough damage on the percentage to keep them off stage. We said stage control was everything here, and that's exactly what happened and how they were able to win that one.
Well, speaking of off stage, we're moving from stage right to stage left to stage center. It is going to be more Valorant on the way, as the number 1, number 2 in Smash Bros. They've determined themselves now, but we're going into our next semi-final. It's going to be a big one between number 2 Ardrikel and number 6 Palisades. This is going to be a heck of a matchup, and Palisades is trying to go deep into the bracket.
That's right. They're trying to get past this number 2 Ardrikel side. We said the school is strong across all esports titles, and will they be able to continue that run as well? So that number 2 side going to try and fend off that little bit. Can they do it though? Let's get to know the teams. We haven't seen them since earlier in the day yesterday. We'll see them again right now as we begin with number 2 Ardrikel Knights.
Oh man, Ardrikel, we got to see them come in so strong yesterday. They took down West Charlotte, who was trying to make their own kind of Cinderella run, and I think that there is this is the penultimate for them, because they want to get over and face off against Butler, who is in fact waiting for this final. But opposite of them, this is going to be a heck of a matchup as well into this semifinal, because you have the number 6 squad stacking up real nice in front of them.
Across the map from this side of Ardrikel, we have no other than the team that was able to upset yesterday. It's the number 6 team, Palisades Pumas.
The Pumas are on the prowl. Can they do it twice? They were able to put the Olympic Trojans on ice, and they're looking to do it large and in charge today. Palisades, do they have enough left in the tank to get themselves to the grand final and go face off against the Bulldogs? Hey, everyone in the crowd, give these two teams a round of applause. It's going to be a hell of a fight in front of them.
No doubt. Absolutely. I mean, this number 6 team proved that they can do it against the top 3 already. So when you're talking the difference between number 3 and number 2, we've seen Ardrikel and Olympic go deep into rounds, go into overtime. This is very similar teams, very similar play styles from what I've been able to review. So to see these two in action, Palisades know this in the back of their minds, could give them that advantage, but it's all about execution at the end of the day, and more importantly, what map they're going to end up on as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to end up on split again. I think that this one may go over back into either a Haven or over into an... Do have more STEM on the way, because this is what it's all about. We have everyone on the academic side, the esports sides, and it's a big collision moving into each other. So I can't wait for these two to match up, but we have even more matches coming on the way for the STEM side.
Ardrikel versus Palisades, it looks like we have for that. Where have we seen that matchup before?
Weird.
That's crazy. I think we've seen that multiple times throughout this weekend. But this time, it happens on the STEM side. And for us, Ardrikel, great in the esports world. Can they do it on the STEM side? Check out what Ardrikel was able to put off together.
Imagine you're on a diet and you're deciding what to eat for your next meal. Where to even start looking? It's hard to find healthy and delicious meals online nowadays without a monetary commitment of some sort. And even if you do find one after a long search, you would have to repeat that process over and over again for every single meal that you want to eat. There has to be a better method. Our new app CleanCut, developed by Ardrikel students, was made to combat this problem. With CleanCut, you can find recipes and further information like calorie count and estimated prices for dishes. These dishes are submitted by users such as yourself, or suggested to you by the all-new ChatGPT integration via the food recommendation section for some extra spice in your daily meals. Simply use the drop-down button in the top left-hand corner to easily navigate between all features of the app. Want to have all this information kept for you? Then you can use the sign up and login feature to save all of these recipes to your own account. Our app utilizes a drop-down menu right now, but this idea was actually originally presented to us by users of the app. Their feedback allowed us to simplify the process of navigating the app by keeping all of the app's features in one overlapping drop-down menu. Without this drop-down menu, all of our information would have been scattered, and it would have been difficult for users to use our app. Luckily, thanks to their feedback, we were able to fix this problem. The app relies on its simplicity and practicality versus other methods of finding your next meal as the main marketing point. By centralizing all of the work needed to find good recipes online into one single app, we've made it easy for users to find their next meal in the quickest and easiest way possible. Plus, all of the information related to a recipe is provided for the users as well. It's a big win for meal planning. Thank you for listening.
The food you need when you need it. Clean cut, which is what I should have probably gotten prior to this broadcast. We move on. Hill Monkey Man, of course, clean cut. We move into the app development side because they've already put together those games. What are you thinking?
I'm liking what I'm seeing. I know that there's been a lot of weight going into how your final project is looking, but I think that's up for the judges to decide. So we're going to be moving on to Palisades. Let's see what they've brought to the table.
Here we're with Cameron Saliba. He's a student here at Palisades High School, and we have a quick question for you. Is that okay?
Yeah.
At what age do you need to be to open a Roth IRA account?
Huh?
Okay.
Wait,
what is a
what?
Roth IRA account?
I don't know. Okay, who am I with today?
Julie Isaacson.
I'm Irie. What is the difference between a credit union and a bank?
I genuinely have no idea.
That's a good answer. That's a really good answer.
Do you think that school education hasn't properly prepared you for that question or to figure that out?
No, probably not.
Probably not very well prepared. That's something that's not generally covered in the curriculum.
Hey, we're Palisades High School, and as you can tell by the intro, we wanted to solve a common problem among teenagers leaving high school. So we developed this fun educational app named Deep Dollars that allows users to answer financial-based questions in order to gain points. This allows users to be engaged by answering questions to gain points while broadening their financial literacy. So it's pretty simple. Our app allows users to answer questions involving financial topics such as filing taxes to banking and reward users by giving them points for a correct answer. And on our question page, we have a ChatGPT integration allowing users to figure out why they got questions wrong if they did. So whether you're a teenager looking to learn about finance today or you're a concerned parent wanting to prepare your child for the future, download our app today and you can start your path towards learning about financial literacy. It's important to remember that knowledge is power, and with our app, you hold the key to unlock your financial success in the future. Thank you for your time, and stay tuned for more updates with our app in the future.
Let's go! Well, that was Audrey Kell and Palisades, and they've been two really solid teams now that we've switched gears from game development. Those are the schools that were really in this season for the first time versus app development. This is their second season in the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. So they're building apps now. My critique first of Audrey Kell. Audrey Kell has been a killer from day one, and they made a pretty cool app in Clean Cut, but this presentation absolutely sucked. It was terrible because they didn't actually show the app. Don't clap over there. So, in all seriousness, Audrey Kell made a much better app than they just showed you in that video. And I don't know if they were mailing it in this last segment here or what, but I encourage you to go check it out because it's much more complicated and complex than what it come off right there. Now, Palisades, let me tell you something. That was awesome. It's been cool from the very beginning. And not only are they doing education, financial education, things they need to know, they're making it fun and engaging with gamification. They didn't even show you some of the gamification aspects that are there. But also, the ChatGPT integration is amazing. I love that. It's just hot right now. And many of these schools, particularly Palisades, has integrated it and are using it in their app that's in production. That's outstanding. Before we move forward, does anyone else have a comment? Well, thanks to our judges from Wells Fargo, from Dell, from Ally, from Bank of America. and other places, EY in fact,
Fresh start.
it is my pleasure to announce that moving forward is Palisades!
And so presentation really does matter. I think Tark made a great point. You know, you can make the best app in the world, but if you're not able to explain why it's so awesome, that comes to the marketing side, right? You need to, these players, parents, everybody need to know exactly what they're getting into, right? And so presentation very strong on the Palisade side, plus their app was pretty cool too.
Yeah, it very much was. And I think that even our awesome people straight in the judges panel over there, hello, how's it going? You in fact agree that getting user trust in your product is massive. So being able to project what it is, perception of the end user is key. So it's no wonder to me that Palisades did come out the better of this one. Even though both did make a wonderful application, I think that Deep Dollars, I was talking about the very beginning of this entire season whenever we were looking at this. I was like, you know what? It'd be great to have something that teaches me my finances. Those same questions they were asking to all those high school players are the same things I was asking.
Back in the day, it's something that's important to learn and build futures for other individuals as well who use the app. They were thinking about how to solve a problem, and I thought they executed very well. Trying to solve the problem of a hot archery Kel smash match is at Butler's side, who right now are trying to move into this match and perhaps tie it up at 2. But I mean, Archery Kel looking strong here in this 2-1. So let's head over to Smash now and check out who we've got here as they'll start off a clean slate. Like we said, the 3 stocks here. Now they're even grounds here to try and to win to close out here for the Archery Kel side in this set within the series.
It's kind of a long marathon when you really think about it. When you look at crew battles, you have a set amount of stocks. You got 12 stocks shared between your 4 rosters, and then who's able to survive for what. And then you kind of reset as you go per. But now we go into a game 4. It is best of 5 of 5s, and that's what's played between each of these players. You will see a Steve that is coming out, and this is one of the most contentious sort of characters to come in. It has so much stage presence, and they also have the ability to really kind of lock you out. But the recovery, trying to be able to float over, there will be no flying to be able to get underneath stage, and that's a great early first kill by Help.
And the Steve is shouting out the name of his opponent in Help as he got trapped below the stage. But that's what Peach will do, just pesky, just in your face constantly, and that's how you have to play. Otherwise, you're exposing yourself as Peach. They're doing a great job here. More damage out. Already a stock ahead and also about 70% ahead, but that might change here in a second.
This is all bonus, too, because as soon as you get an early stock like that and then be able to get them nearly to 100%, this allows you to kind of just feel easy. You're working around a lot of those big turnip grabs from Peach. They can also have a half float, be able to get the umbrella, kind of get just side-to-side lateral movement, and that's a lot of good dodging that can move around from Steve. And this seems to be just hard, slow turns. They do get a great umbrella strike, and they're able to smash him off stage, but it's a lot of mid-presence, and Peach has not surrendered that. So with Banham trying to be able to come up, they actually, in fact, do a little bit of edge guard, and they throw the turnip up high, and you just don't have that finalizing power, doing the same thing to see if they can be able to jump back onto stage, but it is so much of Help just sending them off, and eventually they just crush them.
And that's right, but you have to find the right times to strike. For me, I think Steve needs to do a better job here to really step up and use that minecart in a manner which is less predictable. He's been so predictable as far as when that's going to happen. When you have a character that can move across the stage like Peach can, it's totally different and difficult to deal with that. As they will pull out the axe here. The pickaxe will do damage. It will be enough to get off that side too. And so now we're back to a 2-1 situation. But I mean, at this point in time, Steve is a lost cause, it would seem, unless we see a massive comeback.
A lot of extra axe strikes as they're trying to dig upwards, and this has gotten a little bit trickier. And so that's the difference between some consistent juggling as well as just playing off your Z-Shield roll. They're able to get a nice heal kick as well as you move up to nearly that triple percentile. Now they will be floating even further off into the blast zone using the minecart. Now a down strike. They can't quite be able to meteor push them off of the stage, and now it is up to Help to really just continue dominating the mid port. But you do have the pickaxe. They're trying to be able to upgrade. Can they be able to get over to Diamond? They're using those extra bricks as a defensive wall, and it's Help that's allowing them to just have that free reign. Come out with a minecart, push them away, and now mid is in control, but they still have 123. But the smash comes through. It just took one.
Yeah, and it took a little bit too long for Seed to figure it out there. That's when you need to surprise him with the minecart. And so the damage had already been done at that point. So you start to figure it out, and it feels good. At the same time, it'll be 2-2 in that instance, so we'll see. It can give you the results as they come in. But that looked a lot better there from the Butler side, who was able to get the difference maker there on Ardrikel.
Yeah, so that's going to be huge. I wonder if they're going to be sticking with that same character, because Steve is kind of, they have all of the tools, kind of almost a universal Swiss Army knife in a way, to be able to kind of neutralize a lot of the different types of characters. But when you have someone who's kind of hard-nosed, really just kind of sticking with that primary set, especially on a Peach, Peaches are so tough because they have so much lateral movement and great recovery, and then, of course, turn up for the tiniest bit of disruption. So this is going to be a kind of a change-up. And just to be able to give you guys the follow-up as well, Ardrikel was actually the one that won. So those were flipped in opposite of each other. So that actually puts them a step ahead, because they're trying to finish off the series.
That's right.
Yeah.
Trying to get that series over with. Of course, in the sets, they've been doing really well. But so, you know, in that position, trying to close it out, it's been very, very strong. And the Smash reaction we've been looking for has been those close matchups, which we haven't seen a whole lot of previously. So let's go ahead and transition back to Valorant, though. We've seen the players already in the matchup at hand. Of course, Ardrikel facing off with Palisades, the dark horse, if you will, coming in at the number 6 mark. Can they defeat the Knights here, who are ready, prepared to not only take it in Rocket League, but also in Valorant as well? We'll head down to Bind, which we'll see for the very first time.
Oh my goodness. So Bind has had some change-ups. In case you weren't aware of most recent movements in the patch data, well,
you're about to find out.
You're about to find out. First off, Bind got wider, and I think they saw wide join. They're like, well, okay, challenge accepted. We're gonna take that one. This one can be a Killjoy dominated map, especially if you kind of work your way onto B, but there's a lot of versatility working with Sentinels. You do have Cypher, who is just as strong, I would have to say, moving into here. I haven't gotten too much Breach play. I would often see a lot of double controllers working because Viper is still very strong. I don't see I do see a Brim, and that'll be interesting for the defense side as well if we're able to witness that. Viet, who we saw on the Omen on Icebox the other day, has locked in a Harbor, and it looks like that is going to be a double controller composition with Lego Legend coming into the Viper.
No doubt. You see, again, a Harbor locked in as well, so we get an interesting kind of combination here. Again, a controller on the other side. Viet, yes, doing work there, but a little bit of soft lock-ins currently, it would seem. But yes, a Viper peeking out from the attacker's side. And on the other side, another Cypher, like you mentioned, again, will be not the worst choice in the world here for Binds, but what I do like is the Brimstone and his use of stim packs to give your team the advantage in those gunfights. In addition to that, lots of places where you can catch them with the Incendiary as well. If you have your lineups right and marked in the new Binds, I mean, I haven't seen Brimstone previously in Bind, but it might be a good move here in this instance. You'll see it locked in now by Seagull.
Absolutely weirdness is going to be going on. This is a playground for Rays, and that is what's going to happen with Hanny. Can't Aim has decided Yoru is in the mix. So for all my Yoru memesters out there, the gate crashes are going to be odd. Their lineup is a weird lineup because they're like, all right, how quickly can I get this particular gate crash through collisions off of boxes and right angles, turn them into 45s, and let this slide on past everyone, and then you turn it into an audio intel source, and you have to be like, okay, did he actually teleport over here, or is that all of a misnomer just to be able to create a decoy situation? So again, this is number 2 Ardrikel against number 6 Palisades, but you can wipe those seeds straight off the math because both these teams are part of the Final Four. Butler was able to defeat Providence earlier. They're waiting for one of these two to make their way into the grand final.
That's right. Here, Ardrikel lined up again. I just can't take eyes off the Yoru. I'm honestly trying to place bets on Palisades and who's going to fall for the blind first on that fake Yoru that will make his way onto sites inevitably. We'll have to wait and find out. In the meantime, it will be Ardrikel starting off on defense, as you see on your screens. Palisades kicking off on the attack on this pistol round, trying to get the advantage, and we'll start it off with a bit of a 5-stack here early, as is to be expected here in the pistol round.
Big flashpoint, and they're immediately going to be going and working for some trades. That is Seagull Can't Aim, who proved to us yesterday and today they in fact can. And then you have another gate crash, as you have so many flashes actually shared between these teams. You do have the Ricochet that is going to be off of the Yoru, and you have a couple of flashpoints on the other side. There's in fact triple flashes because of the sky, and it's going to be Can't Aim that does find another as Viet is down. And we have all of a Viper that had thoughts of grandeur to press up into a site, but the gamble was there. They had so many bodies, barely anyone had to rotate, and round 1 goes Ardrikel.
Yeah, that High Tide was trying to fend off what had already been done, the positioning that was already pretty spot on there from Archery Kell, so not much you can do to work around that. It was basically a temporary fix. You're slapping a Band-Aid onto a boat that has a leak, right? You're hoping for the best there at that point. So Archery Kell with the important pistol rounds here. They'll be able to buy up to some degree. Perhaps we'll see a few Spectres. We'll take a peek and see if we can get that on our screen to check out what weaponry they bring. Meanwhile, Palisades will wait and will go full classics. That way they can buy up next round.
Yeah, they're gonna have some extra money, and they're gonna need it, especially for that buy-up round. But Archery Kell has a leniency to get some Spectres, maybe even a shorty or two. Which, by the way, on the next patch is gonna be more expensive. They're going from 150 to 300 credits. You know, shout out to anyone that wanted to still be in shorty eco game, but that's just not gonna happen. You do have the Sky Smokes. So much of this is dissected. You have Sky Smokes, you have the High Tide, and then you have the Tox screen. And this is geometry in motion. Look at this X on that mini screen.
Just flashing through smokes just constantly. It's going to be not a whole lot of vision here on the map if they play this right, which in a number 2 versus number 3 situation, you imagine would be the case. First exchange there in Showers, as I thought we were watching out for Hanny and his ability to play that corner. Instead, he had some support right behind, just out of view. The plant will go down here from Palisades. And a good start to this Thrifty rounds, but a lot of HP already taken out from Palisades. They'll have a difficult time to try and hold this up as the battle will ensue here in Elbow.
Because it comes up on a timer, but now with the Arsenal difference, you will have the Bulldog, and that's going to be a 1v3. They don't get sighted onto the, I guess, the tripwire, but Blind Fire with a wallbang headshot on the Ghost. Fable does get rid of Lego Legends, so they make it the tiniest bit more expensive, but Palisade will surrender the second one over to Archery Kell, and I like their hold. I like that that's set up for Tox Screen as your initial device. You have the High Tide that comes in, and that's able to kind of just alcove you, and you get a couple, but we already have an early timeout.
Yeah, timeout's been called. Archery Kell up to that 2-0 mark. Besides the Cyber Cage, not a whole lot, from the perspective of obstruction of view from the defense, which is the complete opposite for the attack. So really the sides are going to really matter to a larger degree in the second half. So this is just more of, can you get an advantage in rounds, right? How many rounds can we win in this first half? So that way when we get down to business in the second half, you at least have that much of an advantage. Right now, as far as what we've seen, it's hard to tell. It's still early. Yeah. We'll have to kind of wait and see as it develops and how Palisades is able to recover from the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, I see that, I see the Harbor and Viper, which is becoming such a ship, literally, if you think about Harbor, that has been working out when it comes to double controller, because you have your perma wall and then you have your pickup wall based on timer, and that is great for retakes as well as for attacks. Whereas for Cypher, you have your cyber cages and you're like, all right, who's pretty good at ultimate frisbee? And then you toss that on and see if you can chase. Well, that kind of telegraphs where you might go. This is one of my more key positions. I love what Fabled is doing right now, because you can't just errantly jump through this window for free, and that's going to be very tough to have to deal with, because you get caught like a piñata. I've done that to people, and it's so good.
You know what they call the Harbor and Viper combination, right? I just started this.
Okay.
I'm making this up on the spot. The Ghost Ship, right? Because you have the toxins, the green smoke just constantly flowing through the Ghost.
Okay.
Yeah, imagine like the SpongeBob situation. Okay. You know what I'm talking about.
Okay,
it's
because
you understand.
It's because when we ship them, they're actually just ghosting each other.
You know, attention to the toxins that are actually on there as well. Archery Kell has caught a couple of bullets early. Obviously, the timeout here working for Palisades, as they're able to also smoke off the back of sight here. And that is where they would come from eventually. We'll have to poke their heads out of as that B backside has changed as well, making it a little bit more difficult for them to get to this place.
Just a little bit. That's going to be a big guiding light flash. They're going to try and turn tube, and they turn angle, and they're just barely winning the fight. They actually pop out the classic before reloading because they thought that another one was coming on. And in, Hanny will take care of business as Gumby will hit the floor. So Palisades, this is one, I think this is going to be their favorite site because of the long form composition of those big smoke walls off of water and toxins. And 2, they did have the Arsenal diff, so the bonus will not be gained by Archery Kell, but we're going to have what is presumably going to be the real gun round, but we're not seeing a lot from Seagull because they do have their ultimate. I do wonder if they're going to buy up anything into it. They may actually just kind of buy really light here, working against G-old Archery Kell, rather on Palisades. So 2-1. We could see this one still kind of shift in favor of Palisades.
It's a possibility here. It's a good time to do it, right? Because you're not going to get that bonus should you drop this round, and you pretty much invested to make sure that you can buy in this one and take those gunfights. So we'll continue to see that in this battle. Viet could not win that one, though. So, wow, can't aim. Shows that they can. They were able to fight that off, too. And so now the Toxin Screen will kind of cut them off from the back of sight, just like they did previously. Palisades are sticking to their guns here, sticking to their strategies as well. As now in the bend, they're going to chase them down. Chromatic does get one here. And now they're wondering when we should pump out. They're making them nervous here as far as when they come through. And Fortnite from the backside, too, will catch them sleeping. It'll be even at 2.
That is a great gunfight, and that's going to be Palisades tying us all up. And of course, it was off of the util dump. You saw 2 snake bites. You had the roll. You had the everything else basically able to get them entry for free, even from a sky smoke that blocked over into window. But we're going to be going into even more STEM here in just a little bit, as this one's going to be going to a pause. I like how we're kind of breaking things up, but you know, there's a lot of work for Valorant right now. I think that this is going to be a tight matchup. Palisades is in a position of power because especially the next round is going to see Ardrey Kell on a save.
Like we mentioned, you know, you get to buy up in that 3rd round, so they went save in round 2 after losing the pistol round. And so, you know, you add up a little bit of fundage, and then you're going to feel really good about Palisades here moving forward. Yeah, you're right. We do have a STEM coming up. It'll be CEEC versus it'll be Hopewell on the other side of that. So Charlotte Engineering looking to prove that they can do it on this development side, of course, and Hopewell as well trying their chance at an improvement over the season. They, you know, have been called out for being a team that needs that improvement, and I think we've seen it for the most part over the last couple of weeks. We'll start with Charlotte Engineering first in their video. Check out what they were able to put together here for their app.
Hey, just use me and search through millions of different sources. Just find a few reliable sources that aren't even that informative.
Get your phone out of here. Don't sit all day and night trying to find more about renewable clean energy resources for your home. Instead, use our app to help you navigate to better and cleaner lifestyle for you, the environment, and your wallet. Now, who am I, you may ask? I'm the mayor of Cleantown himself. I represent the Cleantown app for the Seek STEM team. I'm here to pitch you our great app. Now, you may be asking, why? Well, we want homeowners, and soon-to-be homeowners, to notice the damages that their homes do to the environment. And we want to show them ways that they can improve themselves to help the environment. But we don't want you to have a one-sided deal here. We also want to help you financially and show you how renewable resources can help your wallet. Now, our app teaches users like you about renewable and clean energy and how to implement it into your home. Cleantown presents you, the user, to a nice, lively town, which you can explore with many different places that can inform you about many different environmental cleanliness subjects.
Hey, that sounds as bad, if not worse, than me.
Well, unfortunate for you, Google, we've got a whole library worth of links, information for the user to read and learn from. Isn't that crazy, buddy? In our app, to keep you entertained from all this boring education, we've got our own currency system. That's right, money. Money. You can use this money to purchase things from the store and even change my style. To get this money, you have to complete these quests off the quest board. They refresh every week, so your mind can get refreshed from all the information you learned from town.
That actually doesn't sound too bad.
We also have premium account features. The premium allows you access to even more information, more links, more quests, and removes all ads, which we don't have much of anyway. You can get these perks for only $1.99. Yeah, that's right, a single one-time payment of $1.99. So please, 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 please join us in Cleantown. It's newly made. The current population is 1 person, actually. Me. Just me. Please come by, I'm like really lonely.
Make that 2, buddy.
Please help me. Anyone else?
So, didn't see much from the app side of things. Love the fact that he was able to just own up to the gamers room that we saw, though.
Yeah, gamers do not make their bed. Actually, that bed was made. I will say that bed
sure
was
was.
made.
Yeah, don't call him out like that.
But yeah, okay. It's a one time
though. Credit is due.
And look, okay, I'll give lots of credit, but a lot of credit over to Hopewell as well, as we're gonna see what in the world their setup looks like as well. So take it away, Hopewell.
We are the Hopewell STEM team, and this is Monotine. Monotine is a financial empowerment app focused on teens, connecting teens to financial resources and opportunities, and assisting in the planning and achieving of financial goals to increase the financial responsibility and independence of teens. Hello, I'm Ike Hurd, CEO of Monotine.
I'm Nick Herman, the COO of Monotine.
Hello, my name is James Tarowski, and I'm the Chief Mascot Officer.
Many financial problems arise for teens simply due to not knowing where to start or what is trustworthy, creating difficulties finding a trustworthy and useful banking source or finding healthy and fulfilling employment.
Knowing where to start and how to apply for financial aid can also be difficult, as it can be difficult to know what scholarships, grants, and loans are worth the time that you put into them.
To solve issues with finding trustworthy and useful financial resources, Monotine uses multiple layers of filtering to compile a database of useful resources for viewership by our users.
To teach financial responsibility and goal achievement, Monotine implements a goals tracker to help assist in the early steps of achieving excellent financial responsibility.
Monotine allows users to see special promotions to get the best results from these resources from these limited time or even long-standing offers.
To track goals, a user can not only make goals and use the app to track percentage progress, but they can also receive advice on the best path to achieve their goals.
PPT is implemented as a useful feature in Monotine and is used to help educate teen users on goal management techniques, not only to help them, but also to learn better management skills for goals in the future.
To post a resource in Monotine, resources must go through a filtering process. First, posters of the resource must submit details of the resource through the app. Next, ChatGPT is used to provide an initial check of the quality of the resource and post it to the trial resources page, where users can view and rate the resource under that tab if it passes. To have resources displayed on the verified page, the resource must become eligible for affiliate marketing, meaning the resource must receive over 100 ratings and an average of 3.5 stars, and then companies must purchase the status for various timeframes, becoming an affiliate marketer, and showing the resource on the verified page.
As with every project, the development of Monotine saw many issues, ranging from minor to major. The greatest of which was the generation of resource and goal viewing elements, as creating an element on a page crashed the app, crippling the main functions of the app. But this was remedied by creating a template of the element at the top of the page which was set to invisible, which could then be cloned throughout the page to display resource and goal elements.
For marketing, we are utilizing the Hopewell campus as a main target of marketing because it is both convenient in location and contains the target teen demographic, allowing us to receive feedback using a Google form to gather info on our main demographics and ways to improve the app before a wider marketing campaign. To market the app, we will use a post-it to draw attention to the app.
Despite having a plan for marketing, we have had delays as despite the app being ready and submitted for posting, it still has yet to be posted on the App Store, which prevents full utilization of our marketing tactics, and it also prevents the collection of user metrics and feedback results.
We are the Hopewell STEM team, and remember to further your financial opportunities and empowerment today with Monotine.
Whoa. That was a lot. Very fast. Well, I think my biggest critique, and we'll be brief on this one because there's a big game going on in the background, is I'm so disappointed because I know both of these teams put a lot of effort and work all season into a product that you both barely showed. And that can't happen here inside a final event here. Now, with that being said, I know that Monotine app has some potential. It needed to be tightened up some. But at the end of the day, I like where they're heading with some of this affiliate marketing. I just wish I'd have seen more of the apps.
My critique, a successful pitch includes a value proposition up front to gain interest from your target audience. Right? You got to gain interest from your target audience, but you also have to have the technical capabilities. It's got to be a perfect marriage between sales, marketing, and technology. The first one was great. I understood the value proposition, had no clue about the app. So you can't gain any users. There we go. You can't gain users or an investment. And the second one was very, very quick, which unfortunately loses your target audience.
So with that being said, I can't wait to get back to this next match that's already underway here. But for this round, progressing forward is Hopewell.
Hopewell with the big win there on the Stim side. So a lot of analysis here. Again, both of those apps very impressive. So I know we've seen a bit of one-sided affairs. Kind of refreshing to see two teams really go at it here. But I think the better of the two presentations, yet again, they're going to win.
Yeah, it's about getting trust in your end user, but also really just having everyone understand what in the world your app or game is doing. So, hey, job well done over to Hopewell. But, hey, as much as they've smashed that part of the competition, we are ultimately heading towards a super game. It's going to be Super Smash Brothers.
Between brothers.
Yeah, between bros. Hey, if there's any siblings playing out there, maybe I would assume they're from the same school, parents in the same school district. Either way, we're going to be going into the semifinal that is still going on between Ardrey and Butler. I believe if I gathered all our intel and if big brains and like galactic understanding is there.
Q-meme.
We are, Q-meme. Just super stacked. We are tied in overall team series. We're going into our third players that are currently, it's 2 up in favor of
Butler. That's
Butler,
right.
who is trying to move on. If they take this one, I believe they move on completely, but I'm going to let all the statisticians figure that one out as well.
Exactly. They're behind the scenes working tremendously. That's why they say don't do math, right, on stream.
No.
That's the reason why. But what we do on stream is go to Smash. So let's go ahead and send it now. Butler, a chance to close out here. They, again, have the squad to beat, number 2 on the side of the matchup. And it's with the coming out already. This combination of them versus Little Mac, which we knew we were going to see at some point.
Right, yeah. Little Mac is very much grounded, is going to be one of those kinds of characters that you do not want to get into the meter of, and you don't want to have to deal with taking on from the ground. In fact, that's such an early kill. Oh my goodness, 37%, and goodbye to Nev as they drop early. And Nev, of course, coming out of the corner of Butler. Ardrey does have Toonster, and Kirby is such a difficult character to really lock down because of their ability to recover. But if they can be able to get them into off of the edge, Nev is in a rough position because he really needs to be able to build up that meter and take the fight to the ground.
Definitely. And ground is not where we've been at all. Again, and then just easily floating up like it's nothing, and it just handle business early, and just, it seems effortless here from Toonster, who finally at least captures a little bit of the hands of Little Mac, and that up air will send him flying, but the damage has been done.
That is a lot of damage very quickly. Now, you can fight out of your corner, just like any good boxing match. You're taking all the licks, but you can be able to just come out and throw one good haymaker. But Toonster is looking for the combos to be able to do the exact same thing, looking to get them trapped on the ground. They're able to get a quick 1-2 side combo and looking for a quick tilt. But no, it is Toonster that's playing very coy, very cautious, and they're floating around looking for any of those quick down airs as well, just to be able to chip some damage, and they can be able to chase them down and punish. They've done it twice.
Yeah, exactly right. And the bait and punish has been really strong too. I mean, Kirby has made it showing up. Toonster again holds back. The damage up to 77.
Oh boy.
Pretty even on the stock, but the thing is, you're down to stock to begin with. Little Mac winds up and was able to send them there with the up air, but it wasn't enough to send them away, at least not for now. You see a little bit of juggling there from Little Mac as he wants to stay grounded, has been allowed the chance to do so, which has been a nice change of pace for Toonster.
Dive and escape, be able to get what you can for as long as you can, but they're able to find another one. This is such a recovery for Nev. They did suffer a couple of early losses, but they built up that meter, and they're able to come back strong, hit him with a 1-2 haymaker from the outside. Toonster is trying to be able to stick into it. They actually missed the suck. They're able to use the Z dodge down air, and Nev for the opposite end. They're looking to continue to juggle them upwards. The upward smash, and they're gone! Coming all the way back from down 3-1. They get the job done. Butler finds a win.
And that's just how Little Mac has played. So effective later on within that round. So keeping them alive there in just stylish fashion. We thought it was over for a second, but that's what Kirby will do. Punish you early. But when that meter gets going, I mean, Little Mac is very difficult to beat, especially an experienced player who has cool skins like that. You see that?
I thought it was really cool.
It's so cool, man.
It's almost
so cool.
It's almost pay to win in a way, because you're like, oh, I can't see his leg.
Vibes.
You see his fist. That's what. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. But I also thought that one. Well, I mean, just based on kind of early drops. I mean, we got a 37% kill, and then they just completely dropped him out off of the next life. And Nev was in a corner, and it was up to Toonster to continue to punish. But even when they pushed them up to those high percentages, kept building that meter, and it was just waiting for a chance to be able to get in those up A strikes, get that quick smash, and that's how it worked out, be able to get them up to 80 and 90% so often. So congratulations to Nev, really anchoring their team and moving them forward into this bracket. But we're going to be moving back over into Valorant here momentarily, which is in the midst of Ardrikel and Palisades. And last we left them, Palisades have been able to bounce back. If we were what, round 5? I think it was
round 5 at 2-2.
It was going to be an eco though for Ardrikel because they just had lost the previous 2. So unless they kind of mid-buy, which we've seen gamble stacks really work out when we saw Icebox the other day.
That's right. And whether it is one way or another, is even, right? And that eco will help them out. So whether it was a half buy, we'll find out here momentarily. We are paused here for just a moment as they do load back in here, but we'll see and check out, the stem side again, because the abs that we've created so far, the matchups have been hot, been fiery. But can they continue that same trend here? What are some of the sims that we've seen here? It'll be Olympic versus Garinger here. Olympic's done a good job with their game development in the first time around. It transitioned here into their ab side 2. They're facing off with Garinger, like we said, but we check out Olympic and what they put together first.
Hey there, my name is Chief, and I'm here to discuss to you about our app, My Financial Life. It's an app that's all about helping you make better decisions when it comes to your financial situation. Because it's very important for you to not make any financial mistakes in your life. But sometimes there's a lot of people that don't understand what they're doing with their finance, and they tend to make big mistakes, causing them to become less financially successful than they could have been if they know what they were doing. So, how does our app work? Our app works based on a series of videos and buttons that you can go. All you need to do is sign up or log in if you already did sign up, and you can check these series of buttons, press one, and it will take you to videos that you can watch. Do you use any form of technology like ChatGPT? We use ChatGPT so that if you want to know more information, you can easily just go there and it will help. Has anyone ever tested your app? And so, what is the rating? Although our app isn't out yet, we do have people that are pretty much beta tested in a sense. They give us all these scores in order to help us figure out what we need to do. So once it's released, I guarantee it's going to be better. I can speak for all of us when I say this is a great idea for an app. I love to see what it has in store for us.
Presentation strong as always. We move to the other side of this matchup, of course, as we have Garinger coming up next as well. So we'll check out what Garinger put together for this sim side here within Bank of America Stadium.
We're back, and we're not all talk. This app has been through love, has been given so many prototypes, polishing, revamping. We have been working hard to give the people what they want. We have put in over hundreds of hours of programming. We have listened to criticism. We know what the people want. The people want money management, and we are here to give it. This app was made by teenagers, but it's for everyone. We wanted to make money management friendly, and we are here to present it. Anywho, that was just an introduction. We have our main features to present. We're more than just a money management app, so I wanted to show you guys what we have to offer than money management. First, we have our customizable themes. My personal favorite is pink, and users can choose what they want to have, and we just want people to personalize their app. Anywho, on to the main show. We have AI, or otherwise known as ChatGPT. Not everyone has time to budget step by step. Well, your AI assistant makes it so you can skip these steps. Tell it what money you want to add to your savings, tell your transactions, and maybe even have a friend to talk to. Well, our AI has got you covered. Maybe it won't give you your desired response, but you can talk to it if you want to. Also, I forgot to mention that you don't even have to budget with ChatGPT. You can also ask it basic questions about financial literacy. You can have a conversation with it, asking, how do I open a bank account? How do I take out loans? What are interest rates? Everyone needs to know anything about financial literacy when the world runs on money. Thank you. And for those who are feeling productive, you don't even have to use ChatGPT. You can always add money manually and do transactions, do budgets, because that's what our app is for. It has the budgeting system, and here I am making a goal, adding money to that goal to save up and complete it. Anywho, moral of the story, you can do anything that ChatGPT can do. It's just that ChatGPT is automated. Currency. Our app has gone through many processes to perfect it. Trials, errors, redesigns, rescopes, and we still have much more to do. And with our launch, we got responses, many responses. From our researchers, we have conquered. We have made our app with our users' best interests, and we want to be their #1 budgeting app. When people hear currency, they think money management. So what do you say? Want to try our app?
All right. Let's hear it. So it's great to see these. Right now, as we've got to hurry this up, obviously. So these were the two kind of personal financial management apps going head-to-head finally after a whole season. I always felt Olympic started strong in the beginning of the season and then just didn't really put the work in to enhance the app, which, in my opinion, looks similar to what it did in the first few weeks. Geringer, on the other hand, came out guns blazing in the middle with one of what I thought was the best designs that we'd ever seen in the league. And now they brought it to a point where I didn't love this last presentation. I don't think it showcased really what they're all about and how much they built. But at the end of the day, you need to check the app out, see if you like it, because I think there's a chance that a bank or somebody might want to engage this app in the future and be able to put it into production. So with that, Thomas?
Currents G, that was a great presentation, very energetic. But I'm going to go back to something Craig said earlier and then say that technology is basically worthless without application. Bringing your ideas to fruition, helping people solve their problems, make gains, that's what it's all about. So don't be afraid to really explain what your app does and how it helps people. I think it has good potential. Thanks.
Yeah, Thomas, that's the exact point that we gave them all season long, which was you can build a cool PFM app and you can even make it work and make the UI slick. But if it's not usable, if I've got to enter what my balance is or transactions is manually, no one's going to use it. So it's got to have application applicability. So with that being said, we're going to get back to this game that is in the heat of action. But for now, who moves forward? Geringer!
Geringer taking it to him on the STEM side. Incredible work from them. I mean, you throw back to G-Bank. It was such a great concept at the beginning of the year. Maybe a little bit ambitious, like Tark said. They toned it down, made currency G, and here we are with the victory.
Where they toned down the app itself, they turned up the memes. I think I have enough memes to fill out the rest of the year. Like, I'm kind of done. But what's not done is Valorant right around the corner. We're going to be going back to in a semifinal in progress, and look at Palisades right now. 9-3. We have flip tabs. We're on the pistol starting kit of the second half, and Palisades on defense. Hanny's already able to get rid of Anime, which we remember from yesterday being massive. They're not going to be on the pitch, or rather on the map right now into this 3v3.
Yeah, Palisades again. In this record alone, or this map alone, this round, rather, they're able to kind of sneak back into showers unexpectedly. Ardrikel comes through from Link, and then they got dominated here in the instance. But Ardrikel now back with the with some heals there with the regrowth from Sky, and so Brimstone right back at that 100 mark. They'll have the 3v2 advantage here on the retake, make it 3v1 as Can't Aim will take out Chromatic with that shorty. And now it's just up to Lego here, which will have a tall order of trying to get to this spike, but they'll have all sites covered here for Ardrikel.
Trying to upgrade little weapons as they go along. There will actually be some regrowth that's coming on. They're looking for the kill off of the swing. They're able to find two. No way. Off of Lamp as well. They know one is creeping up. They're looking for the immediate duel, and they just can't finish it off. Can't Aim is able to get the job done on top of Lego Legend. But give him points for trying.
Yeah, you definitely give them credit where credit's due there. I mean, you're already up 9-3. That seemed like an unwinnable round, and Lego stuck with it, was able to really conjure up a lot of energy from that first half here. Now, a second half, and Ardrey takes the first round. That's going to say a lot about the fresh, clean start. Sure, they almost blew it there at the very end, but they were able to hold strong there. They knew they had the numbers, and they patiently played to where they needed to and got that last trade. So, I mean, you lost 2 in the process there for Ardrey, but again, it's no eco harm because it is just now round 2, where it would have played out just about the same way anyways. Just a few dollars lost here and there, and it'll be Ardrey with the advantage here in the second half, which also happened in the first half as well, by the way. And Palisades made the best of it against that Ardrey pistol round win.
They only gained 1 round after the opening pistol, and then of course having the Arsenal diff going into round number 2. So you got to think that that big controller kind of separation with the Harbor as well as that top screen worked out really, really well. You're trying to be able to get aggressive. You have the shorty, then you straight walk into it. Chromatics not able to get more. The attack is rocking up the score. Now again, it was a diff of having the Bulldog Guardian and more off of a shorty. Sure, you found 1 kill, but Ardrey, they're finding the early marks. Palisades, though, they have showcased to us that they love going early timeouts. This is actually something they have now done 2nd time in a row. That's an interesting position because it means, all right, we know what we want to do when we get rifles in hand, and they gain so much momentum from it.
They did.
Yeah.
It happened last time around. It worked the first time. They go right back to it. And is it going to be the same discussion? No, because it's a completely different half on a different side. And Ardrey really stormed in there aggressively. This is more just a calm it down versus what are we going to do next, strategic type of timeouts. I think they wanted to calm things because if Ardrey gets a couple of rounds in a row, suddenly they're going to, not only have the weaponry advantage, but they will also roll in with a head of confidence, which they hadn't had in that first half. And Palisades shut them down after those first 2 rounds, figured it out, and were able to work from there. Yep. So I like this timeout from Palisades. It's not about what are we going to do next strategically through funding, things like that. They know they're going to full buy here. It's all about talking about how can we keep Ardrey from getting streaky like we're so used to seeing throughout the season.
And I do like that it's built into the game plan. You can tell this wasn't a panic timeout. This wasn't, last second idea timeout. No, this is like, all right, we start off the half, we'll get 2, see if we find them. If they get it, okay, cool. That's it. We know that they're going to be operating at a lower buy, trying for their bonus. What can we do to not only stop that, but be able to take so many rounds in a row? It's going to be interesting for this this position that they're in right now. So Palisades in position of power, maybe one that they can take advantage of, as they're not. You do actually see a full default from Ardrey because they do have that weapon diff, expecting them to encroach from further out of some of these sites. And you're going to see that, oh no, getting caught, but they don't swing onto him. It's actually going to return from the opposite. Hanny is able to grab 2 headshots, and that could have been very terrible because they got caught on that entryway into showers, but no one stepped up to the plate to take him down.
And that will do no favors to Ardrey. All that you've learned is that Palisades were holding their sight and holding it with a passion. And so you have to go back to the drawing board mid-rounds. Meanwhile, Palisades to the drawing board in that timeout previously. Across the way, you saw Gum knowing exactly where they are, chasing them off with the wall bang there to take half of the HP of Lego and stun them in the process as well. As they'll try and shoot Snakebite to hold off whoever might be coming through Hookah. In the meantime, here it comes. Gum out with the Trailblazer. We'll find them right behind, right where you expected them to be. And now you can move forward if you perhaps want to. But that Toxin screen goes down, and now they have multiple options that they can attack from.
This is a very difficult position to put yourself all the way up
30 seconds
long
left.
So you can rotate. That's what's happening right now, but they're finding a fight almost immediately because Hanny never left. They have the power play of personnel diff onto the map right now because of some of those 40 kills. Palisades looking for a flawless if they can do so. Ardrey with just nothing into their bonus. That's Hanny looking for an ace out of showers, maybe out of time. Chromatics just going to finish off the job. Doppelganger Syndrome gets rid of the anime villain. So now that is double digits for the Pumas, who, remember, they came into this bracket number 6. They have been marching along, trying to take out everyone in their way, and they could, if they just finish 3 more, be able to take on the number 1 seed.
These Knights are looking at the Pumas on the opposite side. In the first couple rounds, they're like, here, kitty kitty. and Palisades is like, hold up, we're going to pounce. And they've been pouncing hard, right? And so when it rains, it pours here for Ardrey too. This is a streaky team, not only in rounds, but within rounds. You saw that the first couple fell, and then towards the end, they try to rotate across towards Showers, towards that A push. And when they did, they were flashing themselves. Right? That's a mistake we haven't seen from this Sky all weekend long, and it happened there.
Same mistake I have whenever I look at myself in the mirror. But we go to round number 16, Ardrey with 5, and they need to come alive in a big way. This is a big gun round whenever they work towards it. Palisades has had a very steady defense, and they've stacked up 3 here on the site A, looking for this immediate contact. You will have Fortnite spin around. They push the guiding light, but it's Anime that's buried all the way up underneath lamps, and they're now going to be buried up underneath the tiles as Handy continues their killing streak. They find 5, and now Viet looking to get a little bit cheeky into box. They did trade it out as Gumby will be stunned as well, just trying to make their way over to box for that plant, but this has been stalled. They don't know if they want to commit to it because they're just having so much friction. Handy stayed alive. They have the paint shells. They've been repelled back, and now into this 3v2 where Ardrey just does not have a lot of HP.
No, and the snake bite chased them out even farther to decay them out. Of course, they'll get that HP back, but not a lot of it, as you see the Brimstone sitting on nothing, virtually. And Fortnite Hero, but unfortunately pulled out Util wrong time. Fabled made him pay for it. Now down to that 2v2 scenario. That being said, still the 1 or 2 HP there from Brimstone, but it's got some support in Fabled. If they work together, this is very possible, especially the direction they're heading right now.
Yeah, they got to be able to they're either going to sit still, have good discipline to the site. There's 10 seconds to be able to get that plant, and I believe they're going to have just enough time because they have, in fact, worked their way all the way over to B. There's not going to be any entry for A, and I think that eventually has been read by the defense of the Pumas. Now, Palisades, they have just a bit more HP in the tank. You can have Cam set up. Fabled's going to be looking to take any interactions, maybe a crossfire, as they've set up very deep fault line as well. They're going to try and use this flashpoint to just direct line entry because of the Cam. They're able to tag him up, but they won't be bagging him up anytime soon. There's not a lot left for them to do. Fable get 3K, finding Hanny, but this turns into a 1v1.
Now it is Chromatic. Knows where they are. Going to try to get half here at least before they come back the other way. Gets the half, needs to release it now, and play it with fire. And unfortunately got beat there by just a little bit, and the 4K will hold strong for Fabled.
Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake, and they're trying to be pro, so they ain't gonna fake. So they're just gonna hold it right there, but that was at least the idea, as that one finally turns, maybe not the tide, but at least keeps Palisades from running the table. If Ardrey had not been able to get that win, they would have gone into an eco. This would have been an 11, and we could nearly have guaranteed ourselves with the Pumas at 12. Instead, Ardrey very much alive. Palisades are going to be looking at what this round will come up into their bye, because Ardrey is going to be able to have full arsenal at the ready, and I think we have another gun round on our hands.
Which are always the most exciting ones. Especially here at Binds, which just, again, re-released, right? Back into the map rotations. So, obviously, the players got excited for it left on the board because it's been a while. In the strategies here, especially at the high school level, sometimes, you know, you don't have as much time to really kind of fire through all the maps that are making their way back into rotations, but it seems like they've been doing a solid job as Anime, able to take out one in showers here to give first blood here to Palisades early. Meanwhile, Ardrey on the attack. Strong play here as it's Anime and Fortnite will trade Cyber Cage up. Fortnite will just fight through it regardless. He doesn't care. And he's in their face already. They're trying to find some space here. Now they will with that judge temporarily. Chromatic takes him out.
Can't aim on that Yoru. You do get the neural theft that is trying to upload yet another one. The Pathfinder's able to get a stun, and they're going to walk straight up into it, but you can only shoot in slow motion. And now they're looking to take that fight. They're at least going to get a tink onto the defuse. Orbital Strike does come down, and Chromatic does walk off of it. Gumby won't be there. This becomes a 2v1. Will they be expecting it moving either from frontside or backside? U-Haul, Seagull on the spin. They're going for the win. They take off the defuse. They do have the blast back. No, actually, they're just looking for another, and that's a good clutch up round for Ardrey. Everyone will eventually die, but Ardrey grabs the round, and that's an expensive one for Palisades.
Just the game of head faking or the shoulder peeking there to get them off balance, not knowing, you know, when they can attack, and to get that first kill initially, you know exactly where they're going to be based on the fact that they're trying to defuse that spike. Now, that being said, when you get that first kill, you retreat. You don't stay in it. You don't try to take the 2v1 right there. You're going to backtrack behind Generator, wait for the right timing for them to defuse yet again, because at that point in time, 1v1 situation will favor them in the attack. So Ardrikel played that just perfectly. Credit to Seagull for an amazing round.
Yeah, that's going to be actually it's expensive for kind of everyone. And immediately putting a fault line out there, going for the triple hit over into box, and both Anime as well as Seagull are going to be able to find 2 kills. So Palisades on their defense, or rather Palisades, they get aggressive coming out of position. Want to create space. Oh, blind fire, can't aim, and they're going to be able to do that straight through all of the dust and smoke, and then the escape by the Yoru. That is so frustrating because you're cornered like a mouse in a cage. It becomes a 2v5.
Again, cheeky play that's not really accustomed to playing against the Yoru, so it's hard to find just that. Ardrikel, now again, that head of steam that we thought Palisades may have, solved that puzzle whenever they take the timeout after 2 rounds. This is what they were afraid of, and when you play scared, this is what happens to you. They do have the better weaponry, yes, but they're going to tear through you to no end, right? They're going to get a flawless round here.
You must keep going.
And they will have Rolling Thunder rolling into the next round. 2 Palisades with 3 ults here to use in this next round.
You got to think that Palisades is looking at how they want to stagger some of their ults. They do have a Viper Pit to either straight up repel or at least try to deter Ardrikel from entry, or if they want to kind of have a parade of smoke leading them in, get them onto site with at least some level of cover. You also have the same thing of the Reckoning from the Harbor, and Seekers just be able to double up some of that pressure. I want them to stagger. I think that Seekers plus the Viper Pit could work out a lot better together. Reckoning, it pretty much is powerful enough to force everyone to have to DDR dance around site. But because of that Rolling Thunder, Ardrikel, they could either keep that as post-plant hold, or simply to scream from the top of the Swedish meatball that is Breach and maybe be able to just get them rucking in. But with a minute 10 coming up, they seem very cool, calm, and collected about where they want to go. And it's up to Palisades to have to respond. They're still, they have to be spread across the map.
For me, I get it. Like, it's still a 5v5 situation. You haven't gotten much intel in this instance when there's not a lot of time left for the attack to do the Seekers here. Because if you do, you'll find them right there, kind of cuddled up in showers, if you will, to Link as well. There, we'll see if they can get through. But right now, you see it. Use Viet will get the kill that through on Can't Aim. And if Use been very strong, but pretty even here through the entirety of this attack. And Palisades will hold strong, not to be expected, but definitely delivered a big, heavy punch, one that will force them around.
I love the use of Reckoning defensively, not for retake, but for hold, because you know that they're trying to funnel up on that read to be able to go up into showers, and so you're denying them at least a free kind of just walk-in off of just hard duels. That bird getting caught in the corner, so they couldn't quite swing the angle to move over into Hookah, which means you're just going to have to trust in Cypher and the rest of the intel you gain on the walk. But it does look like they're going to be able to get a plant 5 seconds on it, as long as no one dies. The lineup from the snake bite, they're not going to find a default. They've been planting for frontside 2. Aftershock is going to move them away. That was such a good use of that util, and now becomes a 3v3, but we've moved an opposite. Gumby's able to find one. Another power play of Handy. Oh, and another drops.
Man, I don't like the fact that Gumby challenge that Sky Smoke, because that's what happens. Ardrikel able to walk away with that one. So, again, when you challenge that, right, you have Ardrikel already on site.
My knees are gonna
and you
kill
have to have a
after
timer
this.
in your head that when the Sky Smoke is down, it's going to dissipate at some point in time in the near future. Having that timer means that you're not going to, run out of the smoke when you could have just waited an extra second or so, gotten the right angle to at least find and snuff out that presence on the backside of sight. Instead, they fall down, and Ardrikel continues this run that they've been on.
Ardrikel, they look like they're all dialed in, and they're in a position to be able to tie this one up. It does look like Palisades may be going into an eco, trying to play for the long haul. They may have to work off of a 50 for it. Those guiding lights, those birds, they've been let out of the cage, but they've been running straight into walls as if all of these dirty stones are made of glass, and Windex was used to clean them very recently. Playing for the alt orb, you're going to have Yoru 2 away as well, on trying to be able to get into some of that dimensional drift and just cause a little bit of extra chaos, get some extra intel. It's pretty similar to what you get from the Shadows. Seekers are getting invested, as at least they're trying to test one site, but is that all of a decoy? They are playing up long, and it does look like the TPs are coming through.
Yeah, at the right time. You see that the rotation heading the wrong direction. and this will be pretty free here for Archery Kell, but they want to make sure, of course, check and see, but they should plant putting pretty quickly here. They do. And so you see Viet has located that everybody on this side, the rotations come around, but they're at a disadvantage now just because of that head fake that went so incredibly well for Archery Kell. They are so close to being able to even this if they can just win their gun battles whenever they are forced into it. They gotta play patiently, and Archery Kell has been known to do just that.
Another big blind as the flashpoint does go through the wall. You're able to find 2 for Anime, and now they have the Viper Pit for the retake. You do have the Molly already out. They see the tip of the gun through the smoke. Lego Legend trying to be able to keep everyone up if they can, but they're going to have to just hard defuse, and they have a shorty in hand off of the swing. They're able to get rid of 1. Becomes a 1v1. They didn't get to half, and now it goes all the way through. They're able to get another! Lego Legend is able to stay strong. Palisades is able to stop the momentum. That is a round win. Look at them going off.
Oh my gosh, and rightfully so. That was such a huge round. When you have the Viper spin advantage, take advantage of it. What a retake it was there to have the presence of mind to get it halfway. We saw the mistake earlier trying to go all the way through like pros do. You don't need that. Get half, and so you baited them in knowing that they had that mindset going in that you're going to defuse all the way. Not this time. I'm prepared to get that last pick, jump on the spike, get the defusal, and get that momentum away from Archery Kell. Hopefully they can build on it from here.
That was off of a worse buy as well. So this is 20 rounds in. We're in round 21. We are not tied up. 2 steps away are the Pumas of Palisades to try and get themselves to a grand final date with the Butler Bulldogs off of another guiding light that is not going the way of Fortnite. They're going to have to walk away from it. So they come from out of garden just testing to see if anyone is down in distance away from Long B. Palisades, their defense is strong. They've actually not regressed from how much space they want to take up. They have a few things working in showers. It does look like this is going to be a test. Dimensional drift on and online, getting a couple of extra blinds. They're going to put a gate crash out in the way. The aftershock is there. They're trying to play from this angle because everyone is stunned up and gunned up. Fortnite gets rid of Fable, but they have even trades. Fortnite finds another through the wall bang before they fall too.
They've been so good at knowing exactly where the positioning is behind that wall that they could just kind of burn it into their memory and take it from there. Spike has been planted here from Archery Kell as it will force them back towards elbow, and they know where 2 of them are. I'm not sure they know that the Rays are back here waiting for the time to pounce on them like the Pumas do. Right now, it's going to be a blind that will go away pretty easily. Therefore, Anime has a chance to swing it, but Aviad got the better of that exchange, and Chromatic will follow that up as well. So a couple kills there from Palisades, and now Seagull left by themselves. We'll see how they play as the ult comes out. You see the orbital strike. Did not tag 1, but distracted them enough to get 1 kill, but not more than that. And Palisades will move to map points after a couple of back-to-back strong rounds on the retake.
Palisade may be your dark horse, but these Pumas are pouncing at premium and opportune times. Archery Kell, now what they must do. They have to find overtime. They are at 9-12. Finding 3 in a row seems very difficult, and here is the time out. They have to breathe. They have to take a moment of pause because Palisades, they are letting momentum fuel them, be able to find those chances, profit from them. They just need 1 single step. But Archery Kell, if there's ever a team that's able to find that kind of worth in these rounds, they're going to be in a weird, I think, eco situation. I think they have just enough for a full kit right now. But if they drop those guns along the way, it's going to be more and more expensive and more difficult to do.
Yeah, you're right. Again, Archery Kell got to dig deep, but when we saw them switch to their face cams and saw how the team reacted, though, they did seem calm, at least in my eyes. Like, they were breathing. They've been in this situation before, and they're more than capable of doing this. But you know in the back of their minds there has to be something, eating at them. 1 more round, and we're out. So they did want to take this time out to make sure that anyone on this team, all 5 members, of course, come into play here, that if that exists in the back of your mind, clear it. It's time to go back out there. You didn't play the last 2 rounds poorly by any means. Palisades just played it better. If you continue on your same routes and add a little bit of creativity to this next round, and then suddenly you can execute on those, then you're back within 2. That feels a lot more doable than this 12-9. So take it 1 round at a time, as cliche as it is. I'm telling you, man, the mentality works.
You gotta have your IGL ready to go. They look calm, but I need someone talking. Comms cannot be empty, but it's got to be filled with the right key ups. If you do get your call outs, you have to be able to be very decisive about your rotations. This is not a great buy. There will be some level of kind of point-and-click mechanisms. You do have the Guardian, but that's going to be Doppelganger. Now there's no more guiding lights. You will not have that intel as Gumby hits the floor. The Pathfinder is going to come out, try to be able to get a stun leap. You also have the Tide rolling in, so that you have to walk through a slow wall, but it also just presents a blind, and off the shower poke, they may get a few numbers. Hanny is ready to ruin them. They find one, but Fable takes it down.
It was so close to being just this swinger. It would have been hit. And right now, you're down to 2. Your last kind of single place, as now you see the high tide come down as well. They'll have to retreat back to Link, and they have to think very hard about this situation because they're a good spread there from Palisades and just nowhere to go here. It'll be difficult here, but you have the Yoru and you have, again, the Cypher. This is going to be not the combination you want here late in rounds. That early loss, like you mentioned from the Sky, is hurting them ever so much here late in this round.
They're going to need to be able to work off of the Yoru kit to get themselves some entry, be it a gate crash or be able to get a blind. The Cyber Cage is going to be planted, and they're going to be looking to get this around Truck. You have 2 Cyber Cages, and they're looking to be able to get that plant off. It does look like some of the bullets man will come through, and they do not get the spike. 13 seconds, and it's all left up to can't aim. He's got to prove he can, but he cannot. Palisades, you will in fact be moving on to the grand finals to take on the #1 seed of Butler. This Cinderella story will continue tonight.
Continues on, and they will have their shot to face against a strong Butler team who has been there and done that. But Palisades, the story, so strong there late into maps and just were so much stronger there towards the end. The timeouts came in handy earlier in each round when it seemed like Ardrikel was on a train wreck or train motion that could not be stopped. Palisades said, we're going to stop you in your tracks and we're going to roll all over you the other way. Palisades, what a story it's been.
Oh man, Palisades, they went from being a penny on the track to a whole $50, and they were able to make the entire thing careen out of control, and that's going to be Ardrikel that now has to watch by the wayside. It will not be a true #1, #2. Palisades, they're trying to go all the way to #1, so it's going to be a cat and dog matchup between the Pumas and the Bulldogs. This is going to be a wild one. We've already keyed up one great grand final. We've got even more STEM and other competitions in front of us.
That's right. The cat and dog story here for the Valorant side is definitely one to watch. Remember, we've got Rocket League as well coming up between Ardrikel and Olympic on one side of the coin and JT Williams in South Max. So the top 4 on the Rocket League side will be coming through as well. Will we have more STEM like you mentioned? We'll go ahead and get into some of the projects they've been working on as well, as we have the matchup between JT Williams, such a strong STEM team, against Providence here for this first round.
Yeah,
in an ever-increasingly online world, knowing who to trust can be more complicated than it seems. The forces of evil constantly seek to exploit our society's most vulnerable for their own gain. But where there is evil, there will always be resistance.
Yellow YTAG Nation, we are the resistance against scams and fraud. Our weapon is our app, FraudFriend. FraudFriend is the ultimate anti-fraud reference app that empowers users to easily identify scams. The user inputs any sketchy scenario and the app gives advice as to whether it's a scam and what to do. It also features business advertising, a custom news system, and more.
The user will first create an account. We employ the secure corporate account manager, Firebase. Once logged in, users can access our homepage where they can seek guidance on suspicious situations.
Imagine this scenario. You receive a text claiming that you've won a new phone for free. Before clicking a link and putting yourself at risk, you turn to FraudFriend for assistance. You can choose from one of the preset scenarios, or if you have a more unique situation, you can receive help by entering it into the outlier field.
The outlier field is an easy-to-use tool powered by ChatGPT. Since ChatGPT can respond to any prompt, this makes it impossible for FraudFriend to be unable to help you. There are no scams too unique for FraudFriend to fight.
To stay up to date, users can use our newsfeed. We utilize the professional web API Paragon to search for relevant resources related to the user's query. This tool functions similarly to a Google search, but is refined to focus on finding information about scams. Using Paragon, users can easily stay informed without needing to leave the app.
Users can visit ScamSpot to view anti-fraud service ads in a non-invasive, user-friendly way. AdSpace is purchased by companies, ensuring that FraudFriend is free for the user.
Users can be notified when ScamSpot changes with our notification system, which is powered by OneSignal and can reach both Apple and Android devices.
FraudFriend mainly aims to help the elderly and students. These two populations are statistically most vulnerable to attacks on the internet. We create a user-friendly interface that is clear and it emulates other popular apps like Google to make sure that anyone can get the help they need.
Our marketing campaign was a multi-front attack, including putting signage in many small businesses, contacting schools, talking to the media, and getting professional sponsors to spread the word. All in all, this resulted in FraudFriend getting many active users.
With FraudFriend, you'll always have the upper hand over scammers. Thank you for listening, and JT out.
Well, we weren't scammed because JT Williams have been doing that all season long. So they're not a fraud. They know when to perform, and that's all the time, and even more so when we get to the high-pressure situations. So JT Williams absolutely lighting the fire there.
Yeah, you pulled out every pun possible. That is fantastic. JT Williams, though, as hot and heavy as they are, we do have Providence. Like somebody going up against them. Let's see if they can contend with the fire.
Unfortunately, this team was unable to submit a final video for the final competition. So what you'll see instead today is the judges' live reaction from week 7.
All right, my first critique here is, I love the sign-up experience. It had a validation email.
Who are we talking about?
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Who is this?
This is Providence.
Providence.
Yeah.
I love it. We care. It's the charity app.
So the sign-up was good, and it requires you to verify your email. But I signed up as a charity.
Now what?
And I'm seeing looking to volunteer. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, so you got the same page I did.
As far as I can tell.
All right. Okay. Dual factor authentication.
That was
That was
cool.
nice. All right. So I would like to volunteer. Current events, a fundraiser. Ooh, Lorem Ipsum.
That's one of my favorite. Yep.
Charity awareness.
Apple,
payoff.
Duke Energy.
Okay. All right. There they are. I think I'm going to go with, let's go Duke Energy Teaching Festival.
Looking to donate. I don't know. It seems a little
I can't get in there. I can't
but
get in there.
It looks really good.
It looks okay. I can't get in anywhere. Let's go back. Let's see. I just want to give money now. I'm looking to donate.
No options.
Oh boy.
Can't give money.
Can't do that. Can't do
So
that.
I think, that will be a good next feature to implement is the, in-app payment feature, some way to accept credit cards.
Yeah. All right. So I think the key here is cool. They built it, but you couldn't log in as a charity. And we talked about this in weeks past. You've got to be able to come in and, ultimately figure out how your items get populated, that then as a volunteer or a donor, I know where I'm going. I don't think there's anything else to look at there, Malcolm.
Nope.
Well, that's it. Providence. All right, let's hear it for him. So Providence, as you can see, had a pretty cool concept throughout the season, and they didn't submit a final video. Say it with me now. Shame, shame, shame. Shame. I really liked what they had put together early in the season. I just wish they had finished that off. JT Williams, though, I will tell you, with everything you saw there, the thing that's most important to know, and a lesson for future teams in STEM going forward, is that they pivoted in week 3. After 2 solid weeks of not knowing what they were doing, they changed their strategy and they went down this fraud friend route. And I'm going to tell you, startups around the world do this, and that was a great lesson and experience for them. So with nothing else to do now but to announce who makes it forward, ladies and gentlemen, JT Williams!
I mean, I want to say that I'm surprised. But JT Williams, again, they've just been performing like crazy the entire season. They always have solid ideas. But like Tark said, they're able to pivot as well and still be able to capture something that they were capable of and also be able to do it so incredibly well.
Yeah, I'm glad that they were able to pivot at a moment when they still had the time and available resources to do so, because last time I tried pivoting, I rolled my ankle, and that was not good. So I'm glad that their pivot paid off, because my pivot did not. But hey, congratulations. They'll be moving through into deeper into the bracket as STEM continues to go on. We have even more esports competition and STEM just right around the corner. And I think we're going to take a little bit of time for everyone to recoup and recover before we get there.
Yeah, it'll be the first time that we see Rocket League. We'll welcome Discounts onto the booth here as well on the other side of things. Helmet Command is just goodbye for now, though.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see more of them. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. And we'll be back here momentarily here for the CMS Esports and STEM Link. Don't go anywhere. championship of Season 1 of CMS Esports and Varsity and STEM League again returns here with some Rocket League action. You know what Rocket League means. It means Discounts is joined in the booth with me, sir. How you doing?
Doing well, man. I'm really excited about these semifinals, but also want to see who gets in the finals. But I was just watching the Valorant games, and that last one, Palisades taking them out, insane.
It was incredible. A story for the ages here in the CMS Esports League, right? You want to see those underdogs perform. Of course, they got in to the top 8 as expected there in their play-in matchups, but have been incredible ever since. We pivot to the Rocket League side, of course, featuring the #1 team here, which we'll get to in just a bit. The defending champions here about to start their matchup in just a bit.
Yeah, and that's the team to beat, right? Audrey
right.
Kell, right? You know, spoiler alert, everyone knows they're #1. They got the target on their back. Everyone wants to beat them, but let's get into it.
That's right. I mean, this team with the #4 team as well, again, across the pitch here. But we start and we meet the teams now, starting with the defending champions, the #1 team coming in. It is the Knights of Audrey Kell.
And this team, like I said, #1 seed. They won last season. This is the team to beat. You know Olympics going to be wanting to beat them.
Yeah, they need to find that target, and they have such a precise, target to find here against a team that virtually no mistakes throughout. They have to find the weak link and get there. We'll see if they can do that in this instance. Across the pitch, going to challenge this #1 team. Their shot to make one of the biggest upsets that we've seen so far in CMS Esports and STEM League. Not because it's a large gap between their numbers, but because it is against the team who hasn't been beat this entire season. It is the Trojans of Olympic High.
And this team have been flying under the radar all season. Now you can't be saying that though, Bear. This is the matchup they've been looking for. If they can take down Audrey Kell, they are the team to beat.
And they look sharp in their matchups earlier as well, yesterday that is. I mean, to kick it off in that fashion is definitely a confidence builder. They took care of business against the #5 team, so the closest matchup on paper there was, and they handled it like it was nobody's business. We wish them good luck in their match here into the semifinals. So again, we talk about Audrey Kell all the time, the Rux Barris combo, the Creeper coming in third. I mean, we just repeat ourselves over and over again. Who is the team to beat them? Is it Olympic?
I think they can. I really do. I mean, and we say this, I said this last, yesterday when it came to Rocky River playing Audrey Kell. You got to jump on them quick. Rocky River did, but Audrey Kell was able to, find that balance, get back into the game. So, in my opinion, if Olympic can jump on Audrey Kell early, they can win this one.
It's definitely a possibility. For me, thinking about Audrey Kell here, the last thing you want to do is have Olympics start off hot, because you start getting into that environment, like a live environment. You see this in traditional sports all the time, where they start, hyping up the team that are the underdogs.
Right.
Like they take game 1, it's like, oh, could this happen, right? You have that feeling of just like, this might be a possibility, and that builds and builds
Right.
and builds, and sometimes it can be insurmountable. For Audrey Kell, I don't see that happening. They typically come out hot. There's been times where we've seen Barris and Rux not do as much, but I don't think that's going to be a possibility.
Yeah.
Here in the semifinals, it'll be tough.
That's the thing. They got to find those opportunities, and anytime they see those opportunities, they got to take them. So Olympic needs to watch out for them. They got to play flawless.
Luckily, they've gotten time to warm up as well, so it's not like they're just coming in cold. So they'll have they each have their time to warm up, and so this will be a heated battle early. You know that they're going to be on point to some degree. Obviously, a little bit of warm up isn't exactly matching the environments here with all eyes on you. It's just out here where we are.
Right.
Just a little bit of a practice back room, if you will, to try to jump into it. So again, Olympic looking to do what other teams haven't been able to do, which is to take on Audrey Kell. And, you get one win in the first 3. I think that's a win for Olympic. You just have to keep with it and trust your game plan here.
Right, and, well, like we said, going back to the other game, Valorant, Palisades just upset Audrey Kell, but can Olympic do the same thing here in Rocket League? I mean, they had the crowd behind them, I'm sure. That helps a lot in LAN.
No doubt about it. It's about down to business now. The #1 team, it's Audrey Kell. They take the pitch now. Are they able to get that strength early here? Can the Knights hold their shields high, gain their swords, and swing them towards the Trojans, who will be looking to do the same with bows and arrows? Game #1 underway of the semifinals of Rocket League.
And these players, this is what they live for. This is what they want. Final 4, right? This is what whoever wins this is going to the finals. This is what you want to be playing for if you are a student.
Barris is going to find a pass there in midfield. It was Creeper. He's going to be beat to it. Nick already up for this one. The shot's there and in. They strike first. Olympic on the board.
That's exactly what I was saying. This is how Olympic can win this game. They got to be there early. Look, already the first 20 seconds, Bear. 20 seconds and Olympic is already on the board.
Yeah, and it was a pass that you see Archery Kell make all the... They were able to jump on it as well. Nick just put that exactly where it needed to be, showed presence of mind in the air to put it back down, and they've got this 1-0 lead here early. Can they build on it? A next goal by Olympic would be huge to start to get that momentum I was talking about pregame.
Absolutely. And right now, Olympic is taking charge of keeping the ball on the other side, keeping it on offense, and this is really rare because usually this is Audrey Kell. This is what they usually do.
Yeah, it seems like they're a little bit awkward lined up as well, as this one will just float to center field where Olympic was waiting for it, as Devine will be challenged by Barris pretty early. That'll be left for Creeper, and he'll play forward. This in the box, Rooks on it! Wow, he was anticipating that, jumped into the play aggressively, and was able to find the back of the net here. We're even at 1.
Yeah, just watch that double touch by Creeper, and Ruggs just knew. He
my.
knew where it was going to
Wow.
go, and that's just the chemistry between these players and Audrey Kell. I've never seen anything like it. They knew exactly where they are. I think they could play blindfolded, honestly.
But the sense that they have is good. I like the fact that Olympic was able to read some of that game sense, though, and was able to use that into their favor earlier in this one. But if you let Archery Kell heat up, it's just like they're a Valorant team. You can say the same exact name.
Ruggs trying to get this ball down range. I mean, you already seen him put one in already, and they're going to try it again. That's Barris. But great clear by Ginger.
Yeah, he had the flip reset in his back pocket. He was about to use it. Pulled down, second thought. Gonna calm down too. The shot taken, but easily handled there on the far side there by Creeper. Ginger now will play into the corner. Things finally settled down. Emotions still high. Still a bit of that tenseness, yes, but a little bit more calm than we saw in the first little bit, which is actually playing into Arthur Kell's behavior.
Yeah, you can tell by obviously not as many goals scoring, the past minute, but definitely a lot more slower play right now.
Nick from his own corner. Now stepping up on it is Rux. He'll pressure in, but good job to follow up in rotation there from Devine of Olympic. This will play high. Rux gets the read. Nobody else can. Rux wasn't able to touch it there. Looked like he was playing off of the defender, missing, and it came back to high.
Yeah, that's not his usual thing, man. You don't really see Ruggs do that much, but look at this, already bouncing back and getting his team in better spots. But look at Ginger Ace with that shot, but great clear by Creeper.
Yeah, good velocity there on that reflip, and to get across to make that work. That was a tough angled shot, but Olympic always have had the last 2 shots looking to settle in. Hit ceiling comes down. Will be a bouncer. Creeper needs to jump out to this. It took him a little bit of time, but he just was content sitting there on that back wall.
Patiently waiting.
Exactly. Knew he was positioned well and was able to make a statement piece there of a defensive play.
Plenty of demos here in this game 1 too, and I don't think it's going to slow down, to be honest.
It's been high pace since the get-go. Creeper. He's got Rux already on the pre-jump as well, and it's in! What a shot from an incredible angle! And Creeper with the perfect pass to set him up in that box. Archery Kell, how many times have we seen this?
Yeah, plenty of times, especially Rux. I mean, I think he's been on the highlight reel almost every week, it seems like. And, add another one to the highlight reel for him here in this playoffs.
Just efficiency. It just screams efficiency. The way that Creeper put the velocity on his pass to the exact place where Rux knew he could have the double aerial, beat the defender, and place it in. You see it in American football all the time. Place it where your teammate can, your defenders can't. And that sweet spot allowed him to find that angle. That was incredible. As Archer Kell had struck with the last 2. So Olympic, although it was good that they got the first goal, you let Archer Kell get a couple, and it's difficult.
And I said you want to start off early, but having Audrey Kell just answer back that quick will kind of deplete your team. And that's kind of what we're seeing as Audrey Kell is really feeling it, but Olympic trying to take it on. They have an opportunity right here, but Ruggs is going to shut that down real quick.
Yeah, right back down to earth, it seems. As now Barris will look to tap down to a teammate, but Ruggs was on his way backwards. It had just enough boost to at least launch it past 1, couldn't get 2. That one will float back towards Archery Kell. Looked dangerous for a second, but not when you have the defenders you have for Archery Kell. As Nick beats that one by Creeper as well. He'll play it into the zone. And again, as things settle here, just time ticking down. The shot far post, and Barris got the extra touch. Whether it's intentional or not, they'll definitely take this 3-1 lead.
Watch this again, and hits the top, and it was falling down, and it came right back to him. I mean, like you said, that might not have been planned, but it happened. It's on the scoreboard now. 3-1, Ardrikel up 2 now, and only 45 seconds remain.
So after further review there, it looked like it was actually intentional to get the flip reset to react however we go. Now for it to bounce out in the awkward fashion that it did, Barris wasn't exactly prepared for, but because he had the flip in his back pocket, prepping early, he was able to get that goal. I mean, that was incredible. Now we have Ginger Ace back on in here. With 30 seconds left, Nick will try to pop high. Need a goal here in the next 10 seconds or so to really feel good about a comeback against Ardrikel. And this could be the opportunity to do it. Nick does find the back of the net here. So 17 seconds left. Olympic back within that one.
Nick playing that so patiently. Watch this again as he just sits here waiting. Great communication by Dabine and Nick saying, hey, leave that. I got this wide open goal. He gave it to him. 17 seconds remaining. Olympic needs a goal here.
Need one now. Off the kickoff would be nice, but you still have some time to settle down. You've got about 10 extra seconds here if you need it. That's a good start. The kickoff, though, Barris already up for the speed to be holding and locking down the mids. I know I've been telling Tark that since the beginning of time, but it comes through again as this one falls back towards the net. Saves it for now, but Creeper on the follow-up, too. It'll keep it alive until this one hits the ground. It does. Barris kills it. Ardrikel on top for game number 1.
Now, that was a close one, and I thought it was going to be close, but I mean, it was just a back and forth. You had Olympic start out hot, right? They up 1-0, and then Ardrikel answers back with 2. Or 3, actually. Olympic tries to make the little comeback, but just not enough time.
Yeah, 3 assists on the board for Creeper there. All 3 goals from Ardrikel. Was the man that we said he needs to have a big game, right? He needs to have a big match. He does that week after week after week. When do we stop doubting him and say he's part of this 3?
I think today's the day. We got to stop doing that because
time's the right time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And to highlight another player on the Ardrikel team, Rux. I mean, just flying. He just knows where the ball's going to be. He puts it in the back of the net just about every game.
Yeah, he's not afraid to charge the box because he's so confident in his reads that it'll allow you to get to places that other players can't in Rocket League in general, and especially here in the CMS Esports League at the high school level. Now, I expect to see Rux with that type of anticipation to be playing at the CRL level as well. Now, will he reach the pros? That's a whole different conversation, but he's good enough to play at the collegiate level. I think this entire Rocket League team of Ardrikel is. But Olympic, you might be able to say the same.
Yeah, and I mean, they're hanging in there. I mean, you don't want to hang your head down, especially after that game 1. Game 1 was rough. You're jumping right back into game 2 right here and just expecting to, make those little tweaks, find a little bit of adjustments that can get you the edge.
I like that Olympics started off strong and they were able to finish just as strong too. It's that middle part, man. You got to get that middle 2 minutes or so to really go into your favor. And that's where Ardrikel typically thrives. Off the kickoff here in game number 2, Olympic looking for that strong start as they had before. Just because you got the first goal of game 1 and it didn't turn out your way, that does not mean you can shut down. Rux does it again. This time a dunk from basically his own end as the air drag and dunk combination looks good on you, Rux.
Like I said, watch out for Rux. And this man is feeling it here. And, I mean, just adding on to just the hype of Ardrikel. You know they're the powerhouse team here, in this league. And he is not, he's living up to the name.
Yeah, not shying away just because it's a big match. He continues to do that. Dabine now will look to settle here for Olympic. This one will be played into the hands of Rux, who just try to chip it high to regain a bit of positioning there. And it did have a favorable one for that touch, but Olympic shut it down before anything could get started. Good forward push here from Dabine as he was backwards there in the slot, and Rux will send it away again when Olympic looked like they were about to strike.
Yeah, offense, defense, he got it all. He can do it all, and so can Barris as he puts down a shot, but not able to get it going. Now that's Nick taking it the other way.
Barris will have to wait for a teammate to come up and support as well. It's no other than Rux to grab it and be right on it. He was playing for the 50-50, so that's why he kind of peeked away from the ball in that instance. And this one will fall to Nick as he's got to wait for the touch from Creeper. Barris back on it too. He'll go high, and Ginger Ace happy to play this from his own back wall as we've seen Ardrikel do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. There's your shot, and that's going in. Guess who it is? It's Rux. Once again, he's got his second goal of this game.
And Ginger Ace again, you do a good job to be positionally placed on the back wall in order to get that initial touch out, but you have to target your teammates out of the zone. Otherwise, what you're doing is just surrendering possession. Say, here you go, Ardrikel,
take the shot.
with your incredible
Yeah.
shot, placements. Here, take it. It's fine. And it's definitely not here for Olympic in game number 2. It's not feeling that way at least, but plenty of time here, of course.
Absolutely. Right now, I mean, you got plenty of time. The 3 minutes in Rocket League is ages, right? So, Olympic just needs to calm down. They can figure it out. But Ruggs right now, he's trying to make them panic. I mean, once he gets the ball, I feel like Olympic has been panicking.
It goes right back into your zone before you can even, settle here. The bumps and demos out in front here. Olympic will have numbers as both members of Ardrikel, or 2 members, are in the net of Olympic, but just holding it down by himself on an island doesn't matter. Barris able to hold it off for now, but Olympic with a quick turn. They'll chip it. Creeper needs the touch. It's not a good one, though. It's left loose, and the bean will punish you every time if you leave it there.
Yeah, when you get to these 4 teams right now that's in this playoffs, you can't be doing that. That when you hand somebody a goal, that is very demoralizing. But Ardrikel still in the lead. They're still holding on, but 2 minutes 46 seconds, plenty of time for Olympic to tie this one up.
Off the kickoff, you see Demo as maybe tempers flaring a little bit as they target one another pretty frequently. We've seen in the past couple of minutes. You actually usually see him put that on target. That one, he was a little bit late on the flip, but Barris still going to find a way to sneak that in on the far side post. It looked very harmless. And even though it was Ginger Ace trying to catch and settle, Barris just bonked it off the backside of his car, getting creative to find goals.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate because Nick was even behind him. He was kind of ready for it to even maybe a shot. It's just ricocheted in a way where he would have had to hit an instant U-turn and wasn't expecting it. So Ardrikel back up too.
Reaper, and then another one of his classic passes. He has been the playmaker after all in this series. And continues to be that presence too that Olympic just isn't able to deal with currently. Nick will drop this back down, plenty of room. The shot, it's off the bar!
There.
Still there, couldn't find it. And now Barris beat to it by Ginger Ace, but that one felt like it needed to go with Olympic. That was a great chance, that close to being in, but a great job from Ardrikel again to jump over and make that save.
Yeah, and those are the opportunities that we talked about. Ardrikel will give you those opportunities, but it's not going to be many. You're not going to have that many opportunities against this squad, and so leaving that one right at the net and not getting a goal for Olympic is very, very tough.
Swallowed. Ardrikel right back at you. That's what happens, right? You don't capitalize on one opportunity on one side as quickly as you could have or as efficiently as you could have, and then snap right back instantly to a 4-1 lead. That's a 2 goals away.
Great bounce shot on that by Creeper as well. Like you said, he's just been that role player, and he's been playing great.
Olympic, I mean, you don't want to go out like this, right? You're about to surrender a second loss if they're not able to get it together in this last minute and a half. And Barris almost snuck that one in as well. And so, when Ardrikel goes up to 0, if they're able to pull this off here late, Olympic is thinking now we have to avoid sweep versus how do we actually play to our fullest potential.
And what's your thoughts on that, on how should they be thinking when it comes to if they're down 2-0?
Down 2-0 at that point, it's been a long stretch, but you have to get creative and find different looks, right? How do you create different looks? You have to open up opportunities, right? You have to make sure that if you get a bumper or a demo, you take it to the net instantly, right?
Absolutely.
Be aggressive, look like Rux, right? Get to the box, right? Make anticipatory passes and even better shots too. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble here like they are in this game number 2, where they're currently down with 43 seconds left. 3 goals, a stretch here in this one.
Absolutely, and there's another one. That's Creeper again with his second goal of this game, and that's 5-1 for Ardrikel. Olympic is just kind of folding right now.
Hard. I mean, their defense was one of the strong suits in that game number 1, right? They were able to at least hold Ardrikel to low scoring. Not a lot of teams able to do that, right? Not a lot of schools able to.
And I think it's whenever you're down by a few goals with only a minute left, you're kind of playing really aggressive, right? So I feel like there's a lot of times on these games that maybe look out of hand, maybe weren't so much when it comes down to the end. So still look out for Olympic to make this game 3 a game.
Yeah, they have to get back to that defensive mindset first. and then you can worry about what's in front of you. But right now, nothing can get behind you. You have to keep everything ahead of you. In this instance, Erdrikel will walk up to a 2-0 lead. It seemed pretty simple in this game number 2, and Olympic had a couple of chances that went away, so you have to know when your opportunities are in those shots that are just off the mark. It's difficult to do mid-series, but you have to find a way to vary those in the exact ways you need to in order to find more. But Erdrikel won for the road.
Yeah, Ruggs also getting his hat trick here in his second game of this series. And yeah, great play by Ruggs. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
And you know, this is just the series for them. Practice for finals, right? So this is what you're thinking. Erdrikel is definitely, you know, keep the foot on the gas. That is what we've always tried to say when you're up 2-0, because we have seen comebacks. We have seen them.
No doubt. Right now, Olympic, you know, they're the number 4 team coming in. They're only a 2-loss team, and Erdrikel styling on them in the last little bit of this one. That's crazy how much talent they have. And so you have to get a little bit cheeky. You're not going to beat them with speed. You're not going to beat them with passing, right? You have to make sure that you find a good balance of creativity between solo plays and those passing plays too. That way you keep them guessing. That's the only way you get ahead.
And another thing, I feel like it's such a chess match right now between Nick and Barris. I don't know if you've been really seeing it, but Barris might not have had the most score in these past few games, but he's been the guy who's cutting everyone off. He's taking away shot opportunities, taking away pass opportunities. He's been all over the pitch, so keep looking out for him here in Game 3.
Definitely, and that's where you can kind of, you know, jump and propel yourself forward from there, right?
Yeah.
Tabine needs to jump up and make those plays pretty early. You have Ginger Ace, the finisher, right? We've seen him be the sniper, the one that can really fine-tune those shots, and they'll need more of that for sure. As we head into game number 3 now, it's Erdrikel. I mean, you blinked, and they're 1 game away from the finals.
Yeah, and think about it, 1-0 already, and there we go. Olympics starting off early again. We saw this in game 1. This is 5 seconds into this game. Nick's already putting up a goal, though.
What I say, to being out in front and Nick does the rest. That's what you pointed out as well. That's a combination that we literally just went over, and they were able to pull that off pretty early. So they know the task at hand. They know how to approach it. It's going to come down to how well can they execute. And right now, Tabine with a solo play himself, but he's challenged early from Rux there at the midfield. Like you mentioned, his defense just as strong as his offense.
Yeah, and that's what Olympic needs to do. But look at that play! Look at this! And walk us through this one, Bear.
Woo! Oh my goodness, the quick transition there from mid. You see that Rux had low boost, and yet he still came down with the wave dash in order to put a perfect pass on the tape, as we say in hockey, right where it needed to be for Rux. Who'll do the rest there from that corner, a great angled shot, and that passing play is outstanding.
Usually in those situations, you know, you'll have a teammate kind of rotating, already back to rotate. He's such a smart player. He was waiting for that to go. He says, I got enough boost, in my opinion. I'm going to go up and try to make a play. And that's a playmaker right there for Erdrikel.
100%. I mean, everywhere on the pitch. A playmaker is not just the passer, right? The assist, I know in game it says the playmaker when you get 3 assists.
Absolutely.
No, playmaker is truly who can be a goal scorer, who can also pass the ball in these moments, who's mechanical, who can find that balance between solo plays and team plays and make those happen. Olympic looking for their playmaker, hasn't really made themselves clear. Nick is trying to be just that with another great pass, but Barris got a cross on it. What a save!
That's what I'm saying. Barris is everywhere. Offense, defense, he's doing it all, and that's the goals Olympic needs to have. That's the ones they want back, and especially when Erdrikel takes that momentum and shifts to counters and possibly does what he does right here. I thought it was going to be a goal there, Bear.
Almost
oh my goodness.
Too. If he got a little bit more height on that shot, you're right, Olympic had that opportunity because Barris wouldn't be able to get to it. He used every ounce of boost to make a low save on the far side post. You need a little bit more boost in your back pocket, and Barris is good to go either way. But since he was low, that would have been time to strike, but it might be now as well. Can they win this race?
Oh!
They faked him instead. Oh, that was dirty. And Olympic up 2-1 here in this game number 3, trying to stay
That's
alive.
when you're spamming faking in the chat, fellas. That's it right there. As great fake right there by Olympic, and it gives them the go-ahead lead. I mean, Olympics here, they're fighting. They got heart.
Creativity, cheekiness, right? In the box, in their boxers that we're going to purposefully miss, and hopefully they will do the same because they're playing reactionary, and so you can get them to react to the wrong thing, and suddenly you have some open space. It's so good. Right now, it's Ginger Ace back out. I mean, good is not good enough, though. You got to be great against the Sergeant Kel team. They almost snuck another one in as well.
This is it. The Olympic needs to just keep pressure. They got to keep pressure on Audrey Kell. We already know what they can do whenever they don't put pressure on Audrey Kell. As soon as they're, they have the control of the game, it's pretty much whatever they want to do with it.
They have full control. Olympic right now at this 2-1 count. Look to play it in. Ginger Ace trying to get a redirect there too, forcing the last defender back when Audrey Kell was on their front foot. As they get a couple of touches here out, and they'll play from the side wall. We'll chip it into the middle. That one was snuffed out pretty easily by Creeper, and Barris allowed the chance in transition. Try to use some speed. Races on. DeBean needs to get a touch. He is a bit awkward though. The touch away from the wall was a good one. Good idea, but Olympic shut it down.
Yeah, away from the wall. Basically a little pass right there, but able to shut that down. Olympic. Now they're up back on the offensive side. They have an opportunity right here. Will they have the pass? Here comes the shot, but no one was there.
Kind of transitional play. That one going to go a little bit wide, but I did like that. In the middle of the field, you see that a team has a better angle at it, so you jump out and you're looking for bumps and not becoming a spectator just because you're in front of the play. Instead, trying to look out and get another play. Olympic, another one. 3-1 this time to Bean. Will be the one to cash in.
Yeah, Olympic knows what they got to do, and I think they're doing it. And especially against this Audrey Kell team, if they can just keep the foot on the gas, Olympic can make this comeback. I mean, right now, what's your thoughts for Audrey Kell?
Audrey Kell, you're in a good spot, right? You're 2-0. In fact, even in this game, you're not feeling too rushed. You're not feeling too fatigued. You're not feeling too pressured by Olympic. Sure, they put a couple on the board, but you scored pretty quickly in these situations. That's why you put in that work all season long to prove to other teams that you're never out of a game. Or are you? DeBean trying to get a fourth one there from Olympic, but just off the mark.
Yeah, in a minute 20 now, it's going to be hard for Audrey Kell to get 2 here. So really good job, Olympic, but just kind of killing time right now. Killing time. They got to do that, because a minute, Audrey Kell can put up 2 to 3 goals easy. We've seen that throughout this whole season.
Rux launches it out. Chip and chase at this point. Olympics have been strong in their rotations defensively, forcing you into just being as efficient as you can in order to even have a shot here. Barris now away from back wall. Had Rux the bump as well, free it up, but they weren't on the same page with that bump out in front because both of them were sent past where the ball was about to land there. Olympic back out of the zone here, down to 40 seconds left, and Olympic will play it off the back wall, looking for more. I love this, the hunger we haven't seen from Olympic against Audrey Kell yet.
And here's a possible another goal, and it is, and that's Nick with his hat trick here in Game 3. Feeling good, and you said who's their playmaker? I think we got to give it to Nick now.
Yeah, Nick's been great from the passing standpoint. He's proven that when the opportunity presents itself, he's not exactly a sniper when it comes to shots, but he will put the ones in that they need to put in, and that's exactly what we were saying Olympic needed. They might actually walk away with this game win. I know Audrey Kell can strike pretty quickly, but I mean, 3 goals in 20 seconds, maybe not so much.
And they're doing a really good job of killing time on the Olympic side. Just doing, even when Audrey Kell does have possession, for the most part, other than that right there, they've been doing a good job on keeping Audrey Kell out of the net.
Yeah, Creeper pressed in, but it was Barris that jumped into the box there to create that chance to tap it back down. The 50-50 played right there on the short side post, and it was an easy tap in from there. Maybe not as easy as some individuals would prefer in the game of Rocket League, especially if you're new, but it definitely worked out for them. The problem for Audrey Kell is that Olympic had already done enough damage in this game number 3, and they're going to force another one. They stay alive here. So now is their chance to shine and really try to work some momentum here. Otherwise, Audrey Kell will walk away, but the job is done for now.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to Olympic. They made their adjustments and applied them, and that's exactly what they did. They put down 12 shots, Bear. They weren't over 10 in this last 2 games. So now being over 12 shots and only holding Audrey Kell to 6, that's wild.
It is, yeah. And, in a match where it could have easily gone 3-0, that first win, like I said, it may not happen very early, but if you do get one on the board, you gave yourself a shot. You really came out here and you performed to a top degree. But of course, that's not the mindset going into the next match. It's not over. You have to continue on and play the same way that you did. Nick with the hat trick there, and none of them were pretty, right?
No.
It doesn't have to be. It can be simple, fundamental games. Just make sure that you score the ones you need to, and that's what Nick did.
Well, and Olympics started off hot early, just like in game 1. And this time they actually held on to it, which is really good for them, because now I feel like they know what they got to do here in these next couple games if they want to get this victory.
Oh, it's a bean with the Ginger Ace right there on the box again. Had a chance and an opportunity to turn, but instead to fall back, accepting the fact that they had the early chance, but could not quite get the early goal. Rux back.
Good hit over Rux, too.
Yeah, he was trying to convert forward. That one off the post. Olympic almost had one early.
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing. Game 1, game 3, almost game 4. Still trying to find the first goal, though.
Will settle the shot. Being good read there. Could have easily went down the field there. Instead, decided to backtrack a little bit and find the right positioning for the next touch as well. Not only to get that save, but to set up his team. A couple of back touches here to try and gain some possession and make Kell chase the rest of the game.
Rux is powerhousing these shots, too. I mean, all the way across the pitch, he is sending them down range, and see if Olympics going to be able to do anything with this, and that's Ginger. Rux is going to be there, but that's going to be a follow-up. No, it's not. A great demo.
Harris popped it high, but a read here. The shot back at you, but Rux able to handle it. Nick, now this side wall. Couldn't settle, though. It took him so much time to try to get back to it and allowed Rux right back into the play. But Creeper, he couldn't get the touch on it. A mistake there defensively. Olympic up 1-0.
Olympic up early, and we saw this 2 different ways. As you see the beans just get through Creeper. That almost went through his car there.
It's a bit of a matrix right behind him, but yeah, looks a little too close to comfort here. For me, as far as whether or not that touches his car, either way, it will be marked as an Olympic goal here. They're right back on it from the kickoff, too. You can hesitate exactly 0 times against Kell.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely correct. As we see Rux able to get this clear for Kell, they need to get on the board. I feel like right now their backs are starting to, they're backing up. I don't know if the pressure is getting to them because they are up, 2-1 in the series. But I think it's a little bit more pressure than it was that last game.
That was quite the touch from the bottom side of the guard for Kell. I believe it was Barris with that first initial touch. It was a flip reset that kind of propelled it forward too. Rex will settle. He's got a carry. Looking for the flick, but Ginger Ace read it and was on it immediately in order to shut that one down and they'll play into the zone. Creeper beat to it as well. This one's to Bean. It was high of the net here, and so Creeper allowed the chance to jump on the side wall. He'll play it deep.
Where this ball was going to go. I was waiting to see if it was going to cross net. I think Kell was waiting as well, waiting to see if they were going to get an easy opportunity. But now Olympic going the other way is going to hit the top cross. It's there for anyone who was going to follow, but able to get through Kell on the offensive attack now.
And back on it, Kell. In a sticky situation here. They don't find themselves down in games very often, and if it is the case, it's typically JT Williams. It's Bean with another one. Will propel them up to 2-0 now for Olympic. And suddenly, they're getting closer and closer to forcing this game number 5.
Yeah, you saw it, and that was just a Ruggs mistouch. I mean, you don't see that often, so this is exactly what we just talked about. If Olympic can see those opportunities and actually take them and make them exactly what they're doing in this game, they're in this.
They are from the get-go of game number 3. Took them a while to wake up.
Yes.
Right? Kell already jumped out to that 2-0 lead. But it may not be enough to harm them completely because they're on something else here in the past couple of games. And it hasn't really looked much different besides Olympic being opportunistic instead of just letting some fly. But that's a good passing play as well. The 1-2-3. The give and go. Creeper will pull them back within 1.
Watch this again. The perfect passing. Creeper right to Rux. Rux back to Creeper. Barely lets it touch and gets right over Ginger Ace's car for their goal. I mean, that was just beautiful.
Rux is known for those those little crafty touches that'll get behind the defense, whether it be a chip high or in that case just a touch right back down to a teammate. Just talk about creative touches and just ones that you don't expect, and Rux will put it right on your card too. So if you're a teammate, it's a little bit difficult if you don't know it first, because it kind of catches you by surprise sometimes, and Ginger Ray's catching Audrey Kelp by surprise as they now go goal for goal back up to that 2-goal lead.
And this is what you want to see, because most of the time when you see Audrey Kell start creeping into games where they were down, which is much, right? Audrey Kell usually is always in the lead. But whenever they do have that comeback, usually it's back-to-back goals. Well, having Olympic get that insurance goal is huge here in Game 4.
Audrey Kell, where's your solution to this Olympic team that has been firing in the past couple? It just hasn't been seen yet. Excellent play to get their first goal, but since then, it's been different. But Creeper, man, that one was a hidden shot. It seemed like, you know, they got out of the way, and before you knew it, Creeper put in the back of the net.
And that's Audrey Kell's secret weapon, Creeper. Just second goal, too, of this game. He's got every goal for them right now.
Yeah, Creeper explosive, like the Minecraft Creeper. It's finding ways to, you know, catch you by surprise, just like we saw even just a minute ago. So patterns exist here. Audrey Kell, you know, when they're in striking distance, that they always have a chance. That was a loose play, though. And that one was a bit awkward, but Olympic almost had a couple of touches necessary as they looked to maybe intentionally go pinball there around to try and find an opportunity. Instead, it'll be here at midfield. Olympic shot up, double commit there from Rux and Barris. So Bean knows this, but unfortunately when it ran, they hits Barris, but now back down the shot. Creeper with a big save. We saw him miss a little bit earlier. He makes up for it with that timely save, to say the least.
Yeah, that was a beautiful save. I mean, that was an on-point shot, too, because, I mean, if you weren't going to be there, that would have been a top-shelf shot right there. And right now, Audrey Kell has to put up a goal here to stay alive in this game. But the series will still move on if Olympic can hold this lead.
The only misses here from Olympic recently are the ones that you kind of worry about. But again, they have that support so often. But Nick, he just baked it off the back wall. Now a chance for Audrey Kell to go right back down the pitch. It's Barris. This one should be tapped down, though. No problem. Smart. Olympic forces the game number 5.
Yeah, and this is where they're digging deep. They figure something out. They might have Audrey Kell's playbook in their back pocket. I don't know what's going on. Whatever it is, Olympic needs to keep it doing what they're doing. Audrey Kell, they just need to adjust.
They definitely do. When Olympic is out shooting you, that is so rare. So rare. 9 to 7 on the shot count there. 2 from Creeper. None from Rux. None from Barris. Well, we saw them disappear in the beginning of series. Now it's happening mid-series. Not a good sign for AK.
No, but this is an Audrey Kell team that we've seen in LANs before. I think we both know they don't really fold under pressure much. I know this Olympic team is knocking on the door, but this is the Audrey Kell team. This is a very tough team to beat.
Yeah, there's no way you count them out, right? Just because of 2 wins from Olympic. That's right.
Yeah.
But, I mean, what does it say about Olympic sticking around? Again, you said, what was the phrase we've been using? Flying under the radar.
They are flying under the radar.
They were in the first 2 games. Oh, I mean, suddenly they came out of nowhere, right? Is what I'm trying to get at. And,
absolutely.
Now it's their chance. Time to shine. Who makes it to the finals? Is it Olympic? Is it Audrey Kell? We start game number 5.
Yeah. This is a team that has been flying under there all season. Even through the beginning of the playoffs, no one really said anything. And now they are sticking it to Audrey Kell. It is a tied series right now, and whoever wins this next game wins the match and moves to the finals. And great save already by Audrey Kell. I thought that was a goal easily by Olympic.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be a strange but true lead from Olympic in game number 5. I mean, they've been striking first in a majority of these games. As Creeper tried to sidestep one, that won't do. Being right back on it. Rux shuts him down. Barris to follow in a very similar fashion here in the corner. Olympic very content here, trapping AK into this corner and forcing them to just roll through the rotations, because now the shot's open to Bean, has given Olympic the lead in game number 5.
Yeah, and that was a great shot and all, but even before this, Bean was just playing brutal. He's not letting you get that ball on the other side. You see how brutal he's been to Audrey Kell recently, not letting them, you know, bang it on the other side.
Yeah, you're talking about how you roll into momentum at this LAN environment. You're like, oh my goodness, can they do this? Can they pull it off? That's what I was talking about the last 2 games, and now, well, look out, Audrey Kell. Gonna silence me there. This one has been close to being equalized. And Olympic Olympic has some work to do to try to get it out, but that's a good shit pass. Barris, Creeper up to deny. Ginger Ace trying to play it past. Rux is already up for that pretty quickly. It's off the back wall, but Barris an easy read to clear this out.
Yeah, I mean, the control-wise, Olympics really had the control this game.
To it. Backwards was Ginger Ace, and Nick was able to step up to it. Although it's technically a double commit, you don't really commit on that second man. And Ginger Ace back to it. It's like Archer Kell taking too much time to react. They're looking like a team that's, you know, kind of hesitating, timid to attack.
And there's one right there for Nick, and that was off of a ricochet. Let's watch this one again. Nick sets it up on the side. He's going to pop it up, and watch this as, wow, it goes right back on his car from the help of his teammate.
A little bit of bounce luck here, but you take it. When things are going right, sometimes that's just a factor versus anything else. And Olympic now with that lead with 3-11. Archery Kell has been held to virtually 0 goals the past little bit. Devine almost made it 3 for Olympic. Now Creeper will try and press, trying to make it awkward here for the defense. They do. Rock strikes that quickly, and they're back within 1.
And that's what you needed if you are an Ardrikel fan, because watching Rux get into it now, you saw how well he's been playing all season, all playoffs, really playoffs has been dominating, and having that happen, get that momentum back toward Ardrikel and make this one a game.
Kickoff important. Rux turns it, and there it is. Kickoff goal before you can blink. That was 4 seconds, and they're already back tied after Olympic did all that work to make it 2-0.
4 seconds, 2 goals for Rux himself, putting the team on his back here in Game 5. I mean, we always talk about who's got the clutch gene. I mean, I think it's flowing through Rux.
Down to business. 2-2 in the game, 2-2 in the series. Next game wins here in a situation where there's 2:48 left. The next goal, needless to say, it's huge. It is. As Creeper, that shot goes a little bit to the short side post, a little bit too far. Rux settles. Nobody challenging it here. He gets the shot off, but Nick able to handle that from the back wall. And Olympic now trying to catch them sleeping on the way back.
And they just about did, just maybe a little bit delay by a little bump through, but now it's going back the other way. Rux has a wide open goal. That's going to be his hat trick already in Game 5. What just happened, Bear?
You can't let that happen. Everybody committed forward there from Olympic. You've already surrendered 2 quick goals, and when you're challenging that far upfield for Olympic, you think that you have the support there. You think that you're safe making that challenge. There must have been a bump, demo something off screen where Olympic wasn't able to rotate back. And because of that, when you're handcuffed, it's hard to make a tackle.
This is why I was saying we've seen this Ardrikel team play in land before, and this is why. Yeah. I mean, they really don't fold under pressure. They play calm, cool, and collected. They got Coach Blasky as their coach. You know, he's going to set them up right.
There's another one. Oh, Rux, open net. Where were these prior? Where is the last 2 games for Archery Kell? Creeper didn't even really do much. Ginger Ace, unfortunately, with a touchback out in the middle. And a tough time to catch a mistake here. But if you're Olympic, you got 2 minutes. You got to brush this off the shoulder. You've been the better team for the past 2.5 games. Unfortunately, it slipped away in this Game 5, but you can't think about it now. You have to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
And kind of take it from here.
Yeah, I mean, in baseball, we call that short-term memory. You don't want to think about the last play because it affects your next play. You know, if you mess up and you're just dreading about it, you're going to mess up again.
What's the most important play? The next one.
Absolutely.
That's right. Which will be a very, very telling sign as where this series is going to go. Will be the next play. As Ginger Ace now trying to get a touch from Devine, looking to maybe distract the defensive Archery Kell. A good chip back here from Nick, but handled well by Barris here on the back wall. A chance Olympic goes sidewall instead, trying to bank shot it, perhaps from that angle. And we're down to 1:12 left here, and Archery Kell can play time. Barris, another big save here. We saw it in game number 2, and what a timely save it was here in Game 5.
Yeah, great save, but that shot was that was just as good. Devine has these shots going down. They can't go in right now. Archery Kell is just popping off.
That's Nick. Needs to push it forward here. You got to go full court and press at this point. And Nick is going to get to it. But he doesn't have a lot of boost in the tank, so he bailed away from it instead. And Ginger Ace was too late for it. So a switch off that didn't need to happen here from Olympic as they're running out of time now. It'll be Barris back down and Nick to shift it back down. They need a bump, but instead Rux will get the bump on the Olympic player out in front.
Yeah, you think that Rux was going to get bumped out of the way, and it was opposite. But look at this ball, it's going the other way. That's going to float in, and now Olympics only down by 1. 24 seconds left here in Game 5. That was what they needed, Bear.
That was the last thing I thought was going to happen there. Rux, you know better than to hit that ball. It was so readable, and audio cue should have told you they were coming in from the left side, and that was going to be a pinch back on your own side as well. But, I mean, at the same time, you can't really think about it now. You're down to 20 seconds. As now bumped off, it was Artrikel again. Nick looking for the box out in front.
Oh
they
my
tie
goodness!
it. Sabine with 15 seconds left, and they make it a tie game.
This is what they came to see right here. Olympic is coming back, tying this one up. 15 seconds remaining in Game 5. Who's going to score this next goal?
It was so appropriate between Barris and Rux, the two dual-headed monster. And now Artrikel is now pressed. They have to continue on. Our Olympic trying to gain that momentum, but look out. Barris back down into their hands. Try to read the bounce. He can't. Back the other way. Ginger Ace up towards Sabine, but the shot will go well wide. Couldn't connect it the way you wanted to. Overtime, game number 5 for a slot for the finals.
Love to see it. We love close games, but 4-4. Oh, it was already Sabine! Olympic upsets Artrikel!
It's done. It's happened. Olympic has done it. From down 2-0, look at him celebrate as they have taken down the monsters here. And oh my goodness, what a story. Flying under the radar no more. This team means business.
Olympic.
And they beat the two-headed Titans. Wow.
Unbelievable how well they just came together as a team. Down by so many points and still came to, they rise to the top. The cream rises to the top. They are here.
That happens.
That just happened.
That happens. Olympic was, okay, they weren't the last ones I thought could make this happen, but after game number 2 when Bye-Bye and AK had them in the pocket, I thought it was over with. I thought maybe you would get this from JT Williams and perhaps somehow skim it work some magic for South Mech in the finals. Never did I think Olympic would be able to take them out after being down 2-0 with the reverse sweep against a team that is just so strong.
We said it the whole time. They were flying under the radar, but now they got a target on their back. They're in the finals. This is the team to beat now. Olympic is here.
They're here, ready to roll. Olympic is in the finals, and we knew that Artrikel was going to have a target on their back. We said it all season long. We were like, well, when are they going to lose, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen during the regular season. It doesn't seem that way, and it didn't. We knew it was a possibility. They had to go through JT Williams.
Yeah.
They went through Olympic during the regular season, right? They had to go through all these top teams during the regular season. When it came down to crunch time, though, Olympic was the one that showed up.
Absolutely. And you know, hats off to Artrikel, though, for that. I mean, they played well, too. The whole playoffs, everything, just came up short here. Game 5, overtime. I mean, a team's got to win, right?
Had to be one of your best calls that I've heard in the booth as well, buddy. That was incredible.
I think I screamed out my voice.
It's crazy to see it off a kickoff in overtime.
Insane.
You just bank off the wall. You're like, wait, that streak is orange going towards the blue net. Is this happening for real? Yes, it did. And it's quite the story. We talked about Palisades and overcoming everything. This is the environment that these things happen more frequently because it's just everybody's ready to perform under the lights.
It's the
and
environment.
If you're not, you're going to go down. Doesn't matter how strong you are.
Well, we always say who's got the clutch gene. Olympic, as a team, has the clutch gene.
It's almost like they're stealing it away from one another, right? JT Williams
Absolutely.
has done it before. Again, AK has been doing it as well. Well, we have a STEM matchup as well here and queued up and ready to go here,
All right.
Discount. So we'll get to it. This will be your first STEM experience
yeah,
for
I'm
the
ready.
day. So you got to love it. First up, we've got Myers Park facing off with Independence in their creation. So we'll see what they've been able to put together. Let's start with Myers Park.
Hi, this is Jackson Marcus, also known as Hausa. I'm a junior.
I am Dale Kirshner, also known as Dan Demand.
Hello, my name is Jemai Gillespie. I'm Kim, and I'm also a sophomore at Myers Park.
We are, as Jemai said, we are from Myers Park. And here is why we should win. So, what we've all agreed makes our team quite unique, these three lovely people, is me and Dale didn't even join the team until week 5 or 6. We basically came in when everyone else was busy and sort of picked everything up and had to keep everything going. It's a very dynamic team. We all learned how to code, how to work together, and really just learning how to make a game. What would y'all say? Why should we win?
We should win because we kind of just adapted. I kind of joined the STEM team because I heard about it on the announcements, and I realized it was just too far in for me to really join any of the games, and I was just kind of bad because they had. So me and Jackson were friends outside. We were in separate clubs and kind of asked me to help with some stuff, so I ended up doing that, try to contribute.
Anything from you, Jemiah? Why do you think we should win? All this effort we put in?
Yeah, I think we should win one to represent our school because it's our first time that Myers Park has actually had a great team with STEM. Is there anything else? And I also think it would be great if we win, we'll get like more representation in our group because when we were trying to get members, it was very hard because no one was like, oh, we had an esports team. No one knew.
Yeah,
so I feel like this would be
for a school of 4,000 people, the amount of applicants is terrifying. All right, thank you. That is why Mars Park should win the STEM game dev competition.
Oh, yeah, I just showered. That's like totally brownie points. Yeah.
After the late part of 2019, it's a pretty familiar place, which is Zoom.
Absolutely. I think
before?
everyone's familiar with that now, right?
Exactly. So we have, of course, Myers Park. They are going up against their opponents. So let's check out the video that Independence was able to put together.
Hello, I'm back. Again, if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Floppa, and I'm from Independence High School. So, the real question that I want to answer today is, why do I feel like I should win this competition? And you may have heard me saying, Yes, I am the sole creator of Chess PvP. Out of everybody in the entire School of Independence, I am the one who worked on this game every day after school and work in order to get it to the point it is right now. I have made this game extremely fun for everyone, and I've put in the most amount of time I've ever put into probably any project I've had. And I've had a lot of experience coding in Python, which is a programming language, and just in a lot of projects I've had in general. Overall, I feel like this game is probably one of the most original ideas compared to other games where they're platformers or they just add like a little aspect into a game. My game adds a completely original idea, and yes, it does incorporate off of chess, but it adds something that probably no one has ever seen. Chess PvP is probably one of the best games I've ever made, and no matter what happens, no matter if I win or lose this competition, I'm going to continue to work on this game, mainly due to the fact that I see people having fun with it, and people like the idea. Yes, there is market opportunity. Yes, I probably can make money off of this, but that's not the point. I want to provide a game that's enjoyable, and I don't care if I win or lose this. I'm still going to work on it after. So, I really do feel like I should win, and I have a lot of data to back this up. So, if you think that I should win, let the judges know. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Judges, I think.
All right. Let's hear it for Myers Park and Independence.
That's a good series.
So, in this semifinal round now, we're down to 4 game teams and 4 app teams. So there's 8 total, and we just saw 2 of them. Despite an amazing game in chess PvP, and Floppa putting emotional music underneath his plea to us there, the judges have convened and decided moving on from this round is Myers Park.
So Myers Park has taken the dub, and they're going to be moving on from that semifinal, which means there's only one other spot left at the table for the STEM competition. I am here because Bear is going to take a little seat, a reverse sweep, and an overtime in a Game 5. I think anyone would want to be able to sit down after that.
He had to walk out of the stadium, guys. He had enough.
But you know what? We're going to be going into something even more, maybe hair-raising, even longer, as we're going to be going into the championship for Lincolnton, as you do have Lincolnton versus East Lincoln. So we're separating ourselves from just a CMS, as we're going to be able to split it down the middle. Checking our two squads, as we're going to be able to see from East Lincoln, you got Mafia, Mikey Kong, and of course TTK Eclipse. Opposite of them in Lincolnton, you've got LFT Aaron, Renegade, and Cam. I've actually had the privilege, I got to cast a little bit of Renegade and some Community Cup type stuff, so I know that these competitors across both sides of the pitch are just, hey, they're big players, they're here to game.
I love it, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. And of course, if you guys haven't seen championship format, best of 7, well, it goes the distance. Much like we just had a reverse sweep in a Game 5, this means it's going to go even further. I think the one key diff that comes into these types of series, though, discounts, is that Game 2s can depict the entire makeup, be definitive of a series.
Absolutely.
Unless you get reverse swept. But then when we go into best of 7, it's a bit longer, so you kind of hang around to Game 3 to see what the tendencies are.
Right, and you don't have to panic when you're down 2, right?
No.
A best of 7. Now, best of 5, yeah, maybe. But when it comes down to a best of 7, you got a little bit of leeway. You can afford a couple losses.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a very long series. And, of course, shout out to all the parents, the players, and the fans that were out there. I was able to be that weird boomer off to the side. I saw all of you cheering, the gasps, the oh no's, and when they fell behind, coming on back. So everyone, whether it be Ardrey-Kell, Olympic, or any of the other schools that we've seen today, they've done a fantastic job cheering for their students, their players, their sons and daughters, and everyone out there that's been able to come in today. Lincolnton, though, so it's going to be a big one. What's your favorite map? We've not really rotated too many. What do you like for Rocket League? Do you have one in particular you like?
I just like to play.
You don't even look.
Nope. Honestly, put me on the pitch. I don't care what. I mean, now I don't like the crazy ones, right?
Okay.
So the ones that I guess aren't there for competitive, but
hey, you know what? Hey, maybe these guys won't be doing the exact same thing because we're going to be seeing our teams as they approach the bench and get into it. We're going to see the walkouts for our teams today, and we're going to be going over to Lincolnton as well as East Lincoln. Both these squads coming at us very, very quickly, and of course, you better be putting your hands together, cheering for them just the same way. Rocket League, it's universal. There's hype, there's madness, and of course, we want to see both these squads. So let's check them out as they come on down to the stage. I believe first that we have East Lincoln that will be joining us. So put your hands together for them. And of course, finding your mojo, getting these squads out there, these players, you have them all the way in depth. The coaching for this team in particular, that's what keeps them level-headed. East Lincoln will be priming themselves up in for a long draw, the marathon run of this championship round. But they're going to be doing it against the opposite from them, as Lincolnton will be joining them on the other side.
this is going to be a good one. I mean, best of 7. Like I said, there's going to be plenty of Rocket League to go around, and we already saw a best of 5 tonight. Why not we see a best of 7 tonight?
Yeah, it's not about who's ready for the short haul. You better be ready to have your mechanics good to go and not panicking when it comes to getting to the pitch. East Lincoln, Lincolnton, both squads, good luck today. We're going to be seeing you join us on the pitch here in all of a moment. Now, you said you don't mind. You're here to game. Do you like a big crowd around you? Does that get you hyped up?
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
Okay.
I mean, we're on camera, man.
I
Love you guys. No,
Are we on camera?
No,
oh, it's there. Okay,
I love the pressure. I know there's some, people who fold under pressure.
Right.
I like to thrive in it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I'm going to win every time under pressure, but I do like it. What about you?
I used to run out of a giant panther head. Shout out to North Crowley over in Texas. That's originally where I'm from. And I was like, oh, this is great. I never tripped over myself coming out of all the steam and everything, but it fills you with energy. When you're on the football field, esports, or otherwise, it just gets you into that moment. Now, are you focused? That depends. That comes up to the difference of our type of competitors that really take it to the pitch. And seeing a team get a reverse sweep, that means they're ready for those bigger moments, and they're not just going to fold. And they're going to be there to thrive.
And if you're either one of these teams, you're helping. You're talking to your teammates. Hey, it's okay. It's one game, 2 games, or whatever. But you know, you're basically prepping each other for those types of you know, experiences.
Do you like having a bunch of like teammates or the coaches or both that are going to rally around you? Do you like having people push up on you? Do you like just being left alone? Or are you kind of over to one side? What really gets you back in the game?
I want to be the person to get everybody
so
together.
you rally.
Yeah.
So rally your.
I'll be the player and I'll still get my team together.
Okay.
That is what I like to do.
You get hit shot in the face and you're like, you know what? It's fine, guys. It's good. I'm coming back. I'm gonna respawn. We're still got time. This is okay.
I guess if I was having a bad day or game, then I would want my team to rally behind me.
Okay.
But you know, if I'm having an okay game, I'll still try to rally everybody together.
You know what? I'm so proud that you can be as extroverted as that, because sometimes I get in my own head and I'm like,
you guys do yourself, right?
I need someone to almost calm me down because I get too red hot. Look, just like the ginger ace, this fire comes up naturally.
Oh,
There's
man.
nothing I could do about that.
I love it.
Oh my gosh. But we are going to be going into this as well. We also still have another STEM semifinal, which means that other place at the table is going to be joined very, very soon. We'll find that in the midst of this entire championship. But we're going to be going down over into game number 1 here momentarily. And it's going to be a long one. In case all you parents were having heart attacks in the front row, make sure you do find maybe what's a pacemaker, or maybe just find a cool drink. Get your way over to the water fountain, cool down a little bit, but it's still going to be red hot. So when we go into these matchups, where do you think we really find that turning point? Because you got to see it yourself in game number 3, really just being able to kind of assert dominance from the very beginning. We had to play from the first whistle to the very end. What kind of was the makeup for you of that
That's
series?
the thing, is like there's teams that can jump out early, get hot, but then as soon as the other team starts to feel it or make adjustments to stop them, then they don't know what to do. They freeze.
Yeah.
What am I going to do? We were winning at the beginning, now we're not. Panic, right?
Yeah.
So I think it depends on how well you're coached and also how well you can keep your composure in these types of games. Best of 7's a lot.
Yeah.
You have to be able to keep your composure when it comes down to game 5, game 6. Those are the ones that really matter.
Yeah, you can coach a player so much. You can get them to do training packs, and you have their individual mechanics good to go. But it also comes down to their mentality, which can be kept straight by an IGL, by good comms, but also by a coach. I got to see coaches behind them in the chairs saying, hey, it's all good, go next, you're fine. Sometimes they'd also just let the players kind of contend with themselves, keep themselves because if you sometimes insert them, you become that extra variable that even if you're in that game state, you're thinking about it. It's who's behind me, what is that? Is that a camera, especially at lands?
And I really think that's a very good point, because then it comes down to coaching.
Yeah.
You got to be a good coach. You got to know when you got a guy who maybe doesn't want to be trying to get hyped up. Yeah. He might play better, calm, cool, and collected, right? Yeah. But then the guy right next to him, he wants to get hype. He wants to get everybody hyped. Yeah. So, yeah, being a coach, you definitely want to find your players where their sweet spots at.
Yeah, and it was funny because I believe yesterday we saw one of the quarterfinals go down. I saw 2 players together. Anytime something good, bad, whatever would go down, they'd fist bump, high five, whatever. Yeah. And you had a player separated by a whole extra chair. And I was like, what is going on? And they're just like, yes. So they're just chilling with themselves. So it's different knowing that makeup. But it looks like that we're going to be going into our first game of this championship. Remember, it is all for the big cup, and we're going to be showcasing some more STEM semifinals to see who's joining the big show, the big dance at the end of the table. This best of 7 is going to be a wild one. Don't know what to expect. East Lincoln, Lincolnton, we're going to be going in hot, heavy, and ready. And I believe they're going to be sticking to DFH Stadium one way or another. Hope you guys are ready for the first kickoff. And I know this one, it's going to be a wild one. We've not cast together.
I know, man.
So
what's going on?
This is going to be a fun one. Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. I'm excited.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Here with you guys. Let's kick off. It's going to be East Lincoln in orange and Lincolnton in blue.
Here we go, already off to the start, and it looks like Lincolnton with a big boom, and see if they can get anything started here.
This is going to be East Lincoln under pressure early. This is about trying to find your 1-2 combos, trying to see how much you can kind of approach and just basically oppress upfield. East Lincoln looking for some of those kind of escape routes, but they immediately also find some of that positioning over the midpoint of the pitch. You can't let touches like that go away, though.
Yeah, those missed touches, hopefully are just, maybe early game jitters. That's what we were hoping for if you're East Lincoln fans, or also Lincolnton fans. We had that missed touch, so let's see if they're going to be able to have a drop. Oh, good try on that one.
to get a dunk. Super Duper is just unable to be able to get something better behind it, but Super Aaron is actually going to be able to step up to the play a little bit more. It seems that Mafia Shadows, which is just the coolest edgelord name I've ever heard, is looking for chances to at least kind of dagger their way out between this very wide rotation from Lincolnton. But it is now Lincolnton who's actually been repelled, and their heels are to the walls. General Gamer is looking for maybe a general touch.
Yeah, that was a great, knock away right there by Lincolnton, and now they are on the offensive side, but good job by East Lincoln hitting it back the other way. We're seeing a tennis match going on right now.
Not dis again. I thought that said no dis gain. I don't know. Bad at reading, especially when it's all in one big clump, but they are actually going for the challenge on the outside wall. The first 90 seconds have come and gone, looking for a putback shot. That's going to come off the top side 90. Another one is going to be found in earnest by Super Duper Aaron, who's able to shut down a couple of those extra force runs into mid.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting the pressure on. East Lincoln is definitely throwing shots down but Lincolnton doing a great job at just knocking everything away that they throw out of their way.
Ooh, and that's a great intercept. General Gamer. I wonder if they generally are a gamer or if they are like that high officer rank.
He's a general of gaming.
Okay, general, in general. That's actually kind of huge. Not just who you are, but the entire subject matter as it is. Big save coming through by Mafia Shadows. We're still stuck at nothing apiece. Just trying to slowly maneuver their way around the back line of defense, but the recovery's been pretty good for both sides. It's not just the team's been slow.
Yeah, I feel like these game wins, it's either one or the other way. Is we're going to have either a bunch of goals. If that somehow did not go in, the ricochet was able to go away from the goal, and Lincolnton, great save.
Super Duper Aaron is super duper good at math and angles. So in case mom and dad were ever wondering if some of those math grades are bad, don't worry, they got that on lock as you're able to get that from the interior side of that near side post. We're still left at nothing apiece, which means this clock is burning a hole onto the scoreboard. 2 minutes approaching, and some of these counterattacks have slowly become a little bit wider, farther, stronger. It's going to be Mafia Shadows from the near side and on side, and they're going to get locked up into a tight rotation with their teammate as East Lincoln is still looking for a chance to dive, but it's going to be a nice challenge to be able to get that clear, but it comes right back.
Yeah, you got to be careful on those double commits and bumping teammates because those will lead to opportunities for the other team. We see it time and time again, and right now you really can't afford a mistake right here, especially in a 0-0 game, only 1:40 left.
Yeah, this is an odd one though, because you are not seeing anyone really commit to that third man position. It's more 1-2, see if anything does collect and connect onto that backside third of your opponent, but no finishing shot. So look how passively you see this approach. Yep. Not this again is going to feed it over into the front side corner. 80 seconds, and everyone's still looking for the opening score of not just this game, but the series. East Lincoln is left under duress. Oh, they not just again. Didn't realize that was going to be a miss.
Yeah, thought he had the angle, just not quite. It's going to hit on the side bar right there. But now we have another opportunity. Here's your follow-up shot. Is it going to go in for the first goal? No, even the follow-up didn't.
Everyone is holding their breath, at least maybe just a few extra pants, because they're just looking for when this ice is eventually going to break. Someone has to give up the first goal, or someone has to go and find it themselves. Odd rotations have slowed down. That means the second man has to make a step upward. 40 seconds. Mafia Shadows, they've got control, looking to take a one-on-one against Super Duper Aaron, but they actually launch out for the backboard, and that's going to be a great takeaway by not dis again. You have one extra man, and now it's a foot race. Move it to the sidewall. Can Super Duper Aaron be able to fly in? No, half minute to go, and Dimitam Brand has actually stepped all the way up.
The tennis match continues. 21 seconds remaining. Mafia Shadow has an opportunity, but now Lincolnton are going the other way. Now it's their time. They have possession. They're going to hit the double touch. It doesn't go. The follow-up doesn't follow through either.
This looks like me on a training pack, just not being able to hit that second and third approach. They are able to get it all the way to the backboard, to the third man, but not able to get it done. There's going to be one extra bounce, looking for the kill. That's actually a feed! Oh my goodness, that was one of the best looks we've had so far.
With 1 second remaining, Monkey Man.
And we're still tied at nothing. OT, will this go 7 seconds? Where are we going to sit?
Maybe. I mean, they might just throw us the curveball and just score in the first minute.
So far, no one's been able to score in the first 5 minutes, but here we go. It's opening time of game number 1. You know, we said this would be a long series. It gets longer when no one's scoring.
Exactly, and this is only game 1. If this continues, hey, grab your popcorn.
Yeah, grab your popcorn, pizza, bagels. Oh my goodness, but grab the ball if you are East Lincoln. They've not been able to connect, at least on this defensive stance. Mikey Kong is able to at least find one on that challenge. Demon Time Ren, better reason looking to step up to the plate. They find a piece of it, and that's going to actually float over the midfield. Super Aaron has been finding the plethora of profitable touches because they've always been looking for that dagger to slice in and allow his teammates to crash the gate at the defensive line. Huge clears have really been nullifying any of this footwork that East Lincoln has been pressing up onto the Lincolnton defensive half, and now we find contention here at midfield.
6 minutes have been played here in game 1, and we're still trying to find the first goal of the series. And there, I think it might go in. It does, and there you go. East Lincoln takes home game 1.
Oh, General Gamer just generally looking for any kind of touch. Put on the bouncer. No one expects it. Everyone in position except for the one that mattered. And it took 6 minutes and 9 seconds. Nice. East Lincoln is able to just make use of one counterattack. The majority of that overtime was honestly dominated by Lincolnton forward running. And you had only 5 shots.
Yeah.
80% of those found picked up by Mafia Shadows. But they're the ones that come away with the 1-0 game 1 win.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that sometimes it's not the team who makes the or takes the most shots.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Lincolnton had 7.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes you got to just have make your opportunity count.
Yeah,
That's
so.
what happened. But it did take a long time, 6 minutes in the first game.
as a good song always taught me, it's you have one opportunity and then something spaghetti. I don't know. It's
I think I've heard that.
Yeah, at least a couple of times. So and a one looks like at least one long noodle of spaghetti. So hey, a little bit extra sauce, and if we are able to at least find one win. If you're wondering about the I guess that differential, East Lincoln did in fact grab that game number 1. So don't worry about what the graphic currently looks like. It'll get all fixed up for the time being. But Mafia Shadows and the gang see if they can present a long-standing offensive. As Lincolnton obviously had them locked into their back half of the majority of that game, but East Lincoln had a plethora of good looks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we can see more goals here in this game. But, I mean, really great defense, though. If we go look back at game 1, anytime there was a shot, it was completely covered.
Yeah, you got to think that if any of that's going to open up, it's going to be Lincolnton's super duper Aaron. He's been all over the midpoint of this midfield line, being able to just kind of, all right, present an opportunity. If it's an open zone or just trying to be able to kind of cut it up to the goalies, he's been at least dropping it into the box.
Yes.
But it's not been finding much room right now because East Lincoln, just like you're talking about, good defense
Great
also can be some man-on-man pressure.
Exactly. And we have a possible shot. There's the bump. He bumped him. He got out of the way. Somehow East Lincoln was able to make the bump and the play.
That's a BOGO. Get that 2 for 1. Get the player, get the ball, get the save, get the win. Not this again, trying to drop it to maybe get it to Aaron. They cannot get a regulation goal, but they actually can. Super duper Aaron with 1 extra, and finally Lincolnton finds their first goal.
Yeah, that was unreal. Watch, I feel like every car in this pitch was there on that play, and they find themselves on board.
Yeah, there you go. All right, it sometimes takes not just secondary, tertiary, I don't know what it comes after, quadriary, whatever, 4th efforts and more to be able to get that one good to go, and now that's allowed Lincolnton to run down with extra pressure, confidence, and they seem to be streaking to try and find this ball possession.
See if they're going to be able to find it here as Lincolnton now trying to take this one away. Going back, they got the offensive side, get pressure going for them. There's you go, and here's the follow-up. There's your shot, but great defense by East Lincoln.
East Lincoln standing up to the forefront that Lincolnton is trying to be able to build with, and then every time they are able to connect with 2 players, that's 2 players too many. They're not finding zone space to rotate out of. Lincolnton has been able to kind of keep them trapped on their own back half. A great challenge by Not This Again, who's telling them you're not going to be able to escape again. That's a feed over to at least 1. So Demon Time Ren is going to be able to have another one. So it does look like that Lincolnton has at least escaped, but no, East Lincoln, they're trapped on their back half. This again off of another challenge, and Demon Time Ren looking for a double touch. It's a little bit too high. They're peppering the back wall, but because they have this 1 goal lead, they can afford themselves to do so.
Yeah, that was an angle I thought they had, but here's the follow-up shot, and it's going to be able to go in, and that's Lincolnton up 2-0 now.
Oh my goodness. They almost had that one off of Not This Again, and then you have Demon Time Ren just looking for a great cut to the far right side, forcing the defense. One had already kind of gone up onto the near side post, and one was screaming across from the back, and that just was a great split between picking your shots when you can afford it. Lincolnton getting 2 goals. This is a billion% more.
I was about to say.
Infinity% more goals than they had in the previous game.
This is definitely more action-packed than what we witnessed on the one. But watch this double touch and somehow able to get that save, East Lincoln.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to seeing the shot differential, because when's the last time we've seen East Lincoln go onto offense? I think there was somewhere around the opening first minute.
Maybe.
And it's been gone since then. 2 minutes to go. This is basically kind of that 2-minute warning, we'll call it, for this second game, which, you know, again, best of 7, great challenge. That one could sneak through. Super Aaron is at least able to get 1 touch and more. Again, this is that player, I think, that needs to be that leader.
Absolutely, and here we go. Ooh, I was waiting for the setup, but now East Lincoln trying to go the other way, and they do. Let's see if they're going to be able to make anything happen, and they had the shot, but Lincoln's in there for the defense.
Getting a shot, but was it the one they wanted? Finding that outside angle, trying to win this foot race again. Super Aaron, oh, and Wifty is abound. They're trying to play low, and Demon Time Ren, they make the read. It takes 3 players to be able to defend the blue net. Lincolnton still comes away clean. They are maintaining for the remainder of 80 seconds, a clean sheet against East Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincolnton was, I mean, they didn't have all 3 cars there. They would have been in trouble. That would have been a goal right there for East Lincoln, but East Lincoln there for another defensive play. I mean, just great defense for both teams, but now we're going to go for a double touch. Not going to fall. Follow up, also try to go for it. Still, a minute left here. Lincolnton up 2-0. And trying to tie the series up, and now they're up 3-0.
Yeah, there you go. Just kind of grinding them out. You saw all of East Lincoln. Look how many players were over into that corner zone, just chasing each other. They were desperate for boosts. You saw the first man actually come up, and that left Mikey Kong on a staggered approach as he was the second man, so he was not good in that no man's land for East Lincoln. So they come away with a 1-0 series lead, but going to game number 2, Lincolnton uses the best of the pressure. They put them under. 45 seconds left. They're going to score 1 every 15 seconds. That's fast math, people. You can learn that in school too. Or you can, I don't know. Good school district is CMS and Lincolnton, so
they can do it.
I'm assuming so, right? So either way. Half minute remaining. East Lincoln, they're behind by a torrent of goals, and I believe Lincolnton is to be able to tie up this series and turn this into a best of 5.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a goodness, and another one. Lincolnton is just here, and there's a second goal there for Rin.
Yeah, so, hey, finding 4 on the board. You saw the pre-jump by General Gamer, and then you saw a side flip. Everyone's going to be checking the kind of ghost movement on their sticks and buttons and more, because they're just not able to go up and find that ball. But considering the deficit that they're down at East Lincoln, well, they're going to let this one get all tied up, and they're going to be given at least a momentary break of reprieve and respite before they have to go forward in this challenge. But congratulations to Lincolnton, as they're able to find 4 big goals. You were saying, hey, where will we see a bunch of goals? We definitely do, but we're also going to be going into some STEM competition once this one completes. We are 1-1 in the series. Lincolnton ties us up.
Yeah, and that's what you wanted to see from Lincolnton.
Yeah, so, all right, Lincolnton, they answer the call to arms. Maybe they just weren't ready at the beginning. 3 shots to 15 shots from Lincolnton. I believed that we didn't see offense for a long time, and it is so true. But we're going to be going into our next semifinal for our STEM competition. It's going to be between Butler and Harding. So let's go ahead and check them out. I believe that we have the Butler Bulldogs on the other side of this one. Let's go ahead and check them out as we go into this semifinal.
And coming to you now from Phi News, a deep dive into the awesome game made by some high school students. The awesome game that took the App Store by storm, Super Destructible Dungeon. I'm here with Gary, who got an interview with Super Small Green Dude.
Alright, Jigglypuff. I'm here with Super Small Green Dude. So, Super Small Green Dude, just how did you create Super Destructible Dungeon?
It took long, arduous hours.
How come?
Oh, it's because we only had 10 weeks to make it.
10 weeks? With how great the game is, I would assume that y'all would have taken at least a year to get it done.
Thanks, Gary, but you're too kind.
It's such a great solo RPG Dungeon Explorer. It's incredibly unique, and from the way the game is looking, it's an incredibly adaptable and expandable.
Thanks, Gary.
Ask what's y'all's budget?
Oh, we didn't have one.
What do you mean you didn't have one? You gotta be joking. Why would y'all go through all the trouble of making the game if y'all didn't have a budget?
Well, you see, there's this competition that's coming up in a few days, and the prize will greatly help our dev team with making the game and to build the future franchise.
What are they?
They're computers.
Wait, if y'all are hoping to win the competition, then does that mean that y'all didn't use computers to create this game? Well, we did, but we had to use the school's crappy Chromebooks to do it. Now that right there is impressive. But I have one more question for the night. Why do y'all feel like y'all should win the competition? Many reasons. 1, because our game is original. 2, because our game is very expandable to the point where it can become a popular franchise with many features that can be added. 3, because our character is cute. And 4, because although we had a short time to make it, our development team had created an almost fully built out game.
And we got to see an awesome video over from the side of Butler. But now let's go and see Harding as they are going to be taking them on into this STEM semi. Let's check it out. Bring it on, Harding.
Hello, this is Emilio Pacheco with Harding University High School, and this is why my school should win. I'm a 12th grader at Harding, and this is my first year and my only year that I can do the STEM competition. I was drawn towards this opportunity because of my love for gaming, coding, and music. With the STEM competition, I was able to combine all of these to create a project that has been very fun to develop despite all of the hardships. Throughout the season, I have faced several challenges. The fact that I'm a one-man team, having to compose all the music for my game with several instrumental parts, getting very sick during the season, having my game erroneously blocked on my school's Wi-Fi for a week, and an App Store rejection due to a false flagging which delayed the launch of my app. Despite this, I have been able to persist and create a game that is fun and easy to understand for people of all ages to play. One challenge that has been the most fun to tackle was composing the music for my game. Coming up with a soundtrack that is enjoyable to listen to, yet can also tell a story, was very exciting to see come to fruition. Compared to the other contenders in this season, my game isn't the flashiest, but it does have the best optimization, only requiring 15 megabytes compared to 22 and 78 megabytes for the other games. This means that those with less space on their devices can still download and play my game, only needing to delete one 30-second video at most to make space for the game, assuming they have full storage. Despite not being a game with many advanced technical features compared to the other schools, I have been able to reach a sizable audience, and I was able to reach 100 unique players on the Construct Arcade on May 19th. As mentioned before, a false flagging delayed my game's App Store launch, and therefore the numbers are not reflected as well there. All of these factors are why you should choose my school as the winner. Thank you for listening, and I hope you have an amazing day.
All right, well, our other judges had to step out for a minute. But before we announce the winners, Pasha, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, imagine going to an interview and spending the first 25 minutes, like someone asks you, hey, like, why are you good for this job? Why are you qualified? And then you spend the first 25 minutes talking about how hard it was for you to get to the interview in the first place. I want to hear what the app was. I want to know what you were doing. Like, show us the app. Show us why we should be excited. So we've seen behind the scenes how good what they've done is, but I think for the presentation side, flex your app, flex why it's cool. Show us a demo and your team. Yeah, for sure.
Well, I think one of the common themes here is access to technology is so important, and we hope that we can help these teams achieve that. And I want both teams to win here. But at the end of the day, drum roll, Butler will advance to the finals.
All right, so Butler's going to be moving on, and so are we. My goodness, what in the world happened? Whoa. Okay, I know that they scored 4 in a row in game 2. I didn't expect to just jump in with like less than 2 minutes, and they got 6? What is this?
10-0 in the last, from last game to here.
Oh my goodness. So that's a wild turn. We're tied at 1-1. Now, here's the thing. Talked about it with you a little bit. When you go to best of 7, it's a different sort of beast. So you can lose games this big. It's just about how you recover.
Right. And then if you're East Lincoln, you're looking back to game 1. You were in that game the whole time going, well, you won it. I mean, you're here. And that's, you got to be fine. You got to be okay with these, tough losses. As another one goes up. Possible Brazil.
Yeah, maybe, just depending if the meme wants to be a real or extreme. But look at this 1-2 connection. It's just going to be Ren over to Aaron, and my goodness. That was bullet time, 154 kph. That is fast and freedom units. But we go 7-0. So let's talk about that like a little bit. So you go from game 1 that that was you're talking about you were in the game, but they weren't in control.
Yeah.
Now, as we see more of these continue to go through, it has been 12 goals in a row. Should we expect this to be a continued pattern, or is this simply Lincoln now being properly warmed up?
That's a good question because East Lincoln, you're wondering, is it like, was East Lincoln keeping up, or were they playing well against Lincolnton, or did Lincolnton just start feeling it out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Or did they find something else that they saw and they made an adjustment? Now East Lincoln can't do anything.
It's much the same whenever you look back to that semifinal of Olympic being able to take down Ardrey-Kell. Everyone looks at Ardrey-Kell, they're one of those fantastic teams, and they're still a fantastic team, but they got reverse swept. And that's because Olympic was able to just kind of catch up and adapt and overcome. And often when you see teams like that get those kinds of reverse sweeps, and then they go into maybe a final or a semifinal against other opponents that are doing the same thing, was it just on the day they kept up, they did enough, they took down that opponent? And that's maybe what game 1 of the series kind of looks like.
Yeah.
You did enough to be competitive and make them make mistakes, but East Lincoln in this moment has been unable to do anything for the past, 9 minutes and 45 seconds of Rocket League time, and it looks like they're going to be scoreless through 10.
Yeah, they have to make an adjustment for sure here in this next upcoming game, because if not, we might be seeing the same thing over and over again. Lincolnton is handling business right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely able to break it down. So game number 3 is in the books, and it's definitely one of a stat that if you're East Lincoln, you wish didn't exist. 12 goals in a row, 1 shot to 12. That is, let me do fast math if I can remember. I think it was 15 shots before, so 27 to 4 shots.
Oh, yep.
That's a lot. That's a considerable sum of difference here.
Yeah, and I think if we would have asked each other this after game 1, I don't even think this was a possibility, right?
No. I mean, we did see Mafia, of the 5 shots being obtained by East Lincoln. He had 4 of them. So you had kind of your single point of contention when it came to the offense coming out of East Lincoln's corner. And for game 1, you're like, okay, maybe that's a one-off. Maybe that's happening. But this seems to be more of a regularity, that has to change.
I think they're making a statement right now. I think after that one, I think they were like, this shouldn't even have been close. I think we're coming out of the gate. This is what we're going to do and just handle business. And right now, they're handling business.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. But we do go into game number 4. We do have, this is best of 5 territory now because it was tied up. It is going to be a 2-1 lead in favor of Lincolnton. So we're going to go to game number 4 here in all of a moment. So as we cue back up into it, you have to be almost like a goldfish, maybe not while you're playing, but between games. A bit of short-term memory loss. Get rid of it. Recognize no matter how many goals you lose by, as long as it's not the championship, it's just that game.
It's just a game.
It's that one game.
This is one on pen and paper. You look at it, and no one's going to look back at how bad the games were. It was just, oh no, they won, 3-1, 3-2, whatever it is. So yeah, for sure. But the demoralizing, getting beat that bad, that's what I want to know if it's actually affecting these students.
It definitely can, and then, like you said, that comes up to good coaching. Great touch, but it's going to be found and saved. Demon Time Red. They're able to kind of stop maybe that spark of life. And that's what Mafia is really trying to drive for. You need that spark to be able to cause an explosion of resurgence by East Lincoln.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, you saw that they're having great shots now, even off the jump right there, but there's going to be a goal right there already for Lincolnton, and they continue their a lot of goal scoring.
It's easy to just kind of summarize like that. You saw Mafia, they came off the wall, and that's a hard rotation because as soon as you're rotating into the post from the corner, instead of being able to kind of take that more outside top of box rotation, well then you're going to be caught looking pretty much. You're going to scream from off of wall, you're going to use your flip errantly, and then you're just not going to be able to recover. These moments right here, especially because we see the step up. You have to be able to kind of punish into this. Mikey Kong can't he had no extra boost. Looking for just a single hop and jump. It's a good challenge, at least to slow down the counterattack of Lincolnton. That's already turned into a bouncer. Good find by Mafia.
Yeah, see it finally going the other way for East Lincoln. Great redirect right there. A Super Duper is going to be there, and that's the thing. Anytime East Lincoln even has an opportunity, Lincolnton takes that one away.
They absolutely do, and you see them having to commit numbers to it. This is a rough position for Mikey, but Mikey does airball it. Super Duper is going to have to go over the top, actually get a flip reset to send it all the way back up to the ceiling, and a good challenge by Mafia, who I think they're going to loosen the leash of a little bit. Looking for a bump, looking for a second one. Not this again, and saying, no, not this again, as you're able to get a nice stoppage. Mikey's in an awkward position, going to be saved out. That's a big punch, but it goes through the wall. Tied at 1, finally breaking the dry streak.
Yeah, and that's what you wanted to see if you're East Lincoln. I mean, you just needed a goal to get that, momentum going the other way. Right now, their backs were against the wall the last couple games. Now they finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Let's see if they can, get there.
East Lincoln is so different when they're able to not just confidently, but very much find ball connections out in midfield space. They were working from only out of their back quarter, not even third. Often you'll hear casters and us just talk about how this entire field is separated into those thirds. Well, they have been stuck into this little finite space, and Demon Time Ren is just dicing them up.
Yeah, and that was just, he literally took on their whole team. That's all three he outplayed right there, touched them all, and just got, took the lead here for Lincolnton.
That's a tough read because Mikey Kong was looking for a chance to try and bank it to the corner. He actually hard slammed it to his sidewall, and it did not go anywhere but into the box to a player, and Demon Time Ren, who was able to just kind of hard rotate it and bring it right around. Mafia looking for another connection into this corner with 2 minutes now burned off of this game. Number 4, what a clear. Goes to the backboard. Everyone on Lincolnton looking for a chance. General Gamer, on target, top shelf and in.
That was a beautiful pass, a beautiful shot. You see that right there by, oh my goodness. He knew it was coming, and then just perfectly placed ball, top left pocket. Oh, beautiful. Now it's looking kind of like that game 1. I think they found their light. East Lincoln is now figuring it out here.
A little bit of separation. Mafia has been that guy who's been allowing for those rotations. Mikey Kong, King Kong, I was waiting for him. This has been that player that's been maybe a little bit sus in the last couple, but a misread as they can't get the squishy save from Super Aaron because it was just stuck over the top side of the net. Then Mikey just patient and waiting, and East Lincoln finally finds the lead.
He knew if that ball was missed, it was a goal, and that's exactly what happened. The miss came, which you don't really see too many misses here in this series so far, besides maybe game 1, but really no one was scoring in that, so it really didn't matter. This is a big game here for East Lincoln if they can hold on.
East Lincoln, this is the first time they've had a regulation series lead. The only other time they were able to have a lead is when the game was decided. Trying to be able to play him like a pogo stick, but just can't get it around the last one. What a diving save.
How did he save that out of nowhere? That ball was just going to barely roll in. He said, not today. And now going the other way as East Lincoln tried to add on some insurance goals.
It looked like that one was just defeated. Everyone had been kind of dimed up in the middle of the pitch. Demon Time Ren is trying to find another one. And look at that. Super Duper Aaron has to actually use his flip a little bit too quickly. They go for the pinch play, and that's going to be able to work to get it clear. Mafia Shadows can play for time. They have to very much take this one with some extra responsibility and get the sauce behind it so they can clear it out. Mikey Kong, you're starting to see some more confidence. That's actually going to be a passing play to the wrong player. Super Duper Aaron is able to get at least a little bit to it, but General Gamer is just keeping this trap in the corner. We got 90 seconds to go.
And there's a shot, and it somehow goes in. It does hit the post. Watch it, though. It goes in, and right after hitting the post, great ricochet. Watch this right here. Hits Mafia top right, and it bounces in for East Lincoln. It gives them a 2-goal lead here in game 4.
Physics is not a kind maiden to some, and that's a reminder of how much these still can be able to get that forward side ball rotation and then just curl around the pipes. So the clang will ring for the likes of Lincolnton to remind them that East Lincoln still has some offense. Honestly, this surprises us. We saw 8-4 or 8-0, 4-0 in favor of Lincolnton for the past couple of games. East Lincoln coming up strong, huge, better, stronger, better for the likes of their half of the pitch. And now Mafia just winning these midfield contentions. They go all the way up, and that's honestly the player that's going to create space.
Yeah, and this is honestly the reason why everyone sees series now. You don't want to see one game because games can go either way. As we see a goal go in there for Lincolnton, they're trying to make this comeback here in game 4.
You guys just saw a reverse sweep a bit ago, and you know that down 2-4 does not beget the end of a game. Lincolnton trying to remind everyone the exact same thing. So 3-4 now, plenty of time on the clock. They've got at least maybe 3 big possessions if they can win these midfield fights with East Lincoln. We got 40 to go, not this again, trying to be able to pick it up, but they're going to be shut up by Mafia.
Yeah, in my head, I'm like, is this deja vu? Like, I swear I just casted this for Olympic, but now East Lincoln and Lincolnton kind of doing the similar thing.
Oh, half-minute remaining. Not this again. It's just going to kind of fly up. Super to Aaron was thinking they had an early read. That's going to come up, go down. Mafia looking for a flip reset in his back pocket. Oh, he's going to be able to get the dunk, and it's going to be helped out by Not This Again. Oh, not that again. They're going to be saying it.
Yeah, Mafia goes up, hits it off the top, and does the flip reset on the top. Oh my goodness, great play right there, and gives them, an extra goal.
Yeah, so, hey, finding that insurance, the premium is paid, and they're able to last a little bit longer, so the comeback is going to be a little bit tougher against Lincolnton, who was offensively dominating against East Lincoln. Well, 5 goals were found, and I've not seen many teams lose a game when they get that many. One extra shot for the pot, and there's still time on the clock. We can't cut them out.
You love to see it. Lincolnton has heart for sure, and they're showing it right here in game 4. You see it right here. 2 seconds remaining. We've seen kickoff goals before.
It's true.
This is possible.
It's very possible, but is it probable? Percentages will say no, but will Lincolnton say yes?
Whoa!
They leave it behind. You got to pick up that ball. 1 second. This is a jump from the high side corner. Do they get it to the back wall? Looking for a double touch, but it's going to be a massive clear over to Mafia. That's going to go to the back grass. It does hit the dirt. We're tied at 2 in the series.
Oh my goodness. Now, that was just crazy. They just left it there.
Oh my God. You know what that means? They were both playing for possession.
Yes.
They're trying to play for that crazy Spanish kickoff. But you know what? This goes the big way. 8 shots, 6 of them gained by only 1 player for Lincolnton, or East Lincoln rather. But hey, they're doing it big and bad and strong. So we'll go into our next semifinal. It's going to be App Dev again, this time Garinger and Palisades. Let's check out Garinger.
Hello, this is Garinger's STEM team. My name is Poe, and we present this video in hopes of you all sharing our confidence in winning this season STEM competition. The main reason for our confidence is the technical skill that we have on our team, from programming to design to editing and voiceover.
Our programmer put in over 100 hours worth of work into the app, and the videos were done in Premiere Pro. We're caretaking to ensure consistency between videos, as well as maintaining quality. Many of us struggle to find time to work on it. However, we still managed to build something we are confident in.
We also keep high faith in our app, with a lot of the praise going to our programmer Calvin, who put many hours into achieving the functionality with the transaction system and ChatGPT integration. Much of the time and effort put into our app was spent bringing our dream to life. We realized coding services such as Thunkable limited our creativity.
We kept design in our minds at all times to ensure that both what the user is interacting with and how it looks are good. There are several revisions as we moved along, with a major change being the addition of a website and an app fully functional.
We feel as though we were viewed as an underdog last season, so we decided we wanted to bite back with something we are proud of. We don't have the same resources as some other schools, but we didn't let that hinder us. We are Garinger. Thank you.
All right, so Garinger's been able to show their hand, but let's check out the cards behind Palisades' side of the table. Take it away.
Hello, parents, judges, and competitors. My name is Malvin Vu. I am part of Palisades High School, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of the STEM members who worked on this project this season, including Nam, Brian, Grace, Rifik, Juran, Lamario, and John, who are hopefully in the stadium today. We're very proud of our app, as this is the first year that Palisades or any of its members has competed in a STEM competition, let alone coded an app. So we want organization and league for allowing us to have the opportunity to create our own app to publish on App Store and Google Play, which is crazy to us. Alright, now the process for developing this app was very hectic, and we want to share it with you guys. So the first problem that we came across was with our actual main program, Thunkable, which allowed us to code the app. The poor integration of collaborative features kind of hindered our performance, and maybe maybe dampened our spirits on working on the app, but we refused to give up on this app because we were very passionate about this project. I mean, even the lengths that we're going through to make this video right now perfectly showcases how we've really been trying to make the best out of our situation here. We actually had a bug trying to share our app with the judges here today, but we were able to find ways to reach our ultimate goal of providing financial education for students who need it the most. We hope that any student around the world can be able to use our app to educate themselves on financial literacy and set themselves up for success in the future, because that's what drove our passion for this project so greatly. So again, our name is Palisades High School, and mark my words, we will be back next year.
All right. So we have officially heard all of the STEM competitors, which is amazing. If you are a STEM competitor and you are here, why don't you raise your hand? Where are all our STEM people? STEM people? All right, let's give a big round of applause to all the participants. Woo! And we want to do a special recognition for Sid T. Can you stand up for a second? Red sweater right here. Big round of applause, Sid T. Sid T. Sid T. Sid. So those who don't know, Sid T basically ran all of our STEM stuff for us, so huge shout out to him. Also a huge shout out to everyone who participated in this. It's amazing because most of these kids, I'd say 99% of them don't have any of these skills taught to them in school, and they're able to build, I mean, real stuff that you can use. You and the judges were playing chess in the back earlier. So it's fun, it's good, and obviously, if you haven't gotten a chance to participate, we're going to be doing this again in the summer and fall. You'll learn some really cool skills. It'll look great on the resume, and you'll have a fun time doing it. So Malcolm, with that being said, why don't you tell us what's going on from the rankings?
Okay, so we have Geringer. And the other team that we just saw.
Definitely not typing in a password right now.
Palisades. I just remembered it. Okay, Geringer and Palisades. And between those two, there can only be one that advances to the final, and it is Geringer.
Congratulations over to Geringer as they'll be moving on into the finals. So everything is starting to wrap up when we go and look at the STEM portion, where we're looking at the apps, the games. Are you at all a developer?
I've made up probably 20 games.
Okay.
No, just kidding.
I was like, dang,
man.
okay, that's awesome.
I'm so impressed anytime I see, apps and games made here by the students. So here we go. Another, you're holding your head. What are your thoughts?
How the pendulum swingeth. Okay. I feel like advantage goes to Lincolnton when we don't look at them.
Yeah.
I think something's going on with that. But, I mean, we did see a game where they did go 8-0, and that was all live. We have one shot so far being able to get taken by East Lincoln. So this is a wild momentum turn. You're going to find a 6th right now.
Jeez.
And so the games that Lincolnton wins, they've now, at minimum, right now, in terms of total goal count, they win 18-0.
Yep.
So East Lincoln, when they can really shut down or at least force a challenge in midfield against Lincolnton, that's when they're in the game. Otherwise, they're not.
If they can just put up a goal, honestly, a goal in one game, that their statistics get a lot better, of a chance of winning, because, like you said, they've just been either getting shut out or they've been somehow winning. So it's kind of wild how this series has been going. But game 5, super duper Aaron already having, wow, team in time already has 5 goals here.
5 of the 7 shots, so a massive percentile being built up by Ren, who seems to have been having themselves a game. I wonder if, about the assist. They really kind of came into that as well. But Lincolnton, when they just come out and they play their game, it seems that they're completely unchallenged. And if it is East Lincoln rather, that does take this championship, it will be kind of nuts to look at the goal differential stat.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna heavily favor Lincolnton, unless somehow, in the next few games, East Lincoln just pops off with some goals. But right now, the way it's been looking, not so much. I think Lincolnton's got it when it comes to the offensive firepower.
So now the great thing about Rocket League, especially when it comes to series play, reminder, this is not championship point.
Right.
We will be gaining that point here very soon, which is going to go into the back pocket of Lincolnton, and I don't think any big DC is going to be happening here on land. Maybe some momentum, but even that is shut down. But this is like a create your own adventure book. You think you know what the ending is, but you still have to turn that final page.
Right. Gotta find out.
Yeah, so East Lincoln, they better be writing a future that's better for 15 shots to 1. Look, I'm going to start just ignoring that because obviously that doesn't determine the next game.
Yeah, one shot. That's
No.
wild. But I'm sure the next game will be different.
And you have been using a crystal ball off on the side, so if you guys want to come to the booth up here over in the opposite level, he's making some crazy predictions. But either way, we are looking into game number 6. This is now match point.
Yep.
This is series point. This is championship point for Lincolnton. You need to put this series away. You have the advantage. You have 2 times you got to be able to get it, but you don't want to let momentum go over to East Lincoln.
Yeah, in East Lincoln, I mean, come on.
Do it.
Step up. You got it. You guys, whenever they put up some goals, they're winning the games.
Yeah, this is a squad that is heavily reliant and led by Mafia. If Mafia and General Gamer are able to connect, that gets Mikey to really kind of stand up to the plate. And when you see Lincolnton really kind of contentious against them, they have everyone hands on deck. Not this again is able to work just fine. They have a good challenge game. Some of those upper deck kind of challenges are waiting on Super Duper Aaron to do some of the work, but it's gonna be a wild one. So either way, we're I believe that we have our next game primed up, or we're going into some more STEM.
I think we're gonna have a STEM game.
More STEM, okay. So we're going to be going over to STEM. So let's go ahead and check it out. It's going to be, hey, you know what? I don't even know who's in this one. Let's go straight into it. JT Williams.
Yellow YTAC Nation, this week it's time for the LAN. So let's pull back the curtain, take you to our school, and run it from the top.
My name's Mason Gadea, and I've been doing the voices all season, but we'd like to show you how we got here tonight. Our first idea was a personal budgeting app called Frugal Friend.
A few weeks into the season, we realized that our idea wasn't unique and there was already other people who had similar ideas. So we decided to pivot and make Fraud Friend.
I think our coding was a really big strength this season. A critical part of that was Sid. There were a lot of late nights working with him. He was really helpful, especially in like week 3 or 4 when we decided to switch from Frugal Friend, which is a very oversaturated market. We didn't like it a lot. He was critical when we switched to Fraud Friend, our anti-scam app.
Fraud Friend is unique from its competitors in that it has an everyday use, its service is unique, and it puts user information first.
Videos have always been one of our strengths as a team, so this season we really wanted to fine-tune both our editing and writing process. We did this by incorporating new writing members and by adding special league cameos to our videos.
When my father put restrictions on my internet usage, he told me, "It's not you I don't trust." So that's why we decided to make Fraud Friend, so that anyone can get the help they need to stay safe on the internet.
To me, this season means adversity. At the beginning of the season, I broke my arm, and the rest of my team had to step up and pick up the slack.
To me, this league means opportunity. Video making and content creation has always been a passion for me, and being able to work with league officials to hop on stream for a day or hone my video making skills has been invaluable to me.
To me, this season means improvement. Even just looking at our videos from the beginning of the season, you can see the vast improvements of both our editing and our app.
We're so happy to see how far our team has come, and for sticking with us through all these weeks, thank you.
JT Williams, I'm not going to forget you guys. Always great presentations and, of course, being able to have a great product. But on the other side of them, can Hopewell be able to have the hope to make it into the finals? Let's check them out.
We believe Monotine should win for various reasons. But let's start with our team's development over the season and a word from our CEO.
Monotine should win because, I mean, we learned so much and we developed so much over the time period. We developed this app, but also, like, we ourselves developed. We learned better time management and team management skills, and I mean, we developed a lot of issues with the app. We found a lot of issues with the app, but we worked through them. Like for the first few weeks, we didn't make the wisest decisions. Our pages were not consolidated, and it was very spread out and unorganized. But we developed our organizational structure, and like we were able to make this amazing app as we developed. And I mean, furthermore, we have a great team. We have very good chemistry together, and it's just we spend a lot of time laughing and having fun, as well as developing this app, and we're all very proud of how it turned out. And overall, we're a great team to win because we're just a good team of people, and we can produce amazing results like these.
I think we're a great team to win because of the impact we have on our community. Our app is specifically designed for people in our age group and our peers. This app is extremely relevant to our school community, and we can already see it making an impact on some of the students here. Let's see a few examples.
Mana team really good. Mana team makes me feel very warm inside.
And the Mana Team development team is excited to see everybody have their own unique reactions to using our app. And last but not least, I want to thank everybody who helped us on the way, from people on the STEM team to people who helped us get reviews, and all the teachers who helped gave us resources. Thank you. And now, to leave you off with a meme made by the Mana Team development team.
Never mind, I'm stupid. Imagine knowing.
Let's hear it for him, folks. Oh, I was like, wow. Way to go, STEM. So, this is the final semi-final round. We've already got Myers Park versus Butler in the finals of the game. Dev on the app side. JT Williams and Hopewell now showing off. It is hard to choose one of these two, but we have to do it. So, joining Geringer in the finals of the app dev competition, JT Williams!
All right, we're getting right back into it as we are in the championship round now because Lincolnton has, in fact, been able to obtain series points 3-2 over East Lincoln. If you're just now joining us, we're a minute and 20 into game number 6, and it's currently 2-up for Lincolnton. And this is a bad position because when we see Lincolnton get up this high, East Lincoln often struggles to find an answer.
Exactly, but we're still seeing shots go down from East Lincoln. So I mean, they're still putting them down, which is good. They're half hard. They're putting pressure down. But right now, Lincolnton looks like they just have the control of the game right now.
Goodness, a bit of a giveaway as Mikey Kong just can't be able to follow up as the third man. You do have Mafia that's just playing for these midfield challenges. Great timing by Demon Time Ren. 3 minutes coming up on the clock. Lincolnton is going to form some sweat because they just want the job done. Oh. Able to win it past everyone, but there was no one for the kill shot.
Yeah, and I don't even think they weren't expecting that. I don't think they were expecting that ball to go over all cars, but they are here, and now here comes the counterattack.
Trying to be able to win into these corners. No one is getting vertical enough to get on top of Lincolnton, and that's where they're finding all these big clears. You do see a double commit. Not this again will rotate right behind Super Cougar Aaron, and now a follow as that is going to be Demon Time Ren who steps all the way up into the corner. Mafia looking for anything, but again, there is no one high enough. Even when you do put the numbers there, I think that was General Gamer that stepped into the midpoint of the pitch, and now it's Mikey Kong. No, make it Mafia that's looking for one extra touch. 2:20 on the clock. This is at least a low scoring lead, but East Lincoln needs their first.
Yeah, and East Lincoln, I mean, that's the thing. As long as it's like a low-scoring lead, that's okay. But it keeps getting bigger here, Monkey Man.
Oh, it was low scoring. Now 3 is seeming like it's a little bit. It's up there. It's a very tight differential, and that one, what a shot by Not Dis again. They may have just scored, just secured the entire championship.
That's what they were saying. Not Dis again.
Oh my goodness. So we go to in the 2-minute mark approaching for East Lincoln's lifespan to end going into this LCS championship. They need to find some pay dirt. They need to find it now. Seeds of doubt have been planted and they are starting to flourish in favor of Lincolnton. One big jump. You do have a double commit. Not this again, challenging all the way forward. And that's General Gamer. They're going to leave it behind. Maybe going for a bump, but Mafia is told to stay behind. They need a defensive man.
Yeah, and right now Lincolnton still, now they're doing a good job of just killing time and keeping the ball on the other side too. East Lincoln backs against the wall here.
Oh goodness, and they're trying not to
it's
put it
still
through. They're in the box. They have to get out. It's an escape plan. They're getting off of the prison island. They have to be able to at least get something going. The warden is gone. The spoons are run down to the nub, and they must escape from their prison cell. But Lincolnton, they have been able to just keep them trapped, and they may be here for eternity.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think that's how they feel right now. I mean, 3-0 still, only a minute left, though. You know, usually I say that's plenty of time in Rocket League, but when you're down 3-0, I gotta start scoring here somewhere soon. But right now, it's only been Lincolnton who's scoring here.
Oh my goodness. All right, Lincolnton, they've got 3 with less than a minute to go. They're trying to be able to finalize this championship. Finishing a series, finishing a championship is sometimes one of the toughest things you gotta do. They've done the work. The homework's in the backpack. They just need to hand it to the teacher. And with a challenge like that, Red is trying to make it bonus points for them.
Yeah, they're trying to get that extra credit. I mean, why not?
Into the corner one more time. How many times does East Lincoln have left in the tank? Gonna rotate over. General Gamer out of boost, and they're about to be off of the clock as well. Half minute to go. Mikey Kong to the midfield. Mafia doesn't want to leave anything behind. A big save, but they cannot be stuck on defense.
Yeah, that was their chance.
Oh, and they will have very few further of trying to be able to get at least a touch. No joint to be found. 10 seconds on the clock. You might as well stand up. You might as well cheer. You might as well be able to give them the cup because this is all she wrote for East Lincoln. A fat lady's singing and she's having a great time. Lincolnton, they will be your LCS Rocket League champions. Job well done, Aaron, not just again, and Ren dominating through this final.
Yeah, and definitely a lot closer when it comes to the shots that time, but Lincolnton just held on. They kept control that whole game and finding themselves champions.
Yeah, hey, congratulations over to Lincolnton. And now, hey, you thought we had just one championship lined up. Look, everything is going.
Yes,
so
sir.
We're heading over to the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Finals. So we're going to be going over to Smash already in progress. This is a fun one. You've got Myers Park versus Butler. We are still in the first best of 5 of best of 5s. I don't know if you know sets, but we're setting up for at least a fun final. We're going into it. This is a wild one. You've got Picamare versus Banham. Banham here for Butler. Picamare for Myers Park, and they're currently on Sephiroth, which is quite the chunk to be able to have to work against. Big brawler, but this is a classic. This is Cloud versus Sephiroth.
This is awesome. Let's see who's going to be able to take this one first round.
Oh my goodness. So lots of mid control. Sephiroth does have that 7-foot long katana, so they do have the slightly longer reach, which means you're going to be able to build up with some of these longer energy pushes as well by Cloud. But as soon as they get them to the top stage, that's going to be a takeaway. Now off of the recovery, it's basically a free hit, looking for the kill confirm. They're going to go all the way off stage just to be able to juggle out, and they will at least get their first stock, but they have to give up their own.
Yes,
that actually even things up.
That even things up, and that's not what you're looking for. You're just trying to finish them, get that one stock off, but now it actually hurts you.
Yeah, and you're working towards the limit break meter, able to nearly get it up to max, and it is there. Trying to be able to get at least a lateral combo so they can finish them to the corner of the stage. And Sephiroth, rather, Picamare is able to get all the way back over into mid. You do have your limit just kind of waiting to be used, and looking for the drag down, see if they can get him, but they've trapped him on the opposite side corner.
Yeah, right now it looks like Picamare doing what he did last time. This time not falling.
No.
He actually held up, and now up 2-1 Myers Park.
I love that idea, trying to just get the secure, and they're playing from under edge guard frames. So as they peek back up, it's Banham who is struggling to be able to get Picamare to at least come back up. And though they have the slightly higher percentage, they're working on that limit breaker stock, and a nice grab, be able to juggle him off to the opposite end. And now Banham is stuck in a precarious position. This is still for that first point of this set series. Picamare has been able to come back. They do have stock lead right now, and all of this is currently bonus percentage to work against Banham, who with a big grab, great up kick.
Yeah, and right now Picamare 90%, now 100, now he's gone.
Okay.
There we're even.
Okay, they've got the limit break meter. They've got to be able to use that pretty soon, but they have to be able to catch him, kind of working. So that's an awesome grab as he just came up neutral, and now he's just being juggled off stage. Doesn't have a great recovery. It's very limited. He doesn't want to come up. Oh, but the smash goes through, and then he'll finish it off. So, first points of this first roster heading them. Might as well say FF. He's telling them, see you later. Off of the Sephiroth win. So that will be, I believe, Myers Park taking the first of this this full best of 5. It's like BO5 of BO5.
Yeah, and whenever I saw them fall off the first time, I was like, whoa, don't be doing this again. And they stepped up. They're here, Myers Park, getting that first one.
Great. It's less of a meteor strike to be able to kind of punt them down and more of just like taking advantage. You put sword over top to drag them down as they come over. I'm glad to be able to be a presenting model.
We love it.
For weapons I don't have. But either way, kind of just push them off of stage. So we will be going over into our next set. Do you play a lot of Smash?
I've been running tournaments, but I've never really played much.
Okay. All right. So
I'm learning as with you guys
okay,
too,
so
all the parents as well.
Of all your characters, is there anyone that you would want to play before we head over into an intermission?
Absolutely.
Like, who would you want to play? Do you want to play a big guy, small guy, fast guy?
Give me Captain Falcon.
Okay, just Falco.
That's what I'm going to do.
All right, so that's pretty cool. So either way, we're going to be going into another match here in just a little bit. I believe that we're going to a short break. Words in my head. Are we confirming that as well? It looks like that we're going to have a short intermission. So on the other side of this one, we're going to continue with some more Smash and more esports, maybe even some more STEM on the other side. We'll join you in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, as we're getting ready for more Super Smash Brothers. I'm Hell Monkey Man in the booth alongside Bear Light, and we are trying to shuffle as quickly as we can through our casters as much as we are through our titles. You got to see the LCS Championship, and now we're working through so much of our Super Smash Brothers. This is, in fact, the finals, the championship. Myers Park is doing really well.
I mean, I bet. They're the #1 team coming in. You would expect the same results, and that's what we've been getting. I mean, they've been excellent and had some of their teammates come, or their team members come up to me when I was on that break watching guys kill it, by the way. Appreciate that commentary. They said, hype me up. Well, you got to give me a reason to. And right now, throughout this weekend, you have been. What else could you be doing? Let's find out. Let's see if they can jump into it, get another win, because they've been doing that quite often this weekend.
Yeah, and we already have Myers Park that is, in fact, 1 up in the series. We're going into set number 2, which is already in progress as well. It's a 2-up right now. Guess what? In favor of Myers Park. And so we're going to be heading into game number 3 of this best of 5. So we're going to set into it. If Myers Park ends up winning this one, they'll be on championship point, and it's going to all come down to that 3rd roster member. And in the same midst of all this, we're also going to be seeing our other semifinal of Rocket League. If you haven't had enough esports, well, you better stick around.
Yeah, they must tame the Mustangs. He's Olympic here. As we see Pokemon Trainer come out with this score to begin things off.
Okay.
We've seen this same Pokemon Trainer over and over again for Myers Park. All of the highlights we've seen come from the Charizard side. But of course, when you start early, you want it in a smaller form and take that little bit of damage. Kind of similar to what we see with the Pyramithra.
Yeah, this is an interesting one because it goes very fast, very floaty, and this one actually has a lot of great juggle mechanics. I love being able to see them get to the end of that upward waterfall, but they change out. They're going to go for the Vine Whip and to give themselves better recovery as well. This is more of a kind of a brawler character because you're going to have much more of a grappler when he goes over to the Charizard. Flat out whiff on the paint, though, just not enough in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, had the right idea, just couldn't quite execute. And so they'll get back to it here center stage. The only advantage here percentage-wise, but still, Pokemon Trainer, although almost knocked out, got a little bit of damage themselves as Minman gets back onto the edge. Not quite enough edge guarding there from the Pokemon Trainer. And in fact, they're going to lose their life force.
Charizard was looking for the big kill shot. They work very mechanically kind of to your heavies, and they can absorb a lot of extra, but as soon as you're out in that external blast zone from the big Pokemon stage, well, that's exactly what you're going to get. They're going to go back into Charizard, trying to be able to take on these extra fights. Van Seth has been working very well at a high percentile, and they've been able to keep themselves at a moderate paint meter as well. Look at them just full guarding. That actually is going to find itself a smash, and this is looking good right now for Butler.
Yeah, they've been really impactful here early. The 3-1 stock is never a good sign for the other side, especially for Bonk for Myers Park, who's been pretty stellar. Part of the trio of, absolute nightmares for other teams. So I asked these players at the top, before this tournament even began, who's your top 3? And for Bonk, he only gave me 1. He said Pokemon Trainer 3 times. Obviously one trick, but it works to some degree. They are able to take 1 stock back and only 23 damage in the meantime.
Pokemon Trainer, Pokemon Trainer, Pokemon Trainer. That's not quite a tongue twister, but it's just enough to at least be like, okay, you got to say the extra words. But they are looking at a comeback. We've already seen one of those today from 3-1 down and be able to turn into a 1-0 win. That's a great plant. They're able to root them down onto so much of that extra paint, but now off of the juggling, Bonk is trying to bonk them. They're going to work over to the Vine Whip, bit of a Razor Leaf, and now off the throw down tilt. Looking to get even more from mid-stage. They throw the grenade off. Oh, what a combination! Able to toss him away. They're going to look for the edge guards, and they're going to have Butler looking for last gasp to keep this one into a 1-1 series. They're able to make the nice up tilt. Another juggle. There's so much extra damage. Looking for the forward smash, and they're going to get thrown instead.
And Ivysaur, the Vine is perfect timing. They tried to chase them off edge, but couldn't quite finish that. And now it's a chase game here as Bonk tries to stay on again with the Vine. They can't recover. They do. As Midman has to recover vertically. Otherwise, that would have been the end of it. But we still play on. We're almost to 100 per. As now the chasing is the Charizard trying to get that final last kill and going to give him the fire in the meantime.
They've got the grab, big throw, and that'll be enough to kill him. It turns into a 1-1, but this is all bonus time in favor of Bansef. Butler looking to their second roster member with 148. Do they go from 0 to hero and maybe 0 to death? No, big grab, 163. Even with a heavy character, that becomes a very wide and long toss. Charizard trying to be able to at least get some of these huge haymakers. Flamethrower will miss. They're going to be able to jump, drag them down, force them, get a grab, throw them forward, and this is going to be continual push into the ball. They get the smash! Oh, they come back from 3-1, get 1-0, and that'll be set 2 for Myers Park. smart.
That's what I'm talking about. Stick with it. You're over 150 for an extended period of time over the course of 2 stocks, and you still get it done. And now that was, you know, an absolute comeback that will always be remembered here. That's insane. Bonk knew it and had it down. Now, he said Pokemon Trainer 3 times, but he could have really gone with Squirtle, Ivysaur, and a Charizard, right? That's what I would have done to be more creative. But, I mean, still, what a performance from this man. Bonk continues to impress. And that's one of the reasons why Myers Park is able to win consistently. It's because when you win over and over again, right, you're able to kind of establish that. You never feel like you're out of a game. That's what we saw in that comeback effort.
That was wild. That was fantastic. And that's kind of the effort you need from your championship level group. So Myers Park, they're going to be sitting pretty, but we do have some more esports on the other side. We have Rocket League coming up as we're going to be looking into the semifinals here in just short order. We're going to get our teams here up on the stage.
That's right. I mean, we already saw one upset there on the Rocket League side, so we have to introduce, of course, the teams that are coming up here. And, I mean, with Ardrikel already falling here, you leave it to the number 2 and 3 teams to battle this one out.
So we got South Mech, we've got JT Williams. So let's be able to bring them out. JT Williams, your number 2 seed. Do they fill in the seat at the top of the stake of the table of everything? We're talking about how hot their STEM team has been. They've been just the same. Can they fill in where Ardrikel has left that giant hole?
Exactly. I mean, and they almost anticipated, expected the fact that it was going to be Ardrikel in the finals. And so now you can't let that affect your gameplay. Here, still get down to business and finish off your opponents, which are good ones, by the way. And they are, of course, the number 3 team across. They've got Skimmit, they've got Sea Hercules, and of course they have Peyton as well to round up that roster. It is the South Mech Sabres coming to the stage.
The Sabres, South Mech. Look, whenever Bear started talking about Skimmit, I thought he was just skimming along the top of talent, but no, there is depth to this trio. And here's the wild thing, both these teams, they do not have Ardrikel across the table from them. They have Olympic that was able to pull off not just a reverse sweep, but in Game 5 OT. Now I need to know, big opinions off of these 2 squads, which good luck to you both. You're gonna need it. Do both these teams, is this gonna be the winner? Because often when you see a team make a reverse sweep just like that, was that a one-off venture? Does Olympic have what it takes to be able to take on what's coming up from this semifinal?
Could very well be a one-time, and I know you expected me probably to go the other way, but for Olympic, yes, impressive win over Ardrikel, but you know, across the pitch, you've got 2 incredible teams, and you have playmakers on both of those. Nutella for JT Williams can make those big plays mechanically, but can also leave some work to some of his teammates too. Grassy and Snore haven't been perfect for JT Williams over the course of this weekend. They have had communication issues from time to time, as we saw in the semifinals, and they're going to have to go up against South Mech, but either way, both sides of this equation play at such a high level that you got to figure it's going to be quite the workout either way in preparation for Olympic in the finals.
And South Mech, oh my goodness, this is going to be a tough squad. I think honestly that this squad has very quietly done the work necessary to succeed. We've been talking about JT Williams, we've been talking about the likes of Ardrikel, but I feel like maybe not, no one believes they're unknown, but when you look at South Mech, they've just been grinding their way up into this position, and now they have a chance to be able to get themselves in a position to take on Olympic, which, you know, shout out Ginger Race. Look, Ginger Gang a symbol. So just like one of my favorites. Everyone's like, Monkey, you don't know what you're talking about. That was mostly with Rocky River Ravens. Sorry, Ravens, you were awesome, but maybe next year. We will go into the semifinal though. Do you think JT Williams is taking it, or do you believe in Skimmit?
Man, that's tough. You say Skimmit specifically. Nobody else on that team. And it's funny because, you know, Sea Hercules and Peyton, they're kind of like B. Like, they feed off of their leader and true performer. And for Skimmit, he makes a team better because he leads by example. You want to play better because he is playing better. And so if Skimmit performs at that top level, he is legitimately the one we're looking to, because if he's popping off, if he's got the energy early, so will the rest.
Oh, hey, we're going to go into game number 1, and it's a best of 5. We're not in best of 7 territory yet. That's reserved for the grand final, which is coming up in just a little bit. Let's hit this semifinal with a little bit of pace. It's going to be JT Williams. It's going to be South Mech. One of these teams is going to have a seat at the table for the big dance. The other one, well, they're going to have to look from the sideline for a little bit longer until next series. But game 1, right around the corner. Let's be able to check it out.
Enter the hype chamber. Let's roll. It's time. Put 5 minutes on the clock. We begin game number 1. JT Williams facing off with the South Mech. as this one falls kind of lazily into the center of the pitch here. And remember, both of these teams, it has been a while since they played a match, extending back into yesterday.
Oh my goodness, they got the job done! But it's gonna be Grassy that immediately finds first taste of the scoreboard. This one was left a little bit errant. They were just trying to be able to create some space. They didn't think that would turn into a cherry pick position. Grassy did though. That's good comms, that's good bombs from downtown.
I'm starting to see why this team is so even with their archery count, because every time they go to match up, they go to a game 5. Now that's because they have similar approaches. That same pass we saw multiple times from Archery Cal wasn't successful for them before though, so we'll see if that trend continues as well. This one's left at center field, and Grassy will collect. Good flick to get past one, but couldn't get past the last defender and skim it.
Yeah, this could be a lot different, I think, than our LCS championships, because that one was left up to just wild swings of pendulum momentum. I think that both these teams are going to be keeping pace with one another. Now, South Mech, they do find JT Williams in front of them, and JT Williams, where we thought they would be fated for another rematch against Archery Cal from previous championships ago. That is not the case. It's going to be a fresh new king of the court on the seat of the throne. Grassy against the world. Great save to be able to put this one out of harm's way.
Yeah, that was what a recovery speed it was. And we see Hercules. We'll have to double check and see as Caden is actually the third here. Not see Hercules in for this one. So, I mean, Caden's been effective, but that shot as well effective as Grassy now will give them a 2-0 lead.
You know, often whenever kids go outside and they're a bit younger and they're playing in the yard, and then you come in, they're like, you're covered in grass, and then you get a little bit mad at them. Well, now you got to be like, you know what, I'm proud of you, because Grassy is able to just go out into the corners of that lawn and take some hardcore strikes to force the punishment, especially when two commits trying to find them out in the top of the box. So South Mech really hasn't gotten themselves into some offensive positions that they could be able to benefit from yet.
I would just be proud that they were touching grass to begin with. Let's be honest, this one will find its way back towards JT Williams. Grassy right on cue, has got lots of air control, kind of came back down with it in the flip reset. Didn't get much off the side of the car, but what it did do is set up Snore, who's able to sneak that one in short side post, and JT Williams with the 3-0 lead.
Very thematic type shooting, because Grassy just showcasing the mechanics, but it was kind of lazy. It was almost making me sleepy, and then all of a sudden, Snore comes in and finds the third. JT Williams. So, all right, we were talking about Archery Cal. We're talking about JT Williams now and how good they're looking. Is this just game 1? Because we get one ripped from the kickoff, Nidak, or Caden rather, if you can read backwards, there you go. They're able to find at least this first and kind of winning a bit too much of this first touch. South Mech just seems to be not here yet this game.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that could jumpstart them. Yeah. I mean, it is just a kickoff goal, so for JT Williams, they could just as easily wipe that off their shoulders and say, it is what it is, bad bounce, boys, let's get back in it. And that would be the right mindset to come in with. So we'll see if they continue to ride that momentum quite a bit. As Nutella here in the air hasn't really done a whole lot, took one shot earlier. It's been Snore and Grassy, who I said they need to perform as well. They need to get their communication rolling. They need to make sure they have that connection on point, and they have been thus far in this series. One of the reasons why they have this 3-1 lead. Now for South Mech, finding ways to get around JT Williams is difficult because they always throw you a different look.
Who needs Nutella when you got Snore and Grassy right now? I mean, that's kind of the vibe. It's just whoever's straight up winning it, let them go cook, let them go win. Oh my goodness, and nearly finding another one, as that was a redirect at least dangerous. Dropped into the pocket. Peyton off of a half flip is looking to just kind of slow down this progression, but JT Williams, they are lit by a fire. Oh, that's bad. And it becomes worse. Grassy gets a hat trick and the defense folds.
And what you were trying to do there is play a 50-50, and Peyton unfortunately got bested there by Grassy, and Caden was a little bit too far forward. Yes, the positioning a little bit off, and so you want to hang back a little bit, maybe on the far side post of the net, so that way you can use your momentum forward rather than seeing it sneak right past you on the left side into the back of the net.
Yeah, it looked like they had both kind of centered up and they found each other in traffic. They were trying to high-five through the car window, and then that just turned into bad deals. Skim it. Well, I mean, okay, I've been talking about Skim it because you talked about Skim it and you have me believing in Skim it. I mean, the only time I've been able to see him is right now. And in this very late term into this game, they've really been just kind of a phantom. Players are not at least present and accounted for some of these challenges because we've been having to stare a lot at JT Williams looking for another dime up as Snore is just a second.
We talk about, JT Williams and their, style of learning where they can just, know how to take over a game, know who to target, know how to take out the picture, anybody. And they have been taking Skimmett out of the picture. In fact, they've been taking just about everybody out of that picture as well. Not to mention, I don't want to make excuses for South Met because this could just be a game one thing. But it could just be the fact that they're warming up to getting Caden back in the rotation as well. I know that was just a change that happened in the last week that we saw them, which was about 4 weeks ago or so. So they look a little bit more unorganized, which is as to be expected here to kick off this best of 5 scenario here in the semifinals.
Nutella finally gets himself on the clock, 6-1. We're 1 away from the meme, but this has just been dominating. And good news for these guys, they're going to have kind of an artificial sort of situation to kind of calm down, see if game 1 was simply game 1, or if it's going to become duplicative going through the semifinal, because we do in fact have more of the Smash final coming up. And right now, if you're South Mech, there's time on the clock. I'm not going to speak too favorably to it because it's not a lot of time. You're down 5, and I've not seen too many teams give up this kind of lead. I think it's really into this moment where you're just looking for something to spark some life, just saying, you know what, this game, we'll forget about it, but we're not going to forget that why we got here in the first place, because we are good enough.
They are. They 100% are. They know it in the back of their minds too. Whether they manifest that towards the front of everybody's experience right now within the Bank of America Stadium, that's yet to be seen. 1 minute left, and they're down by 4. So a long shot, yes, but Skimmett showing up, and when he's scoring goals, suddenly they start to snowball into multiple goals. And even though it might not help you out here in this game number 1, you expect that momentum to carry into the next game as long as they're on the scoreboard a couple more times here before the game's over.
South Mech, they're able to get at least 2, and JT Williams, they can play kind of loosey-goosey into here in garbage time. Skimmett looking for an extra touch, gets the ceiling reset, gonna try and re-attack that ball. They're waiting on a teammate to get there. They just kind of wait for the trampoline, and though a couple do commit into the defense of JT Williams, it is all just non-pressure play. They're just playing for the mechanics and just going straight at it. Get a flip reset, trying to bury it. You see 2 commit as well from the near side post. Less than a half minute to go. This one is just nearly in the books. We've done everything except strictly everything.
Exactly. Well, JT Williams known to be that team that can create comebacks. It's very rare that you see them give up one, right? It's just the way that they play is so smart. They don't give up goals in multitudes, and you see them continue to press, right? They don't change their game style just because they have a massive lead. They're going to play with the same aggression, with that same heart, with that same energy that they start and kick off the series with.
Game number 1 in the books. JT Williams, they'll be leading the series 1-up. So congratulations to them, as we'll be taking a short break from a bit of Rocket League. 14 shots, 9 of those by Grassy. Are we surprised with the 4 goals? Not too much. We will be seeing ourselves move over into Super Smash Brothers yet again. Now, here's some good news that we can actually go into Smash. Right now, series is up 2-0. Myers Park, the number 1 seed, they are in the lead with that 2-0, but as we work our way into our 3rd set, it is in fact game number 3, best of 5s of best of 5s, full best of set. But this one is being led by Butlers, so they have a chance to get a point on the board.
Yeah, and that would be huge. Obviously, you have your different individual matchups, so every matchup is completely different. Every single player, in fact, that's the way they draw it up per school, is you want different styles of play. That way, if you match up against different styles on other schools, you'll have something to counter one another. It's like Pokemon in this form, and we're also on Pokemon Stadium too, so that works too.
One of my favorite maps. I love.
How appropriate.
I love this map. But you also have Ganondorf. In case you guys have skipped Ultimate for a while, much like I had for at least a bit, Ganondorf is actually kind of great. He's been able to kind of get balanced out. He is one of the heavier characters, but he's a grappler, so going to go for the big grabs, the big finishers, and some kill confirms. Whereas Mac has a meter to build and is going to be scrappy on the floor. Oh, big whiff. And this is going to be up to the kind of the fancy footwork reads you can get out of Mac. And Nev so far has been able to build up that meter pretty well against West.
Well, there's a couple times where West really could have countered pretty quickly there when on the way down. You know, you saw that down air earlier there from Ganon, but unfortunately didn't follow it up with the side punch, right? And so that's how you pay, right? 38% is all he's going to take in that first stock. Not to mention he's still building up that same thing. We saw Nev earlier, and he was stronger as you go along, just like a Wario as well. Is another example of that. So Nev, again, you don't want to be in this spot, especially when he's doing things like this.
44% hit hit, and that uppercut, as stout as it was, they're trying to punch up into a different weight class, and Ganondorf can be able to hold his muster for quite a long time, 107%. And they're playing for positioning right now because Nev has done a fantastic job about just waiting for timing. It's a bit overly telegraphed when Wes wants to go in, be able to use either a shoulder thrust or be able to get a big launching kick to take over much of the stage, and then they really quickly tilt back and forth. That one just out of frame. They do get a massive tilt, and that actually, they do still have stock advantage, and that recovery falls short.
Yeah, it's because Ganon doesn't have that much recovery. He almost answered it, though. Little Mac has difficulty with that horizontal recovery, but still able to get to it nonetheless, and will be taking a breather there on the edge while he tries to figure out how to get around Ganon. You're not going to. Once he gets that grab, forget about it. You're out of here.
Yeah, you get squeezed. You might as well have the Triforce power just absolutely rendered from your body. So this is all bonus time right now for Nev. Yep. Needs to be able to build the meter against Wes, and I think they got it. They do, in fact, have the smash. So that will be the first series point on the board for Butler. They are very much alive in the best of 5.
They are right back in it. 2-1 now the count there. And so, you know, with Ganon, it's basically a 50-50 situation. If you're able to get those big hits, fine, perfect. But when you're getting juggled by Little Mac, it makes it all the more difficult in a sense. So you have to get back down. That's why a stage, control is so important. You want to make sure that you're grounded there because otherwise you have the disadvantage. And that's why you saw a little bit of camping. We're going to stick away from one another for quite a while. Eventually the fights do become scrappy, and Little Mac with some force there to really end it.
It almost is just like that game Punch-Out. You're the little guy taking on the big brutes, and they're always massive, so you got to get underneath them. But as we get underneath one game instead of Super Smash Bros. Finals, we'll be moving over to the semifinals, back to Rocket League, as we have more JT Williams versus South Mech. It's game number 2, and we're tied at nothing apiece, well past midpoint.
Yeah, the defensive struggle apparently both ways, and that means that Skimmett hasn't been on the board since the first goal he hit, which was late in that game number 1. So they've really been limiting his chances. They've been jumping on the opportunity. That's a good pass out of the box. Skimmett, a reactionary save, able to keep that one out.
Oh boy, this is looking better and better. South Mech trying to limit the damage that JT Williams was ought to do in game 1. And maybe it's going to be taking late-term desperation. That's going to be a shot, but it's going to fall very wide into the corner. Still, with these forward touches, South Mech is at least, or rather JT Williams is denying South Mech a step forward over the midfield line. That's going to be sealing him down. The parabola plays out, and Skimmett just playing for possession off the trap on the side of his head. Less than 90 seconds to go, and I mean, the late-term OT, I think, plays in favor of South Mech simply because JT Williams has been denied the score.
So Skimmett has been playing the Superman role. That's backwards. You can't get to it. Oh, the mistake. And after 3 minutes and 45 seconds of scoreless play, we've been talking up the defenses, and a mishap there, a mistake, a mental mistake. You can't make it this level.
I mean, okay, big defense by South Mech, because as long as you've been able to keep this at zeros, big saves have been happening, and that forces JT Williams to step up and see if something will break through, because no matter how measured and disciplined you are, eventually you're like, you know what, something has to happen, and then an errant touch goes sideways for you. So coming up on the last minute of play, can the defense still stand strong?
Grassy lasered that shot, so the reaction from the defense of South Mech, credit them. 4 minutes left, and they'll need more. This one will challenge Caden. We touch it away. It's right in the hands of Nutella, who will press the box, but Caden knocks it back out. Skimmett, if he doesn't make that touch, that was about to be labeled as well by Nutella. To the top of the box he goes. He'll go high. Nobody guarding that back wall makes it awkward. Caden only does so much, and they sneak it up and over him. JT Williams has equalized with just 39 seconds left.
I mean, they had a chance, and they just kept pile driving towards it. The bar gives them a favorable bend, and I gotta wonder how much of that would have floated in. You did have a defensive man for South Mech that helped it for just a little bit along, but JT Williams says we'll take those. They've been going and just battering their skulls against the wall, which is both concussive and percussive, but you want to eventually have that drum beat go to a sound all your own. Less than a minute, or less than a half minute remaining. Great challenges, and JT Williams is not letting South Mech resign in the back half without him.
Nutella had to step up on that play, though. It got a little bit dicey, as that angle almost worked its way in. That hit the crossbar. And an angle that should not have even challenged South Mech's defense in the first place. Skimmett's having trouble collecting this one. Nutella's able to challenge him. Good cutback, though, with space to work with. Got the flick off, but it was JT Williams that held strong. Now a 0-second chance opportunity there for Grassy. It's off the back wall, and they're there. What a read from Caden. Shuts it down. The man that comes in late to this roster is the one to make a huge save to force overtime.
Caden sold out to go for that. He was like, I need to put my car here. This is exactly where I need to be. Second man looking for the dive, crashing the gate. It is leaving everyone kind of stutter-step. Grassy was the last man at the near side post. A shot is on target. They should be able to communicate at least well enough. Skimmett will be left at the last post and then come up to the near side. So the first half minute of play right now, very contentious to both ends of the pitch. You got to go out and find that ball. And it's been JT Williams that has done very well about forcing South Beck to suffer under a cage of oppression.
Constantly, and it doesn't quit. It doesn't. Nutella couldn't finish it there, though. Leave it for Peyton. He's got control. He lost it. Gave it up to Snore. Skimmett on the recovery backwards. His momentum carry him back to his own net, but he still pushed it forward instead of towards his own net. Impressive touch there. They're backwards. Snore had the opportunity to take a shot, but it was a misconnection.
Trying to collect. It's a little bit rough as you do have Nutella, I believe, that was pressing up. No, Nutella's actually just taking Peyton by the hand, a bit of a joyride. And now onto a 1v2. It's out of no man's land. Honestly, I believe that South Bank is starting to run out of booze. They've been very much locked down to the corners and onto the goal line for much of it. That's Skimmett that makes a great undercut touch. They're forcing Grassy to actually just collect into the corner as well. If they had missed that, they had a put away, at least a pass opportunity to bring into the box. That's another one. It's going to go off the opposite side post. 90 seconds here, Bear, into game number 2's OT. You know South Beck is looking to just survive the onslaught and force JT Williams into a best of 3.
Because in that last sequence, Caden wasn't nearly as prepared as he was in that desperation save he made to force overtime in the first place. They're looking like they have a few holes, the little cheeks in their armor. But Grassy wants to dribble this one in the air all the way back towards Nutella, and this one will challenge the floater, finds a way, somehow sneaks it in, and JT Williams, off of what seemed harmless, will take the 2-1 win in overtime and go up 2-0 in this series.
Oh, that is such a mind game. Grassy playing with the ball possession forever, and because it took forever, they're like, you know, I've got this. They've all been staring at one guy. He is the only one with the ball. And then all of a sudden, as everything seems cool, calm, kosher, well, then you have a very clean cut coming and daggering through. So, my goodness, I believe the differential of shots heavily favored JT Williams. They do now have themselves on match point. Their offense is really, even though it went 2-1, just peppering the back of that cage and everything for the net has really denied South Beck progression upfield.
16 shots, it was the number there.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of shots for JT Williams, especially when you're in overtime and being pounced with it. There's no opportunity, no breather to work back into the other zone. You were stuck there. Surviving was the exact right term. They were just on their heels consistently, and when Grassy, when he was taking 8 shots per game, you know, you're looking at him whenever he's got possession, air dragging, even though it's backwards. You have paid no attention to Nutella, who was able to put on his 8 shots himself and be able to bury that last one.
JT Williams, they are now on match point, trying to get themselves into a grand final to face off against Olympic. The turn back Grassy looking for maybe the first goal here into game number 3. But remember our previous semifinal, a story that must be told twice if South Mech is to find themselves a seat at the big dance. Not a wallflower, but one that can do a bit of the tango, the salsa, maybe the cha-cha. Skimmett up in the midpoint of this pitch. Caden is rotating right in front of him, and now you have 2 teammates that are locked right on top of each other. Though the rotation is rough, South Mech does get a clear.
They give a little bit of room out this Skimmett, but they took it right away, and that's what you have to do. If you let him believe that he's got space, he's going to roll with it. He can roll right into a trap if you set it correctly. And South Beck has done that a few times. It's been able to help them out. But right now, you've got Peyton eyeballing a teammate. That pass was well ahead of where Caden maybe should have been, but they still get that touch to go. It's Peyton putting South Mech up 1-0 here, their first lead in quite a while.
What a fist fight too, that one with a layback, and they had to do this in front of Snore. Snore caught sleeping as Peyton was peeping, able to just get a soft redirect enough on the undercarriage onto that tire, and no pace, no problem. They simply put it on net. 1:15 here into game number 3, and South Mech is currently living.
loving the fact that they've had their first lead since, I don't know when. I'm not sure they've had the lead this series.
No. No, they've not.
We're going to go with no. Maybe that'll amp them up too. Skim it again, trying to challenge that box, but Nutella has that shut down 9 times out of 10, known for his defense more so than ever.
Yes, they have. It was yes, it was 2-1 the previous game. They actually had the first goal.
Oh, you're right.
There you go.
You're so right.
I had to think, and I thought wrong first, but I got it back, guys. I got it.
All the crowd's probably screaming at us, yeah, they had it, you know. But
I can hear them.
Listen, we're back to it. We digress. Skim it now, going to tap it back to a teammate. Finally finding some passing out of the zone that's been successful. All the rest have been shut down, but look out in transition. Talon should have probably put that on target. There was nobody back for South Mech.
Yeah, they were looking for just another chance. And honestly, shout outs to South Mech right now. They've not given up total free space in the midfield, but they've been getting on top of each other, unpunished so, as they've been rotating very close. And I think they're trying to play maybe for close 1-2 proximity, which allows them to get this kind of clear. This is an odd situation in terms of Snore, as he has to retract all the way his corner. And Nutella says, dude, just go back, get more boost, let me take this for at least the interim, because me and Grassy are going to connect. No, that's actually going to be Snore out in the midfield. That allowed him some time just to rotate to clear his zone.
Yeah, it allowed Nutella to step up and beat 1, make it 2. Payton by himself there. Handled that 1v1 situation pretty well. Had a little bit of space and was going to beat Nutella regardless, but didn't panic and put it to a spot where your teammates can pursue and get the very next touch, which will be Skim it here. We'll toss it past Snore, but right into the hands of Grassy. The rotation for JT Williams looks so much stronger than it did in the top 8, but they are still down here, and a chance where South Mech's got an opportunity to perhaps extend this series. We've seen a best of 5 in the semifinals already, go to 5. Maybe potential for this again. Nutella pass back to Snore. The 1-2-3 tic-tac-toe. They've evened at 1.
That was a wonderful heads-up play. Grassy just recognizing that Nutella just got a big demo, and Nutella saying, hey, I'm able to screen out the defender. Why not just give it to me? I can put it at least into an open zone opposite of where the goalie's going to try and pressure me from the hip, and then that just creates a nice passing play. So JT Williams getting a spark. If you didn't know, outside it's raining. In here, the fire is going down, and South Mech's just trying to be able to survive the heat.
Skim it the next to touch, but he gave it away. It's Snore. He's got space to work with. Caden's backwards, made it awkward. Nutella with the follow-up shot. Great shot from South Mech, not to sleep on that one. But now it's Grassy Foot resetting in. That little bit was all you needed. It wasn't the cleanest whip reset you see, but it's all about the utility you get from it. And he makes it 2-1.
What was clean? And maybe, hey, actually going out and finding it and getting it immediately, but getting off of that wall, that was me like trying to be on the inside of a pool wall and do like a neat thing and just like frog flip my way to the middle of the pool. That was so fast. Grassy has been executing so well going against. So South Mech under pressure and duress, and South Mech is actually trying to get one back, because otherwise they're going to be eliminated from this entire bracket.
Yeah, and that's right. And they're in danger now. They had the lead here, and they had it a couple of times and given it away a couple of times. And you know they have to dig deep at this point, but it's very difficult to do. Like I said, JT Williams, the comeback team, we see why now at this point, whereas South Mech is going to have a tough time with JT Williams, who typically plays clean all the way through. That time Peyton will be able to allow the chance to transition. Has a teammate available too. Skim it, hits it off the ceiling. Peyton needs a touch there, but he rushed it, and it's right back into the hands of JT Williams late in this one.
This is a sweaty time. You want to get the series done, and JT Williams, they want to end up with a 3-0, and they want to have a hot streak going into the finals against Olympic, who was able to reverse sweep. That one goes near side post, a deletion, double demo. Is anyone even there left behind? South Mech, they may be in fact left behind. Big save outside the top 90, but they need to find offense. This one in the sky. Nutella looking to shut it down. That's a passing play. They're missing out on it. Looking to keep this one at least airborne. Gotta go up, gotta find a win. They bring it around the corner. That's not where the net's at. Now Caden, oh, they're just bumping each other. One extra strike over the top to the backboard. It's gonna be denied. That's gonna be Snore as he caught sleeping. Caden keeping it up. It's still 0-second time to the box. Nutella, the kill isn't there. And looking for the opposite side wall. There it's gone. And JT Williams, a great push by South Mech but it's going to be JT Williams moving on to the finals.
He said it'd be sweaty. I didn't know it'd be that level of sweat as Hail Monkey Man dropped to the floor to make sure that he get enough energy to match what was going on in that final sequence. Incredible sequence there at the very end in a 3-0 score, which seemed like it was a best of 5, final 5, and final time too, alive for 5, but it was not to be. JT Williams able to jump out and get that win. You said they needed to close out. They were just able to do that there.
Ooh, just barely, making me have to do an entire game 5 in my throat. So here we go. Oh man, just doing the squats. It's good. All right. So we do see JT Williams. They're going against Olympic into that last big final for Rocket League, but we're moving from there over back to Super Smash. I believe, right?
That's correct.
That
correct.
way?
Yeah, that's Smash is this way.
That way.
Yeah.
That way. Okay, that way. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Okay, cool. Whew, I did it right. Okay.
Yeah, your brain it's still working at this point, trying to a little bit. Yeah, so we head back to Smash. We're in the 4th set, by the way.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and take a peek at who we're matching up against. Remember, Butler doing some work there against Myers Park, and we're able to sneak out a couple. But Myers Park, I mean, they've been the better team out of anybody so far. But can they continue? Butler, again, stayed alive here in this sets, and it's 2-1 Myers Park overall.
Now, this is going to be a tough one because you do have a lot of reach off the Katana into this matchup with Pikamare onto the Sephiroth, and that's going to require getting into the fit of it. We saw the same thing trying to get around all that power striking that Ganondorf can do whenever Nev was taking on West just a moment ago. And I think Nev right now is on kind of that hot streak. That was a massive counter, able to get around him, but that's going to be a big grapple as well, trying to be able to build up this meter. But Pikamare really hasn't been touched yet.
No, not yet. I mean, it's just been quick movement speeds. Eventually, you're going to be chased down, though. Little Mac, again, so quick on that ground that if you want to stick there, which is actually the ideal place here in Pokemon Stadium 2, which is the most balanced, by the way, for all characters. There's no quite advantage that you get from playing any one character. So the middle of the stage is where you want to be. They have been chased down now, 85% there to Little Mac, and you can see Seth the same way here as they're up to 78. They trade punches here, and now Little Mac out of their elements going up high.
Ooh, yeah, that's not where he wants to be unless he's going to go in and just take on some fights. And of course, you have that great lateral slash by Pikamare. So just utilizing reach, and that's very tough into this matchup. They're trying to be able to go and get straight into him as soon as the invulnerability broke, but just not been able to kind of keep up. You saw so much of that dark fire. What a great uppercut! It's percent. We're basically even Stevens again.
Yeah, which is weird because it felt like it was favoring Sephiroth so heavily, but instead it'll be one uppercut, basically one up air is all it took. And they're back even. And it is until, you see Lil Mac getting bounced off the stage, taking oh my goodness, the side B, the forward B, insane. The fair just got to him.
Okay, I was wondering about some of that recovery, but Sephiroth actually can just kind of blink upwards, and that was a massive counter. They actually used that counter shield just to reflect everything back at Nev's Lil Mac to be able to just deny them that counter, or rather the edge grab. So, pretty much a stock for free, at least from that positioning. And look at all this free space because of the reach that you have off of the Katana melee from the Pikamare Sephiroth. Just really kind of guards them from distance. I could see Nev switching characters, but it depends on if they feel they're confident to be able to get within the guard of Pikamare.
You have to get in tight. Now is the chance when you do get in once, you want that chain combos. And now you see the damage being done there percentage-wise up to the 90.9. Now's the time to strike. Good shield, though, just on the edge. Will that do it? No, staying alive. Can they reach? They can. And a Little Mac trying to edge guard completely. Now they've got them right where they want them. The positioning changed instantly whenever they were playing a bit of chase there and forcing him to come to you.
Oh man, because of those explosions that are going to come off of the Dark Flame, you do have to back off, and you saw Nev kind of waiting. Look at this neutral grab. They're trying to get away from the slash, and that's just not going to happen. Pikamare, very patient, able to get a +2 KO diff. And of course, this is, for the first time, at least into this final, the one that's just started. So we were 0-0s. That is first wins over to Myers Park. We're going to be going into stage select, as well as maybe even a change-up of character. I think we're going to be sticking on Lil Mac. It wasn't too leaned away, but there was definitely that reach differential that Lomac, or rather that Nev was having to fight against.
Yeah, and there was no switch up or mix up that we've seen in the past from Nev specifically.
Yeah.
We've seen that whenever they were on edge, they were hanging for quite a bit, trying to figure out what to do next. Every single time they've been going for the attack off the edge versus trying to jump off the edge, or even roll out on the edge or go straight to shield. Instead, they wanted to go out and be aggressive, and you're going to get slashed every single time from the Sephiroth. So, I mean, that was an interesting play there for sure, but I imagine they're sticking with the Little Mac. We've seen them on it consistently throughout the entirety of the weekend. I don't see why a switch would quite be necessary. I know it might help with the counter, but other than that, what you're comfortable with might help you out here.
I could almost see them, if they want to, going for something more of a heavy grappler. I could, maybe not quite a Donkey Kong. I would almost, look, I would almost flex into a Bowser, but that's simply because I like to be able to just kind of turtle spin on top of each other. You saw great combos when he did get them trapped kind of more upper mid stage, and that's when we saw the uppercut really kind of come alive. We saw that against Wes earlier, which found a lot of value for Nev, but the Sephiroth game, great recovery from way and distance, and now you actually have a changeup by Picamare. It's not too dissimilar from Sephiroth, except they're just going more for the hand-to-hand combat. They're going to play more short form, but this is a type of character that can take you from 0 to death almost instantly off of a punch.
Yeah, Cassia is one of the most played characters, and for that reason, because there's surprising reach as well, so it's not completely different, you're right, and they do have a lot of size as well, so that hitbox is, or the hurt box as I call it, a lot bigger there for Picamare as well, so Nev will look to expose it, but right now is being exposed, at least in the last little bits, as it went from probably 2% to 51%, now make it 81 as they're off this side, and they went for the kill shot, and they're able to get it. It is bump, set, spike. You're out of here.
That is ego if I've ever seen one. That was so good because not only did Picamare go for the meteor strike, but so did Nev. Was like, you're down here? No, you're stuck with me, and then went straight for the back of the skull. So, and same thing too, because you think Picamare, they're actually in a point of advantage off of their Sephiroth, and then they are the one that actually decided to character swap, and Nev sticking with the Mac, and they're playing them kind of on their home turf, just winning them straight King of Fighters style. KO meter has built the top, and they're trying to at least get back into their fray. Now this recovery is going to be big. Yes, that's exactly the frame they were waiting on, but it's 106%. Now Little Mac, they gotta stay closer to the ropes.
Look, they're so fast, right? That footwork, that fancy footwork they have on stage. Unfortunately, that's not going to help you out whenever you're walking straight into the punch of Cassia, as you are out of here and down to one stock. But like we mentioned, even though it's Cassia who we said will be the one that can wrap up some damage pretty quickly, the way they've been playing Little Mac, I don't anticipate anything different. Good avoid there as well, as a projectile almost rolled into Little Mac, causing a little bit more damage. Instead, we'll be happy to kind of hang here at center stage and play positioning instead.
Waiting for that demonic laser beam to come through. No grab to be found. They're just waiting for Nev to hit that. So Kazuya, they can very quickly just turn the tables if you're going to play from distance, but that meter was built, and that's going to catch him right at the belt level. So great off of the swing, and that turns into a massive smash. And in fact, they're already building up the meter. Big combos. They're going to push them off to the center stage, and now they recognize they're in a bad position. They don't get the grab nor an uppercut as they come up neutral, have that shield, and they're able to just kind of protect themselves. But look at the distance they're providing for each other.
I mean, I love this. It's because this is quite literally a boxing match. Whenever you see Mayweather fight, you see the same thing, right? The distance because of the power it can punch. So Picamare knowing what they're doing and keeping this distance, waiting for Little Mac to make their strike, but unfortunately waited a little bit too long. Great job to get a little bit of damage on the way back up, but now you got to pick your poison here, and that attack off the edge was able to land a little bit, but Little Mac right back in their face. They're up to 107.
Oh, this tendency, Nev is waiting for their time to strike. They know they have the KO marker, but they're actually getting their meter belt. That's going to drop them all the way, and that's going to be enough. The pile driver. Picamare is able to turn it right up back around on them, and that is going to put them at current game points. That's actually going to put this one in finals point against Nev.
Incredible. I mean, sticking with it, and the character change was sometimes a little bit bold, but you love to see them move regardless. And we have the STEM finals coming up, from what I understand. That means that it's going to be a deciding factor on who won all season long. They put in so much work and time and effort into these apps, into these games. So we send it to Malcolm now, who is going to lead the way with the STEM finals. Everybody get hyped. Let's hear it. Malcolm.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. I want to give one more big round of applause for all the STEM competitors. Let's hear it. These guys have done an incredible job over the last 10 weeks creating games and apps. Each one has blown my mind, and it's been amazing to see all the progress. Now, to award them, I want to invite up Riley Fields of the Carolina Panthers.
Thanks, Malcolm. On behalf of Tepper Sports and Entertainment, the Carolina Panthers, and Charlotte FC, we're really thrilled to welcome the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League Championships to the Panthers Den here at Bank of America Stadium. So game development. It all comes down to this. First, we would like to recognize our third place finisher with the development of chess PvP. Please put your hands together for the Independence Patriots. And in true American Idol drama fashion, we'd like to invite our two finalists up to the stage for awards. Please welcome the Myers Park Mustangs and the Butler Bulldogs. So give us a little bit of insight into the work that went into the game development.
Well, there was definitely, it was a lot of teamwork and it was a lot of time. We spent, I think I logged about 40 hours on the Discord channel with Sid and Co. working on the game, just putting in the hours. It was just a schlep, it was a grind, but I love the way it turned out. We've poured our heart and soul into this, and I think it's turned out great.
I think that's terrific. Embrace the grind. Greatness doesn't just happen, it's earned. Right, Butler, same thoughts from you.
Well, I'd just like to open up with saying, like, we have a lot of respect for our opponents here. You guys put in a lot of work. Your game looks really, really nice. And on our side, we really feel that our game feels really polished. And we just put in a lot of work and, as he said, heart and soul into it. And we're really hoping to see some results today.
Both teams did amazing work. But our 2023 champion with Knights of the Realm is the Myers Park Mustangs. Congratulations to Jackson Marcus, Dale Kirchner, and Jemiah Gillespie. Let's get a quick picture right here. Hold that. Also from our friends at Charlotte FC, we've got championship jerseys.
So additionally, you guys also won Asus Gaming laptops. How do you feel?
It's great excitement. They're going to be really helpful for the future working on this next year.
Congratulations. All right, next up is App Dev. Can we get those teams up here, please?
One more round of applause for these great kids. For the category of app development, we want to recognize our third place finisher. Let's congratulate with Deep Dollars Palisades High School. And then our two finalists. Please welcome JT Williams up to the stage, as well as your Garinger Wildcats. So tell us a little bit more about the app that you developed.
So Frugal Friend is our anti-fraud app. Fraud Friend? Oh, I said the wrong one. Fraud Friend. So anti-scam app, you put in whatever's happened to you. Someone texts you saying you want a free phone. We can tell you what to do about it. Great time working on it overall.
Amazing work. Give them a round of applause. So Garinger, in similar fashion, tell us a little bit about the app that you developed.
The app that me and my teammates developed was an app that took a lot of effort from all of us, and it was definitely something that we are very proud of and what we accomplished in this competition. We're also very glad that we got the opportunity to compete in this, and our app, it took us a lot of work to get it done. It was written in an actual programming language, as we believe that was the best course for us to take in that app.
How many hours of development did you put into it?
Just pure hours of development, I believe, at least just from our combined effort, I think it was hundreds of hours. But for individuals, I think it was more than 50 hours from each of us.
It's incredible. The work that goes into all this by all these kids, it's astounding. The judges have reviewed all the apps. Your 2023 champion for app development, the Garinger Wildcats.
And again, you guys know what you won.
I won the laptop.
The laptop. One laptop for each of you. Congratulations, guys. That was amazing. Take it away. Bearlight, back to you.
Man, oh man, Garinger pulls it off. I am so hyped for this team, who we always talked about improvements, and to go up against the Titans of JT Williams. I love their presentations. I thought it was great. But to represent G-Bank the way they did and turned it into something completely new and exciting there, I thought it was well-earned overall.
Honestly, G-Bank looking pretty good out there. So congratulations over to Garinger as you take it. And JT Williams, what a fight, honestly. We talk about competitions, we talk about esports, but it comes right down to the development crews as well. App, game, everyone did a great job this season. I can't wait to be able to see what more is going to be coming down, as they had to meet so many challenges, deadlines, and Malcolm and Tark yelling at them. So, you know, that's always hard to be able to deal with. But we also go back into a little bit of our yelling, which is for the competitive piece. We're going back to Smash.
Which is, you know, something everybody is hoping we don't do, is scream the whole time. Oh, wait. We get hyped.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll make it work. Also love the fact that the Myers Park STEM team came up to me prior and were able to say, hey, we want to see you hype us up. So here's your hype. Congratulations on your game dev win. That's incredible work, Myers Park. You earned it on the Stim side. Let's see if they can earn it here on the Smash side. They're up 2-1 in this battle, but remember, this has been dead even as the switch back now to Seth has been made.
Yeah, and this is a 2-0 current roster v roster pick position in favor of Picamare. If they win this particular 3-stock battle, they're actually going to be able to take the championship here for the Smash Finals. Myers Park, Picamare, they're trying to be able to work against that KO. They have stayed in long factor, and they did bring out the Kazuya to be able to go into that brawl, but the KO meter don't even matter if you can't land a single paw onto the Sephiroth.
No, not quite. I mean, just been untouched right now. He will be touched there, though. Trying to push him off that edge, and a little easy grab to get back on, but Little Mac just popping him right back off any chance he gets. And doesn't want to sacrifice jumping up and edge guarding, because then you sacrifice position if Seth can get behind you.
I love the diagonals that Picamare takes whenever they go back to corner, because they always are able to get that extra clip that goes through that side. And what a great dance. It's been Nev really playing with that down and distance, and they've been able to burn up more of Picamare's percentage, but they've not been able to get the kill. And that recovery is just nasty to be able to work from all the way up under that third of the stage, putting the rolling fire up onto it. And Nev is playing from distance. They're trying not to get any extra damage put into them. They're looking for a downward spike, and it's just not going to happen yet.
Oh, I like the idea there, but Nev was able to at least aim it to keep it semi-close here into the second. But look at the bar ticking up here for Little Mac. Nev has got it going here, and now into the red. You're waiting for that KO to pop up on the screen, and that's when you want to strike, but you're taking a lot of pain here in the meantime. So yes, you are building up that bar, but you are losing your life for it, and now a 2-1 stock advantage with little damage done here for Picamare.
One stock stands between Picamare, Myers Park, and a trophy as they're trying to finalize this Smash competition. Big uppercut. They send them flying. Picamare very, very patient about when they want to get into the recovery. Nev has taken no damage onto their final stock. They're looking for an uppercut to see if they will be able to break the shielding. Now pushing all the way off into the blast zone. Can they drag him down? It's going to be a fight off edge. Big uppercut to recover. And now Picamare trying to take the fight even further. Does that smash land? It does, but they don't get sent all the way off of a shield and dodge and grab. Looking for anything for under the floor, and Nev staying alive, and Picamare much the same.
I like that because you're not causing much damage when you're on stage, so why not below it and knowing that you can recover and stay out of harm's way in the meantime. That being said, it was only temporary as he got back on stage and still taking that damage. And now is comfortable here on the edge, maybe more so than they should be because you knew that was coming right off the bat.
One stock remaining on both sides. Nev has a ton of percentage in comparison. Picamare doesn't really take too much when they don't need to on this recovery. This is for the win. This is for the championship. Trying to be able to dime them up, dash them up, and they have big slash, huge range when it comes to half of this stage. Trying to run straight into the katana, but the fist to the face. They're going to remind them who they are. Only a third of the meter. They get that quick combo as they recover just as well.
Yeah, and now back to it though. Could it end it? It's off the edge here. Another uppercut recovery, playing with desperation, but also playing with fire if you get too close. As Picamare now trying to bait in Little Mac to the edge and now has positional advantage. And see you later. That's game here. As it's Nev off the edge of the stage, and you see the reactions now. What a finish to this incredible competition.
They were trying to play a chess match, checkers, a bit of 4D nonsense all at the same time. And you saw some good positioning from the likes of Nev, but he knew eventually he had to be able to kind of swing into all those cross cuts that Picamare was bringing with Sephiroth. But it was the distance, it was the commotion, and it was going to be Myers Park. They're your Super Smash Brothers champions here for Season 1.
Well, we saw the Pokemon trainer with Bonk kick things off, and then Picamare to be the finisher, right? You're in that third slot, you're hitting clean up, and you're hitting them clean off that stage. This team absolutely performed, and so just after they won their Stim portion on the game dev, they took a game and were able to dive deep into it in order to get this victory. Congratulations to Myers Park. Let's hear it one more time here in the pit. The well-earned victory in Smash Bros.
That was beautiful. That was just great work, and just a little bit of extra attitude and ego. Sometimes you play against the characters, sometimes you play against the player, and you know what? I love seeing handshakes at the very end. I would have thrown my controller through the stormy windows right now, but those two, great sportsmanship between them. So a season well done, championship earned by Myers Park, and they're going to be walking home with a nice little trophy and some accolades, and of course a bit of extra pride going into next season.
No doubt. I mean, the they haven't struggled in very many areas if you think about it. So, well, we have the trophy presentation now. So we're going to head down to the stage and watch as Myers Park gets to celebrate their Season 1 championship. This is what it is all about.
So where else other than the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League Championships can you hear phrases like, "It's a fist to the face," and everybody gets excited? That is what Smash Brothers is all about. We're joined by your champions for the 2023 season, the Myers Park Mustangs. Please give it up for Blake Berard, Parker Stronum, and Wes Morgan, your Myers Park Mustangs.
Are we calling intermission from us?
One more time for your Myers Park Mustangs. Smash Brothers champions.
There you go, Myers Park following up with a great victory there in Smash Bros. After winning STEM. They have a lot to celebrate there in that Myers Park area.
Yeah, that one's going to be fantastic. The Mustangs, they were running very strong through the entirety of that Smash bracket, and, you know, number one's number one. It's what you want to see, but, hey, we have some upsets that could form on the horizon, but we need to take a little intermission before we get there.
That's right. We're going to take a 2-minute break, so don't go anywhere. It'll be real quick, and we'll be right back on the other side. It's been very Myers Park heavy as they've won their STEM portion. They've won Super Smash Brothers, and Garinger was able to win their app development STEM portion as well. These are two schools that won't be featured in the finals for Valorant or Rocket League, but they got their wins where they were looking for it. And now we have 2 titles left. And Monkey Man, you're the one next to me. You know what that means. It's Valorant time.
I am, in fact, here. And if you guys have been getting, you know, kind of sick and tired of my voice with Valorant, well, it's time to get over it because we're about to have a finals. Let's get into this. We've got the #1 versus the #6. It's going to be a wild matchup. The Cinderella story has one more chapter to write. Is it going to be a good ending for them, or is Butler simply going to be writing a pamphlet on how to play Rocket League?
They might have to. The Pumas come in hot, though. The Cinderella story correct. Does it continue at this #6 side? I don't see why not, except for Butler across the map, maybe. They've been excellent. They haven't dropped a single map, and they continue to just pour it onto the teams they face, including Providence, who did take some rounds away, but you still can't hit that 10 mark. Nobody can, at least not yet.
Not yet, no. Palisades, they come out with a game plan, they execute, and they absolutely dominated when it came to their Ardrey Kell competition. They were to take out Olympic in the quarterfinals. We go into the semifinals, but it's time to present those teams. We got to see them here up on the stage.
Let's take a look now at these teams. You've heard them before because they made it through 2 rounds already, but we welcome to the stage the #1 team, the undefeated team, the Titans of Butler High School.
Bulldogs, the bullpen, or rather, I guess the kennel is open. The dogs are out to play. Who let the dogs out? Well, it's going to be you, parents of Butler, and these are your #1 seed. Haven't dropped an entire map the entirety of this season, and I don't think they intend to go into this grand final.
All right, all the dog statements over there. Sometimes it's dog-eat-dog world, but instead on the other side, we have a cat, a puma to be exact. It's the #16, the Cinderella story. It's Palisades.
Big ol' Pumas. They're going to be coming out ready to pounce. We got to see them roar. I don't know if Pumas can do that, but these guys sure can, as we will see them going into the grand finals. Man, just being able to see them line up the desks whenever they were celebrating that win in the semis over Ardrey Kell. It's going to be good luck, have funs across the board for Butler and Palisades. I can't wait for the matchup coming up.
Looks like Palisades has the height advantage, dude. They're compared side by side, but that obviously doesn't matter much when it comes to the Valorant world. It's actually how much you tilt your keyboard, I hear. That's how you get it, right? Because, I mean, you have more confidence you come in with. You know, it's a trend that happens on Twitch, and then suddenly everybody at Thompson, and confidence is everything. It's almost like having a good, you know, night store to up your skin game. It gives you the confidence you need.
I really wish mine would give me just not shorty skins. I don't know.
Night market.
The night market. That's the only thing I ever get. I know. Look, some people play with their keyboards about like here, like it just like tilts straight into their chest, and I've seen one guy have it over here, like he'll mouse here and like just play like this. I don't know, kind of a weird angle. But also, I've seen people play with monitors up to like noses. So I don't know. It depends on what your comfiness
The immersive
is.
experience is what they're after.
Is that what it is? Yeah, they take 1080p and they just shove their face into it.
You know, tomorrow we're going to see, you know, the next day of life, we're going to see VR, just full VR, full immersiveness. If I'm not feeling it, we're not feeling it. And Palisades, though, have been feeling it because they've been matched up with better teams this entire time and yet have been finding a way. And they're not afraid to use their timeouts to calm down, and that's been one of the biggest things. It's got to be down to coaching in the way that they're able to get the troops together and go for that last run.
Yeah, I do wonder what map we're going to end up on because the coaches have a game plan for basically everything that's going to show up. I know that there's also got to be a game plan when it comes to taking down your primary duelists. Sacrifice and Rams, a lot more when it comes to Sacrifice because on that Reyna pick, which has been consistent across the quarters and the semis, I wonder if we're going to be seeing it again. But when the duelists fall, they also have been able to rely upon their Sky, who has been huge in much the same way. I don't know exactly when and where we're going. It's going to be a fun one no matter what. But Palisades, like you said, they go against better competition, but then they make them look worse, and they're able to just elevate above.
Yeah, and they're one of the teams that will force your hands in situations that maybe you didn't think you needed to be in that sticky situation to begin with. For example, that Sky that you've been talking up as well has had huge moments throughout, and yet, you know, for Palisades, Olympic has shown that Sky has actually had some issues with that same thing. If Palisades can pull that off, well then perhaps they can force the upset here. It's finals time as we see them take to the map now. Our map is Haven, the 3 spike site.
If you did not know who that previous initiator was, we were talking about when it was speaking of Sky, it was Kane bringing the pain. Rams and Sacrifice. Rams already hard locking in onto the Jets. Hanny, though, was just as lethal. We saw them on the Rays earlier on Bind, and that was basically the difference maker. But we cannot take away from Lego Legend, who I also believe, if I'm not mistaken, was on the Viper, who was looking pretty stout. So otherwise, you kind of see the normalcy here. You're going to get at least some of the meta when it works into having Breach, who is so good off of Omens, to be able to take over A sites, and that's pretty much kind of your regular meta. Cypher kind of pocket picks himself into different positions. This is going to be an interesting one. Sacrifice has never ran away from the Reyna. They are so comfortable one-tricking. That's the only thing that they're going to play, and everyone's going to have to get over it and have to get around her.
Got to play mind games at this point. You have the Omen, use it, right? This is going to be the time to get around Sacrifice to keep them guessing, because with that Leer, it's been so deadly. The time on those Leers, you only get 2 per round, and yet every single time it's the most efficient way to blind as many as possible. If it's a 2v3 scenario where you're up or you're down 2-3, Sacrifice gets all 3. So you have to find ways around it. From the Shadows play going to be crucial as well, as like we mentioned multiple times with Haven all the time, it's going to be about recovering from one side of the map to the other should there be a rotation from C to A or vice versa.
This is an interesting composition for the defense of for Butler, because there's no Sentinel, there's no Killjoy, there is no passive lurk denial. You have no tripwires, you have no alarm bots, you have no sentry turrets, nothing on Rendezvous, or rather off of trademarks. So this is going to be about actively knowing where Palisades is at all times, especially running double duelist. They've been able to run a double duelist for the past couple of rounds, and they feel confident enough to be able to just go out, create space, and win those fights. That means they're going to be playing aggressive from out of sight. They're going to have to take up a lot of mid patrol and control, and I think they're going to be also trying to stretch it up into sewers and A. They want to go out there. They want to be able to just kind of rumble in the jungle.
Yeah, 2v2 on the flashes as well, I believe. You do have the paranoia from Omen, which would make it 3 technically from a Palisade standpoint, although that's more of a stun-ish kind of situation there. But again, KO is so strong with all of his nades, no matter which one you go for. But right off the bat here, we have the attack from Palisades that's going to storm on with ease there to the C-side, forcing the KO back. I mean, credit Butler for...
No more charges.
I was going to say credit Butler, but they did drop 1. I thought they were going to get away with their lives and do a retake here in the 5v5, which isn't always the worst idea here at Haven.
You have your Omen on the flank watch as well, but they're all the way back, especially to punish anyone that wants to go directly into the tripwire, which is going to set up for that same center point off of Garage. You're going to have 2 kills. Lil Monk is able to at least get rid of Fortnite, but they are left with a blind as well. 2 kills to Monk, but that's just not going to be enough, as Hanny is coming up just as strong. If there's anyone to watch when it comes to that duelist diff across this map, it's going to be Hanny versus Sacrificing Rifles.
Yeah, and Phoenix hasn't been used very frequently at Haven in the past until he made his resurgence, and you know, there's plenty of vertical or horizontal walls, right, that you're dealing with. So the curveball actually gets some use, and you can play back and forth again with the Blaze, but you know, that running back will give you a little bit of intel here when there's not a whole lot. You have the Trailblazer maybe from Sky, and the Spy Cam, of course, used more so defensively or to fend off those retakes, but again, it'll be intel. They got through the first round. Palisades been dropping pistol rounds pretty commonly, so to see them take one on Butler was a bit surprising.
Yeah, this actually may play against their regular outcome, and they will go over to C, and you do have that long lurk from mid over with Cypher just kind of keeping things on track from down and distance, but they're going to go over to Garage. Big teleport out. They get the spike down, and they are playing with a weapon differential in their favor. Owl Drum will come away from dark cover, just trying to see who they can identify, tag, bag, or otherwise, and they're trying to kind of play a half Sentinel into that Astra. The Bucky's able to land on the mark off of Sacrifice into this 3v2, but they're ready to brawl, and you have Lego Legends, who's actually been able to go all the way up here into Garage, and Viet finds another onto Monk.
Now it's left with Wu. From a distance, you're not going to land one on the Bucky there. You had one earlier. That's all you're going to get. Viet with the Spectre will clean up the loose change and make it 2-0 for Palisades, as to be expected. Butler known to bounce back, though. They take multiple rounds in a row. I mean, obviously the 13-0 to kick off, but I mean, even against Providence, they were just back-to-back rounds. When Providence seemed like they were getting any kind of momentum, steam going, it was taken away directly because of their combination. Now Sacrifice sticking with the Reyna, yes, and now a move to Jet when typically you saw the Phoenix as well. A little bit weird to see the Phoenix on the other side, but I mean, the Jet will do a lot bigger things, in my opinion, at least here on Haven, where there's so many opportunities to play vertical, especially on the B side, which they'll hit here currently.
Yeah, this is going to be a bonus round in favor of Palisades, and you're going to put a Nebula down to at least kind of stall them, but they just walk straight through the stars, don't allow you to set up for much. Chromatic up with a Frenzy does get rid of Wu, and they're looking for a weapon upgrade. Kane is going to try and press in with Rams. Handy finds two. They both hit the floor. Palisades trying to get this bonus with a fast sweep into the 4v2. Viet can't quite get the plant. They're putting the dark cover out for protection, and finally they're working for the corner, but they have to be able to worry against this judge. Lots of Palisades thought they secured the kill, but Handy does it for them.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, you felt like you had one more kill, but the inevitability of falling in that moment was unfortunate, but definitely a reality there for Butler. So now you've dropped the first 3. And for Palisades here, the story continues. This is a best of 1, right? And with Haven, it will slightly favor the attack, although less so than when it first was launched and people were still trying to figure this out. But at the same time, I mean, Palisades, a good start here. Butler has plenty of time, though. I'm not too concerned in the fact that they've dropped the first 3, but it's enough to at least force a timeout from Sacrifice, who would call it and say, let's rethink things here at the 0-3 count.
Yeah, this is an eco break as well, because you're going to be seeing them say, okay, well, they got the bonus, they have the buy-ups because, or they don't even have to buy up. They were able to pick up 4 of the rifles that went down. So everything's for free. They have a fairly substantial bank, which is really going to persist for at least the next 2 rounds, maybe even a third thereafter. So the first half of the first half, first quarter, whichever way you want to math it out, is in a pretty good position right now for the Pumas. But opposite of that, this has been a Butler squad that's kind of now gone up against a wall. They were wondering what to expect, and they've been fighting against Hanny, and it's not like Hanny and the gang, because everyone's able to support each other, but Hanny really does finish off those kills, and they've been clever enough to turn some points onto C into one-ways. So really not coming out on the better out of these first contacts. And execution speed-wise, it's been Palisades. They got to B. They said, oh, Nebula, psh, and they just walked through.
With ease. Yeah, they have such great map awareness, and they've been building the econ because of these 3 rounds. They must be using Currency G or something, because they've got their finances in order, I'll tell you that. So they've got this 3-0 lead, and back on the safe round will be Butler, as they don't have much choice at this point. They have to try to build at some point, and when you have those bonuses building up to this round, it's well understood why they want to make this. Now, if they get a thrifty, I mean, does that really do you much? Obviously, you get that round back, but bonus either way if you drop. And right now, Palisades showing the weaponry going to be the important part here, as 2 fall pretty instantly. And Wu gets a rifle out of the hands of Hanny, but I anticipate that will probably be the only one that they get.
Yeah, Chromatic ends up putting them on the floor, so this becomes a 2v4 with all of, well, make it 1. So Chromatic is just kind of going off. They had a clever idea to be able to put Rams all the way in down long C with a Sheriff. And Jets are known for being able to hit some of those shots, and it does look like they're playing for a save. I think they picked up 1 rifle, and they're going to keep it. And, well, actually, no. Lomark is actually just going to play for the death. Make sure they get the bonus credits on this one. So if you were asking about, does a Thrifty really kind of play, this was a free buy, so it does at least stall them because they have to go to the next round and buy to it. But now, based on what? You had 3K left over from the bonus, then you had even more left over off of the 1900, so they're probably sitting around, yes, in the 6K range, 6, 7K. This is a very rich Palisades Puma squad, and Butler, this is the first real rifle round we are going to have. They need to take it.
They have to. Yeah. If they don't, you saw the fundage they have. Yeah. They're going to be only hold like 3,500 average, I think, if they all fall, right? If they do end up having to rebuy the next round. So Now they drop the first two, and that's not a person who wanted to steal the ground in first blood. Sacrifice down early as Monk was finally able to land a kill, but as a run it back and get the intel for Palisades anyway. So a bit of salt in the wounds, if it were. But Wu gets a couple back and able to pull that up too, making a 3K from Wu. They turn this one all the way around. We'll get the defusal, a huge turnaround in that round to put Butler up to at least one round one.
Spun 360 and moonwalk their way straight out of living, and which actually is just walking forward. No, it's spin. Okay, yeah, either way. They finally 180'd, I know that math checks out, to just get this one going right. The 5th round finally surrendered over to Butler, who it was Wu that, you know, just getting into direct sight plant. You think that a lot of teams, they often play for life. That's to survive, parents. When you play for life, you make sure that you are reconvening with your team to meet up and then try to be able to retake in numbers. But it was Wu who said, you know what, as they're getting this plant down, let's turn the corner, get around box, and be able to get a couple kills. They got 3 of them, and that really was the turn of the tide. And Palisades, they've been pretty confident about where they're going. That's actually their first loss, and that's the first time they went to A.
Yeah, it is. And so you would think they would steer clear of that? Perhaps. We'll find out here shortly, and so will Butler, because they're doing a good job to spread around and figure out where they might be coming from. As the Trailblazers does find Lil Monk there defensively, the Kerpo outs. Lil Monk will let the rest of the team know. They'll ring the alarms that they're coming through garage, or through his backside rather, but a couple of kills come through too, but they're traded back and forth. Palisades will do them one better, get 3 kills, and now we'll plant the spike as they came through sewers, but look out! On the other side, hiding and peek behind Fox, no other than Rams. Able to get that back. Kane will do the rest, and they're back within 2.
Since round 4, Rams has tried to be more of a lurker, to be able to go up into mid, and it does look like, okay, so I'm starting to get the pattern here. It's not just the opening pistol rounds where we see early from Palisades. It's when they lose 2 in a row. They wait for that mark, or at least somewhere in that range. Either it's got to be 2 in a row or 2 in total for the half. They take their time out, they talk about it, and they reconvene. That's actually fantastic, because this is not an eco break. They're still going to have plenty of cash. They had enough for the next, like, 3. And so as they get into a mark where if they lose this one, it could be onto a save, now they're here to slow things down, and they will probably recognize, Rams is trying to get around behind us. We gotta be looking at that.
It's a smart play for sure. I mean, how many times have I queued up for competitive play in Valorant and say, I should probably quit after 2 losses. Not round losses, actual losses, and then I don't, you know what I'm saying? Same applies to Rocket League. Yeah, exactly. You should quit at that point. But what do? No, you keep playing, and then you lose 3 or 4 in a row, and then now all of a sudden I'm bronze. But anyways, here we are.
For some, that's an accomplishment. From Iron 2 bronze. Like, come on.
I've made it. I've absolutely made it. No, thank you for giving it up. I'm giving it up for these players who have definitely figured something out. Palisades has been excellent, and although they're unmatched on paper, or wait, they are actually the other way around. Yeah. Butler is unmatched on paper, and Palisades looking like the stronger team in instances. But Butler did get a little bit of that momentum, 2 in a row, like you mentioned. Good time to take that time out, talk it over, and come back with a battle plan. You know, sometimes it's just to calm the troops down, and perhaps that's part of it. But now you talked a little bit of strategy, and you're convincing me a little bit more and more that it's not just about keeping calm heads.
Yeah, that's part of it. Having your mentality in any esport, be it having to play instead of his character player to player, and see when that's going to come up when it comes to Smash, when it comes to Rocket League, everyone calming the emotions down. You want to find some of that, but it's also adjustments just on known tendencies, and Palisades, well, guess who's not on the board right now? Both Kane as well as Rams, they were able to do something about it. It looks like they actually took a couple of those duels onto long form C. They're slowly encroaching, but it does look like B or C is looking like that option. They're going to leave those lurks. They're planting for B, and that's another one taken down as Andy's able to get rid of Wu. And Sacrifice, though, that's someone you got to keep track of still on the board and do this 1v3.
Yeah, not the greatest start. Starting out at 1-5 with Sacrifice, which is rare, but to get that 1 kill, well, that's not what you want to see, because you get him going, and it'll be a little bit different. Waiting for that blaze to come down, and now we'll look into the B site. Did not check the back of sight, though, and Hanny was waiting for them. Great job to not show your hand there. You're going to stay towards the back of that B site, behind that bar, and wait for them to walk past. The trigger discipline unreal, but it has to happen against Sacrifice, especially if he's going to start to heat up.
When have we seen so far, I don't think we've seen it, but Palisades take a timeout and lose the next round? I think they've always taken a timeout, been able to just kind of calm the troops, adjust, simply identify, all right, here's what tendencies we are coming up to, and really kind of deny some of that, and then go for it, execute, and get that next round done. That is such a good proponent, because if you come off of a break, which you allow your opponent to have the exact same thing, and you're not successful, then you're just kind of in a rough position. So, great look so far, but we're going to be going over right now in round number 8. The Blaze Storm is in fact up, and you also have the running back online for Palisades, because they're trying to clear behind the Pathfinder. Handy's able to get rid of Woo, and Chromatic and Fortnite will both fall. Eventually, they will do the same thing as the null command popped out.
Yeah, and Rams did a good job to hide behind that Cloudburst too, because they were pressing in. They should be able to lift back up KO and get them, but got a little bit nervous here, wanted to check their P's, dot their I's, cross their T's, and they were able to do so as Rams with those blades, with the Blade Storm, able to take out Hanny. But Hanny got Kane already in the process while falling, because he had fallen previously. They weren't able to pick him up. So 2v2 situation is now at hand. Butler a little bit loose here on the HP side of things, but as you know, those blades can be dangerous in these situations because it takes one pop and you're done.
Oh, and they actually are protecting them. Look how closely you actually had both nearby as they work their way through the dark cover. The tripwire is in fact tripped, but over the top, how they cleared it, they will have some of those gunshots, and that's actually one cleared out from different spaces. It was Viet looking for Rams, who was being just kind of held by the hand of Monk, and then they just couldn't be able to find each other as great crossfire from over in sewer, over into heaven, and they were able to take them down. But I believe that we're actually throwing over into a separate interview. We have a sideline reporter. I think it's in the form of Charlie, who's going to tell us all about what's going on.
All right. So I'm here as a sideline reporter with Coach Mars from Palisades. You guys have been an underdog from the beginning, 6-2 lead right now. How you feeling?
Feeling great, man. Everyone's going according to plan, as we planned it for 3 hours straight after our last match. We came in as the dark horse for this whole tournament, and we're going to take it.
All right.
Interview with her. Here it is. Yeah. So again, inside the first time you're doing that, Charlie? We'll have to task him at the next one whenever he pulls outside the other coach, perhaps, as now it's this 6-2 count from Palisades, like we mentioned. The plant already going down here for Palisades. And this moment, they have the 2-1 advantage here, but look, as Sacrifice able to avoid that, and now will tiptoe towards where they're at. But cross from Generator trying to set up their sight lines is Palisades. The Lear went one side trying to get them thinking that they're heading that way. And you can tell the Lear on one side picked off that first, and now will backtrack knowing where they are, pulled out but couldn't beat Hanny. And Hanny was able to take it to them for a 7-2 lead here from Palisades.
That's rough, because whenever you do have the dismissal that comes off of the Reyna, whenever you're not in full Empress form, you're not completely invisible. You have this like purple silhouette around you, and so it's not exactly like you're completely hidden, and there's extra pixels that are going to identify where you are, but a great understanding of who was protecting whom from the backside corner of that B-Link. So we're looking maybe for, it'd be cool. It is neat to see it live and in motion for talking to the coach. What's in the thoughts? What was maybe the ideas for it? Because they do have kind of for both sides. We get kind of that live look into some of that extra, just those moments that maybe are in the players' heads. But right now in the head of this one, it looks like they're going to try and protect the operator, as everyone is just trying to work through util that well is Chromatic stuck in the corner.
Yeah, count him and in this corner. They cannot quite grab it, as the plant will head down yet again. Palisades being so effective and getting the plants forced in the hands of Butler. The difference is they will have all 5 here for this retake. And in fact, they are missing just shy with that operator. And Fortnite gets the first pick, but a good trade out there from Kane to take him out as well. But it goes back and forth here as Ram grabs 1-2. And now they hold off. The Cosmic Divide was down, but being able to get that kill, which will nullify that into a 2v2 situation.
They're going to use the Rolling Thunder. The Cosmic Divide has been used, and they're going to try and divide and conquer, but they're being funneled into a crossfire situation. The defuse will come through, and Butler, well, they're able to survive. But we're going to be going into another sideline interview. Charlie is checking in with the teams. Let's go check in with him.
That's right. I'm down here with the teams, and I'm with Coach Ozzy from Butler. You guys just started your comeback. How do you get back?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, where Haven has 3 sites on it, so when you're on the attacking side, you're going to have a bit of an easier time. So, you know, we get up to 4 or 5 rounds on this defense, I'd be a little scared if I were them.
All right, it's all to play for. Valorant Championship. Let's see how it goes.
You can tell the attitudes both ways are, we're going to win this. And even with Butler down, you can tell they just won that round. The coach confident that they're going to pull this back, and so am I, that they're going to at least make it close.
Yeah, there is, let's go into kind of the soft ult economy that has been slowly staggered between these two. Rams is able to infiltrate, and this is some of the key that you get off of Rams on that jet. Very quickly able to get in, get out, use the tailwind to their advantage. But you do have a neural theft and From the Shadows online to be able to see where everyone is, and that also persists as some proper active intel if they want to use that From the Shadows. Oh, they see the tip of the gun, and the Sacrifice is going to put a few extra bullets in. The Empress is in fact online. I was wondering when that one would come to play. Sacrifice gets it early. You're going to put a few extra bullet tracks into it. Do have the flashpoint to be able to give them window to escape as they do progress. Oh, the paranoia finds them too late because Wu is able to get rid of Lego Legend. The plan's still going to be attempted as the Nebula is separating them, but off of the sidestep, Viet gets rid of their anti-controller.
That was a good combination because it was not, I'm just going to plant here and try to set up my sight lines. Instead, they knew where the threat was coming from, but on top of box, and that's why you pull in a jet. That's why you do it. The verticality, like we said, comes in handy in these situations, and Lil Monk was able to get that last kill as well. They didn't even need that intel per se because when you have that height, you can see just about anywhere on that site.
Updraft RKO is what that one was. Went over the top rope and then just brought him down. I think it was a fat shorty that was able to get it done. So you do have Blade Storm available over to Rams. We're on the last round of the first half. You do have it From the Shadows. It's more that if you are not trying to actively infiltrate to the back line, becomes more about, all right, can we get that into a rotation either into the Omen's hands for a fast plant or to just check and see if it's there, maybe flex it. They're going to have some of that in long form with the From the Shadows as well in short form from the Run It Back because you can put that onto your Phoenix and they can be able to get you onto site quicker. That's going to be done with the Pathfinder as well. Do they want to go site C? Do they press into A? It looks like they're trying to be able to just check out their options, and they in fact will get some of that intel from the Shadow.
They will, and they were able to pull that right back out. Was able to find Andy, but that was only one that they were able to locate, but they know what the plan is now, so you see them hopping in for the back of sight, and in fact, prepared for when they pop through. In fact, he saw it initiated here, but he doesn't use the updraft. Instead, he's just gonna come around, get three of them! 1, 2, 3, line them up, pop them down, but hold up, as Chromatic able to get a couple back themselves, and in 3K, we'll pull it back to a 1v2, a much more manageable point than we just saw even 10 seconds ago.
That was such level shooting, and they recognized that they had to put a flashpoint out there, gonna be able to make that swing, looking for the ace, have to be able to hard swing it. They have to also get this plant. We've got 45 seconds to do it. Will they be able to find Sacrifice as they stick their way just around some of these angles? You plant for backside. Do you think they're coming through garage? Where are they going to be coming from? Off of the double box. They're actually going to bring the Rolling Thunder, and they drop him down. There's the ace, and that's going to make it 8-4 at the turn of the half.
That's what I'm talking about, because when you're faking that spike plant in the front, you know it's going to be the front of the box, and he pulled it back, and the double box was where it's at because they think that you're going to be right in front of that. They start pursuing you that way, and when you see them coming through, you're able to hit them with the util, turn the corner, and although you miss a couple of shots, you don't get timid. You finish the job, and a beautiful ace there, and it continues this story that has been so effective here from Palisades.
What an adjustment by Chromatic, because they knew that they could use the flashpoint if you had an early peek by Sacrifice to come out of that CT link to then readjust yourself to backside. That was so cerebral. 5 and 11. Sacrifice has become nothing but a ploy, a decoy, but they will become something bigger, badder, and more if they can be able to get this attack running. This is where their strength should lie. Sacrifice already gets a handy down as a power player off the field for Palisades.
Rams already using that verticality as well. They had already chased him off the back of the site. The Nebula put down as well from the attack, and also covering Heaven. So you have both of your P's and Q's covered here. You can't really do much here. In this instance, you have to wait for them to come down, which they do eventually. And when they do, Fortnite was able to tag one. Viet does the same. And now have to that even count, or can they sacrifice again? Kane follows up. Woo! The 1, 2, 3 from 3 different members in Sacrifice. You said the attack is when they pop off, and the 3K it is here to put Butler back within 3.
They're already able to get more than half the amount of kills they had in 12 rounds in the first one. Now again, that is pistol rounds, and I also get my aces in pistol rounds only. That's the only time I get any. No, okay, wait.
With the golden gun and Spike Rush.
Okay, well, hey, you're really adding me on socials right there. But I did get one ace with a Bucky on, what was it? It was on Hookah on Old Vine. So, you know, shout out Bucky Gang, rise up.
Let's go.
But hey, this has also been pretty much the same thing. I think Palisades, if they are to lose this round, they're going to take their next time out. So that pretty much has been their coaching mechanism that they go with, just to be able to calm down any kind of momentum. Fortnite off of the swing. They do have the shorty. They do a lot of damage, and now they're just waiting for a sword fight.
They were a little bit. Looked like they were swinging it a little bit, and just to pull it back down, which was not the right choice because they rolled through, were able to get that kill. As Rams popping off with the Spectre with that weaponry advantage. Just one member left here for Palisades. So prep that timeout. You feel like it's coming here at this point, especially with the classic in hand from LEGO. And we'll have no choice but to try to attack this. And I imagine they're going to stick pretty close by, as you see commonly here in the pistol round.
The post-plant defense right now that you can get from Butler is so good. And the shorty is going to come through. Ramza literally ramming down Lego Legend. And if a timeout doesn't happen here, I'll be very surprised. It's been pretty much the coached mechanism that they run off of, and maybe they won't do it. Maybe they'll also just tease me with it. I see you, Coach. You're denying me being correctly. Look, I'm up here in the monitor. I know you're going to do it, but we will have the buy-up as well. I think someone had an extra weapon. Maybe Sacrifice actually bought into it with their they're able to at least get one AR between them. So this is going to be for the bonus. Palisades, they're going to get into defensive positions, and it looks like they're going to play for life a little bit more. Just play passive. Try and play these long-distance battles.
Yeah, it's been, effective. You don't maybe have to use, well, you do. You're in heaven. So take that back. As Air is not really known for that, but you still see it. But I mean, 200 IQ play here. Let's be real. You know the Palisades were maybe trying to catch Butler thinking how we were thinking, like, oh, let's take a break a second because we'll have it with the timeout. That could be the case. Butler back within 2 now. They've been strong. They will look to get this plant down as well. It will easily, as nobody was there. Palisades looks very confident in the retake as a Trailblazer will get onto site trying to find anybody. Do they locate one? Just the KO, and that was about it because everyone was tucked down behind Cubby there on the C-Long side.
You say just, but that is huge, being able to at least get your util to have some level of value. Oh, no one left with any HP, and Kane, remember, Kane brings pain and is one of the key players that does activate whenever Sacrifice can do it. Oh, a double peek off of both ends of box. You can't hit them both unless your spray transfer is immaculate, and that's just not the case right now. So, bonus round gained. It's, they don't really get to have too much of a bonus, but they do win. They will buy, but Palisades is now left in the eco stagger, and they're looking at maybe some marshals, maybe some sheriffs.
Yeah, and that's what we see already coming out a little bit. As on Rams's side, you see him, I anticipate them to change, maybe not. Hold that in there. You think so?
I think maybe they stay.
Yeah, the shorter.
I honestly don't know what they saw, but I'm going to say they shorter.
Just to contradict me. I get it. All right.
Look, sometimes I have to offer you a counterpoint, and that gives you the opportunity to prove me wrong and sound even smarter. But the coach of Palisades is just proving me dumb because we've not seen a timeout in sight. I don't know exactly why. Double curveball, and everyone's just looking for a quick spray, pray, and see the Blaze Storm out as ready as they tag 1, tag 2, put him in the bag, put him on the wall. Ramza is collecting skulls and looking for a right click.
Almost had it too as Fortnite just ducked in time. And now they'll be drawn out to the backside. And Ramza had to take care of business there. In fact, did hold the shorty. So you were wrong. Actually, no, I was wrong.
Because they were playing off of the eco ults. So they were building in some extra money, knowing that they could steal some, and then Monk is able to finish the job. It wasn't quite a flawless, but wasn't quite is still an 8-8. So the first 4 have gone over to Butler. Now, we haven't really spoken to this map yet. This is a 3-site map in opposite of so many other maps, sans 1 of Lotus, that are 2-site. And the difference when you go to 3 is that you have to spread so much of your personnel. You don't get a 3-2. You get like a 2-1, 2-2, 2-1. Depends on how much you really want to defense into mid. And for this one in particular, opposite of Lotus, you don't have those same kind of exit pathways unless you're already 2 B sites to be able to kind of laterally move to other options. And it's attacker-sided because of all that.
It is, yeah, because once you get up to this certain point in time, you know, the equator, if you will, of the map, and you see them work in tandem to get to that level, then you've basically done it enough to locate once you win that first initial gun battle. Right here, you see it goes even a good, strong 50-50, and Rams gets the next kill. We'll leave them in a 4v3 scenario as they wait and play extremely patiently. I mean, the Jets sitting here on A, seeing that there's no member of the defense quite yet, and the rotation is there. The call comes out late, and now you see the spike starting to gravitate that way. We'll see if they react accordingly. Look, as they have done it. They have gotten the kill there at Link, and now the Phoenix, who is so committed to going back towards C, now will have to reverse a quick 180. Luckily for them, they have positions on either end of A.
And Handy's going to be looking for at least a few HP off of their own firewall. They do not have the running back, but they do have Viet that is infiltrating very deep, trying to be able to sweep that corner. You're going to have at least attack from behind. The recon dart is able to at least identify one. They don't know where everyone else is. They're trying to be able to get rid of Rams as well as another at the same time. But Rams with a shorty. Look, okay, they're making me look so smart. They got a 4K into that round. But let's talk about it. Okay, I see you now. The timeout enacted by Hanny, and they were waiting for this one to just flip out of control. That's 5 in a row for Butler.
And I don't know if it's the confidence from Palisades in their strong start. I'm kind of scratching my head why this didn't come earlier. Now you find yourself behind, and now you're trying to draw up a strategy of coming from behind rather than being in a position of strength and figuring it out prior to this happening in the first place. For me, it felt like the momentum was swinging towards Butler, that it would continue, but at the end of the day, when Palisades comes back from a timeout, they've been pretty dang good. So this would mean that they would even it up if it were to go that same way. But the way Butler's been trucking, when you get 5 in a row, even if you take a timeout, you have to make some serious fundamental adjustments. Nothing too crazy, but enough to make a difference here against a Butler team that has been confident in which way they want to approach.
This is also, if I'm not mistaken, off of 5, because you have your pistol, you have your buy-up, you have the bonus, and then they force that eco break. That was your gun round. So this is actually into a save for Palisades. So this is going to be a rough situation for them, and in fact, yes, it is. So they're going to have half shields Bucky. They're going to have to come off of a Thrifty if they want to stop the double-digit gain over into Butler, and you have an Empress as well online for the Bulldogs. But look at the ult economy against them. Retakes can happen. That neural theft is a bit rough to get enacted by the Pumas, and it's really going to take getting a solid pick. Depending if this conga line can't hit, they're going to put the fault line out there. You just can't kill anyone with a stinger that fast from that distance.
No, it's not going to happen. And unfortunately, you know, they played a little bit too aggressively positioned behind that bug. Really, they're going to catch him by surprise. They said they caught bullets in the face. That's twice now. It's Ramza able to do even more damage as well. So, I mean, not the end of the world for Palisades. You know, it's a good time to pop your ults. The mini that you do have in hand, when it is that save round, you want weaponry to kind of back it up to some degree. As Lego does get one, though. That'll help your econ slightly. You're not going to win that battle, though. I mean, Kane was able to come back from behind. You were cornered and weren't able to do much with it in Butler. That will be the first time that they are able to make Palisades pay after a timeout has been taken.
Yeah, so the good news is for Palisades, I think they kind of registered that this is going to be a rough round in particular. 6 in a row, though. I mean, look at that streak, that very bloody red streak in favor of Butler for this attacking half. Not a single round has been dropped since we flipped over to the attack. I think they knew that their composition was much heavier to attack. They went no sentinel, they went active duelist, and they were just playing for first contact and for fights, knowing how spread out this particular map in particular is. Lego Legend is going to have everything deactivated, which means there's no tripwires. They do get rid of them off of the ability suppression, and now it looks like they're going to get a free plant, but Fortnite does come out swinging from CT.
Yeah, he was ready on a mission to line that up and get that first pick. Make it difficult. So Butler falling pretty quickly. Ramza will answer the bell, though, with a couple, and now it knows that there's a presence here. The issue, you can't shoot through that Cosmic Divide that labels and protects Garage. Long side C, able to connect on that one, too. And now with the spike planted on the other side of Cosmic Divide, that's going to force Palisades to come to you.
This is such a good post-plant maneuver. You're looking for maybe it's a near ace, 4K for Rams as the rest this was taken care of by Kane and the gang. Rams, Kane, sacrifice. It sounds like a mantra, and it's one that's being chanted by Butler. The Bulldogs 2 away. Look at it, 7 rounds in a row on attack. Palisades are not in a good position, and look what they're trying to do. Look what they almost feel like they must do. It's a force buy. They got to win this round, or else or else it's done. This is going to be very much done if they cannot win the next.
Full commit, and then you have half shields as well from Palisades. Not looking good when Butler's been winning those gun battles. When Rams has been popping off in the exact right time that they need to. This could be all she wrote here for Palisades. Remember, they still need 2-round wins, but it's going to feel pretty easy. They try to get that cheeky positioning, but they were snuffed out from the get-go. Get that kill in the corner, and now the attack, I mean, looking a little bit less aggressive here, but Kanan, Little Monk, able to get a couple kills. Little Monk with a second one. Left to just Lego. He falls, and Butler, again, why not get a little bit more money in the pocket, too, with that plant when you've already won the rounds, to add injury to insult. In Palisades, now left with no weaponry, hardly any utility here in a map point here for Butler. Championship point for the Bulldogs.
What can you do? You're going to have to set up maybe into a 3-2 stack, give up mid, maybe something like that, maybe give up a site. You do have your Seekers as well as your Rolling Thunder online as in terms of active ultimates. You have the Neural Theft, if you're able to get a pick, maybe just to see them rotating if you do force them away from site, but pretty much wherever Butler has wanted to go, wanted to do, it's done. Lego Legend opens up the salvo, though, and they're going to get a booming headshot, and that's going to ruin Rams.
That was a good start, yes, but then your hands are right back there. You knock Kane. Then you have the advantage here as Sacrifice. You're just drawing them in, trying to play them out, but good positioning from Handy, right from Garage. No hesitations. They just pop right on the side. Palisades somehow still alive.
Palisades, man, they didn't have to invest that much. The ult economy is still there for them, and they actually were able to pick up some weapons. They did it off of a kind of a half buy. So we had Spectres, we had Marshals, but it was the opening shot by Lego Legend that really did slow it down, because Rams has been creating so much of that tailwind knock-up space just to be able to get them through the door. You do have the null command now offline. It's going to take a minute for everything to reset for Butler, but they do still have weapons in hand. I think they're going to have those for the latter duration for the rest of this. Palisades must work for overtime. That is the only way they're going to be able to take this one beyond the Bulldogs.
Exactly right. The mark is 12. You have to get there, and then you play into that as well, where you can then finally swap with Butler, who's been so effective on the attack. I mean, that's where they've had their strength and only strength. But Ram with that first blood, making it more and more likely here, but Chromatic able to take them out 1 for 1. The Flash will take out 1. The run it back is going to be taken care of by their Butler side, but a 3v3 scenario ensues here. Little Monk back to get it. It's Aftershock now. They hold off here at this B side and wait as you see it. The spike has been surrounded here at B. Where are you going to go if you're Butler? So Palisades is playing this well. They just don't want to get overly aggressive and find picks. Let them come to you.
That was a wonderful Rolling Thunder to be able to create some of that space. You have the flashpoint coming out as well. And you have another one in the back pocket. Chromatic is going to try and play for the blind, and they do have the KO right around the corner from him. But no, Sacrifice does go down. Kane is able to get rid of Chromatic, so 2 initiators facing off the battle of the bot versus man. But the bot will go down. He's going to need an upgrade for later. Having the spray and pray. Monk is looking for corners. They're able to get run into a 1v1, and they will survive. Pumas stay prowling.
Man, oh man. Hanny, 2 rounds in a row able to pull off the back of the B side. And still they can't snuff him out because his timing is immaculate. I mean, his FPS timing on point in those 2 situations where it could have gone very poorly. But somehow Palisades keeps alive. They did it just enough, like you mentioned, with the Rolling Thunder to pull through. And once they got that space awarded to them, they had Spike in sight. All they had to do was basically play time just like you would if this Spike were planted and you're on the attacking side. So very interesting dynamic here. They should have won that round to Palisades, yes, but it could have gone the other way with Butler and the way that they were popping off recently.
Winning factor right now has been getting rid of Rams. Rams had 1 pick in the early interim of that previous round, and now into round 3, they got to do the exact same thing. You have the fault line, and then you have Sacrifice that goes down. Katie's able to get 1 off of the fragment, and now momentum is showcasing itself. You have the X-ray, the hot hands comes out. Wu needs to drop away, and that becomes a 4v2. Make it just 3v1 as Monk has has been able to infiltrate. They have to dive deep. The spike is separated from them. Round 23. Can you stand up? Can you be loud? Palisades have gotten 3 in a row. They cut short the streak of the Bulldogs. They need one more to go to overtime. And yes, that timeout's coming out.
Oh, of course it is, because you're suddenly thinking, hey, we had this in the bag. There was no way they could get this back. They forced bot, and they lost. Right at the very end, this was map point that they were going to, and then it's taken away just by smart gameplay. They've been positionally sound. They haven't been aggressive. They've just let the plays come to them defensively, and it's made all the difference here as they've been just excellent at running the table here recently. Palisades, just a high school team that will not go away.
Not at all. So, hey, this could be the final fight. If this is the last round for the entirety of this championship, that means the Bulldogs walk away from it, or else we go to overtime. We have not seen overtime in a long time. I don't think since the regular season of this, not anything in the postseason. In case you wonder how that works, it is win by 2. We're not there yet, though. We cannot count our chickens. We still have an entire farm we got to raise, and the Bulldogs maybe are going to take this one by the horns as the Pumas, though. They've been able to grab some momentum. This is going to be the final real gun round. Let's see what ultimates are online. You have the From the Shadows. We're a step away from Lil Monk to be able to get onto that Hunter's Fury, and they definitely need to prioritize getting Ramza surviving and on site and be able to create that kind of pressure. Opposite of that, Butler, they don't really have much that they can work with. The Palisades, though, they have everything, and the crowd with them, everything against them. Lego Legends is going to be hanging on to it. They will get tagged, and they got to run away into the stars.
Yeah, back behind Nebula now as they'll be forced back. The attack, though, looking like they're not going to take the bait because you know that they're lined up in garage and waiting for them to strike through at any point in time, so they weren't confident enough in just finding that one individual on the back of sight to really push in and attack there accordingly. You see everybody stacking through. They're cheating pretty hard there from the Palisades side, but their comms are coming in handy here. Looking like they wanted to get ahead of it. Viet gets the first pick here for Palisades. Now it will try to transition out too with the dark cover to rotate back to a position they want, but they're going to be snuffed out in time before they can get it off and teleport out. Sacrifice able to even things at 4.
Oh, you try to channel. Oh my goodness, can you land a bullet? So many flying over the head of Sacrifice. They were not moving, and none of that mid positioning is going to play in favor of you. You do have the Empress online, so is in fact the Hunter's Fury. They're going to take out the tripwire. They're going to be looking to get through the garage, get the plant done. They got 33 seconds to be able to do it. Lego Legends is finding near contact into garage, and now they're getting the numbers game onto C site. Will they be able to? They will be able to get this one down into this 4v4. The Empress are going to try and let it drain out. They actually get rid of the running back. Ramza is able to get Fortnite as well. Chromatic is getting strong and large into this 3v1 where Monk has to be able to protect them all off of the opposite flank. He's now into garage. It's a 1v1. The bomb is down. The spike is live. And he's fighting for it. And he's actually going to throw the swing. They're going overtime. They're going for that defuse. We're going bonus Valorant.
The bonus, and this is because both teams have been performing out of their minds so far. Butler played that as good as you can in that 1v3 scenario. You have one person planting the spike. You don't worry about them. You get the one out in front of them first. That way you can turn, lay it on their head, and make it a 1v1 situation. And yet when they fall back through garage, maybe they should have gone a little bit farther. Maybe you should go through window. But all these things are racing through your head. You have to make a decision on the point. I thought they made a decent one by hiding in that corner. Unfortunately, they were snuffed out by the Palisades side, unfortunately for those who are in favor of Butler here. So now Butler back on the defense, where their util is going to be a little bit weaker too. This could give some advantage there for the Palisades side on the attack to begin overtime.
Ramza is 32-17 right now. This team does not activate unless that tip of the spear is shoving straight into the gut of someone. And look, they're already taking a little bit of extra practice. We will in fact flip halves. Bulldogs are going to be on defense. So you have to win by 2. You start on your original half, which this was the weaker half for Butler. It's the same. Both teams went 8-4 on their respective flip of the half on their weaker sides. So defense not, what they want to have to go into. The Chromatic's able to get rid of Rams, and now they're fighting with a man up.
Yeah, and they've got Ultron kind of sneaking through. They want to find an imminent B. The problem is not a whole lot there to find. Stay That's rotated around. Fortnite does find a pick, though. And now that's when they want to rush in, find a trade. And Fiat had already backed off. Woo, a kill as well. Sacrifice got one, but they're looking stronger on the defensive side, still outnumbered. Or are they? Backside, and he wants to make an even. Sacrifice popping off the 3K has made it a 2-1 advantage and has Empress in hand if they want it. They don't need it. A 4K anyways. Hold that, Empress. It doesn't matter. Into the next round. Butler's one on defense into the second overtime now.
Oh, that is rough for Palisades because, I mean, arguably both of the attacking sides for these teams were their strongest. Butler was so weak when it came to the early interim of that first half, and being able to get a defensive win, I was going to come down to that being the winning variable for both these teams. Who can win defense and then be able to just continue strong into that attack. And now, Palisades, they have to find that pop-off spirit much the same way that Sacrifice did, who we expected to be on even keel with Rams, but Rams honestly has been that better factor. They didn't find anything as they were taken down by Chromatic upon that B-side entry, and now can Palisades be able to receive the Bulldogs and stop the pack?
Yeah, it will be the main mission is to get and draw first blood here, because if Palisades is feeling like defense isn't their strength at this point, and Butler was able to easily win when that wasn't their favorite side at all, then suddenly you're struggling here. So maybe that still is a sign in your talking point. Maybe it ends early. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We see the attack. They're being patient. Why don't we? As the defense, they're looking to pull them out here and make Palisades second guess themselves here with a couple of rotations. Make some noise one side, go the other way. Could be the play here, and it will be a tiptoe, right? They're going through. They've gotten the Nebula up high, trying to force them out of that heaven area. First blood has been drawn, just as I imagined, and the spike has been planted.
All right, Rams still alive is a bad day for Palisades as they are trying to just find a chance. They're going to have to re-enter cleanly, and they can't do it with lesser numbers. They're going to have to vie for the goal. You do have one from down in distance, but everyone else, I believe, is attacking through. They're going to go straight to the Cloudburst. They're going to try and make that swing, but no! Oh, no! It is an uphill battle for one. You've got an ace to be able to win it. Oh, it's a rough position. Do we love Fortnite? Do they love themselves just enough? They are cornered, and they're up in heaven, and that's where they're gonna stay. There's your Butler Bulldogs. The comeback is true and done. Pumas, they came so close, but they will burn up in the sun.
That's right. The clock strikes midnight on the Cinderella story, but the #1 team ran the table. Congratulations, Butler, for your championship here in the CMS Esports in STEM League Valorant side here. The Spring District Championship feels pretty good when you keep that #1 spot. Nobody else has been able to do that throughout the night.
Untouched, but if we are to forget about the Pumas, oh, that would be bad, because Palisades, a run for the ages. They just couldn't complete it. They were able to get all the way to OT. What a team, what a squad, what a program, honestly. But hey, hats off to you, Butler Bulldogs. They are the ones that end up taking the dub at the end of the day, and I know that we got an awesome trophy to be able to go and give them, Bear.
That's 100% correct. Let's go ahead and send it down to the stage as they're going to walk up here momentarily. Incredible job from them, and we'll get to see their facial expressions a second time. We saw it right after they won Hail Monkey Man, and it was pretty exciting. Excitement just absolutely defines what we saw.
Yeah, you got to know, because they've been taking care of business everywhere we went, and then ultimately when they realized they let the last 4 slip, that's heart pounding. Like, oh my gosh, we had this go to OT. We thought we had this. They had 8 rounds in a row, got themselves 2 map points, and then it was forced the distance by Palisades. But that defense-sided win in favor of Bulldogs, that was ultimately their death knell. They only had to do 1 round of OT, and it was done.
It would feel bad if you got 33 kills as Ramsey and just 1 overtime played and you didn't get that victory against such a stellar team, right, in Palisades, where it's been difficult to find those picks specifically. To have one person pop off in a way and have it not be Sacrifice necessarily. Sacrifice started off in a 1v5 or a 1-in-5 in the count KD and still able to work back and did some damage, but not the way that Ramsey was able to in that high-pressure situation. It's that anybody can really step up And that's what you find in making a team great versus just good.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? You're going to see so much coaching that's going to come from this as well, because Palisades was able to adapt to teams that were quote-unquote better than them, and for a couple different times it was. This one in particular, but Pumas just looking fantastic. It's going to be Bulldogs, though, of Butler. You're going to be able to celebrate high, heavy, and awesome tonight. Let's go down to the stage. Let's check out the trophy they're getting, and let's head over to have fun.
Thanks, guys. Wow, what an epic Valorant final. Please give a big round of applause to the Palisades Pumas. What a tournament that they've had. Coach Mars, Viet, Fortnite, Lego Legend 21, Hani, Chromatic. Well done. But your 2023 CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League Valorant champions, Coach Ozzy and the Butler Bulldogs. Congratulations to Monk, Rams, Kaneda, Saturn, and Mukippo. We'll hand out some awards here. And we'll move over to the backdrop for photos. But this is your chance to recognize your Valorant champions, the Butler Bulldogs. Congratulations. Guys, back to you.
There you go. I mean, just a performance that's been talked about for a while was from Palisades, so you know that they were really wanting to be on that stage and accepting that trophy. It came up a little bit short, yes, but you build into next season, right? Because this will be an ongoing program that you can build on, and for Butler, you get to take in a championship. How exciting is that in Season 1, rolling into Season 2 with that confidence like we saw in Ardrey Kell from 0 to 1?
Yeah, and this is now going to be targets on your back as well, because you got to see Ardrey Kell. They were the ones that won the previous Rocket League season. They fell. They had 3 teams across all their titles that were vying for that championship potential. They fell. Butler, they're able to stand strong. This is the first season for the STEM League to be able to utilize Valorant, and now everyone's going to be using them as a measuring stick, and everyone is also going to recognize Palisades is not someone that you're going to take lightly. Maybe that's some of the kind of the works through the bracket. They were just surprised to be able to kind of see the Pumas do so well. Well, no one should be at all surprised, especially with some of the performances we saw tonight. But hey, it's Butler's day. It's their night. It's their season, and they take that big one.
Time to celebrate. And how exciting is that for the seniors as well on this Butler team that get to leave a legacy here? It's the first time we're joining the CMS Esports and STEM League, and we get the win right off the bat in Valorant, right? A trophy to bring home to the school and kick things off the right way here for Butler. That's got to feel really good, you know, walking into your college career saying, I left a legacy and started it off to begin with. That's quite the title to have.
Yeah, that's a little bit of that senior swagger, which will be given a freshman reminder of, hey, you better leave your Letterman jacket at the door. It's time for some college. But there's still a little bit of time. Enjoy this now. Enjoy it during the summer and be able to maybe do a bit of extra gaming. Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll see them into some CVAL, maybe even to some VCT. I don't know. Hey, Rams and Sacrifice, they look pretty good too.
Definitely. Yeah, especially if they use the Stay Plugged In platform as well to find their next
There
home,
you go,
too.
yeah.
We want to show them some love as well for helping out this weekend. So, again, it's all about the journey, all about the stories that have been created here today, and it's been great for Myers Park when it comes to, you know, the development of their game into Smash Brothers victory, and to recap again on the app development side, a Garinger win there in 2, as they keep your finances in place. I know I need mine for sure. So, making moments for me, too, you know what I'm saying?
Why didn't they finish this development before tax season came up?
I know.
It's like, come on. All right. I guess I have it for next year, right?
Yeah,
next year.
Yeah,
next season. Yeah, it's just a financial audit this season.
Yeah, and that's what all the other Valorant teams are saying too. Next year, next year we're going to find some victories. Oh, my goodness. We got one more championship to determine here. It will be Rocket League here in just a bit. And that #1 team of Ardrey Kell fell into Olympic, by the way. And they'll be facing off with JT Williams. I do kind of want to pick your brain on this one because we won't have you on the cast, unfortunately. Who you got here for this battle?
So I am a Ginger Ace advocate. So my heart says Olympic, but JT Williams, This is a consistent team. Olympic, they dug deep into a singular series that they were not expected to win. You guys were even calling like, oh, this is a warm-up, see you 3-0, move on. Olympic took that personally, Michael Jordan meme.jpg, but then they came back. I feel like that might just be a one-off venue, but it's a best of 7. We have to see everything. I think JT Williams does ultimately take it, but I am free to be proven wrong and added on Twitter. Please make sure you do so.
Make sure. I don't know how I disrespected my boy to being in Ginger A's because I kicked it off the entire CMS Esports League with those two in their tryouts. So no more disrespect to be given. However, I do respect that pick. And thank you so much for being here and casting with me throughout the entirety of the weekend. It's been quite the weekend indeed.
Yeah, and you guys better be loving Bear because he's going to be here as well. This is going to be a heck of a matchup. It's our final of the night. Rocket League right around the corner, and I can't wait to be able to see you and Discounts kicking it off. Just one more just right after a short break. So stick with us. CMS will return. It's the championships right after this. Oh, we're still here.
discounts. We've crowned champions throughout the entirety of this weekend already. There's only one more to be determined, and it's the way that the CMS Esports and STEM League kicked off on the esports side. It's the Rocket League Finals about to heat up.
Yep, and we're here, and guess who it is? Olympic and JT Williams, both of them got their way through this bracket, and the tough bracket, to say the least, and they both made it. We only can crown one winner, though.
That's right. We'll only crown the one, right? Olympic was able to get through Ardrey somehow and have worked their way in with a massive upset and are feeling themselves right now. One more time, we get to meet the teams here and check out what they're all about. It's the number 4 team, not the number 1 team. The team that took down the Titans, took down the Knights. It is Olympic High School Trojans.
And this team, like you said, we were saying all weekend, they're flying under the radar. Well, guess what? They flew all the way to the championship match, and they are here. Look at them right here.
These are some gamers, man. Look at
the glasses.
They're excited. They're stoked. They're ready to go. The sunglasses, all that drip, man, is absolutely outstanding. But they've got their challenge ahead of them. On the other side, it's going to be the number 2 team here, and they made their way through South Mech to get here. JT Williams!
Yeah, man, and JT Williams, Grassy, Snore, Nutella. I mean, this is just a squad right here. Throughout the whole season, just the chemistry that's always been there, and they are finding themselves here in the finals.
And determination on their face. Less miles, more focus in their eyes. We wish both of these teams luck in the finals here to determine the champion of the Rocket League side here. We're excited to get this started. JT Williams on paper, they've been to the semifinals last land.
Yep.
They didn't make it to the finals last time. They ran into Ardrey.
Yep, exactly. And so now Ardrey's not there, and they find themselves in the finals. But Olympic, they grinded through their whole squad and took out Ardrey. So the team that wasn't beatable just got beat by Olympic, and now is in the finals. Can they take out JT Williams is the question.
Does this make Olympic the team to beat at this point? It's tough to say. I think it says JT Williams is, which means for Olympic, that's a good sign, right? They did it once. Why not? We can do it twice.
Yeah.
Right? We can do it twice.
I mean, a best of 7. I think we're going to find out who's going to be the clear winner. I mean, best of 7, this is going to prove it right here tonight.
Yeah, a marathon for sure, unless one team can really take over and start snowballing the way that we know that they're capable of. But these two teams, they haven't played each other much. In fact, I don't believe they met in the regular season. If they did, it's one that we weren't able to cover, but we're excited to see it here. Because maybe it's a little bit more even than we thought. We knew that Olympic could be a top 3 team. They ended up at number 4 after all. They only dropped 2 series. And I think they did. I think they actually dropped to JT Williams previously.
Yep.
That makes it even more heated. They want to come out and win, right? They want to make sure they prove that we don't even just beat the number 1 team, the number 2 team, the number 3 team. That's a possibility here tonight.
Yeah, you want that revenge game, right?
That's right.
That is exactly.
That's right.
You lose to a team in the season, that's what you say, I'll see you in playoffs. Well, we're in playoffs. We're in the championship match. Now's the time to show it.
Man, oh man, that would be the number 7 team, the number 3 team, and the number 5 team, number 1 team, and number 2 team that they beat. That's an impressive track record, to say the least.
Absolutely.
So game number 1 about to fire off. The quick start, always important. Maybe less so here in the best of 7 environments, as it's going to take some time to develop here. We're going to head down to the pitch here momentarily. We might as well make it Champions Field. We should make it Champions Field. Maybe we don't kick off with that, but it'll be Game 7 that would happen. Let's head down to the pitch now and start game number 1.
Let's go.
Begins right now. Get up, get loud, JT Williams Olympic. We begin with game number 1, and the kickoff will kick us off.
Yeah, and Olympic has been, that team has just been kind of unpredictable. Like, honestly, it's been, as you see, also almost an early goal by Olympic.
And it was Nick who was so effective there, the goal scorer, playmaker. Overall, I said to Bean and Ginger Ace, those were my hearts, but Nick has taken over as the 3rd for this Olympic team. It was such a large part of that semifinals victory. The shots there, Nutella, a big save to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely, and just like what you called, that was a setup by Nick. Nick has been the playmaker as well, and there's your shot. shot by Nick, and it goes in to give Olympic the lead in game 1 of this best of 7.
It kind of donged off of his noggin here, but not exactly how he planned it, but he got some height on it. Perhaps maybe he was sensing that the JT Williams defense were going to try to hang low there and make a save. Instead, he went high with that little pop, so it wasn't pretty, but still Olympic on top.
Yeah, early start there for Olympic. That's exactly what they need, but guess who just answered back? That's Grassy, and looked like also an own goal right there, but he did put it in that direction. Watch this again.
Grassy just down on the ground, right? A bouncer, and it hit the crossbar. You're looking to just make a save at that point. And so Nick didn't really have an angle at it, and if you do take your time to get that angle, well, they're already pouncing on it. You know how quick they can be, and that's why JT Williams is equalized.
Yeah, that follow-up was coming either way. That was going to be a goal. So here we are, even up. And, yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you expect here in the championship match, Bear, just kind of even.
Yeah, the quick fire both ways, both teams on fire. This went back down, though, as Olympic looks to strike again. That'll be off the back wall. They press a couple of times. Now it'll be a different feel here. Olympic went against Erdrikel, which is pound the box. I was talking about how similar they can play, but they are two different styles, as JT Williams likes to play more patiently and strike when the iron's hot, rather than just coming out with aggression and pure aggression at its finest.
Absolutely, but whenever they need to go ahead and fight, we see it all the time. JT Williams is that comeback team. Anytime they're down, they make it an easy comeback, and it's like, I don't understand how they do it, but time in and time out they do.
Snor will toss this one back down to Grassy here as things settle in this game number 1. Eventually Nick will challenge Nutella to it. It's back down. They'll pop it to the far side box, but Timboed off of it. Now it's Grassy that'll send it the length of the pitch, and Ginger Ace will leave it for a teammate. It'll be to Bean, who was beat to it, but Nick saw that instantly as the second man was able to support, but JT Williams still just pounding the ball will give them more offensive possession time.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, this comes to a Nutella shot, but going to be off left side. Now Olympic has a time to counter this, see if they're going to be able to do anything here. Great play by Grassy just being there, but it's going to be set back up, but great clear again by JT Williams.
Back down it goes to Bean, looking for Ginger Ace. Maybe he was thinking about tapping that back down, but Bean stuck with it because he had plenty of boost in the take. The shot a little wide. A chance there from Olympic. You want to bury those because now you see JT Williams back. Nutella waited for the tap back from Grassy. You see them eyeballing one another in mid-air to try to make that play out.
Bear, I swear their challenge up in the air every time the ball's up in the air, there's a challenge.
Back Snor up, tries to get a challenge. The bouncer. It's a Ginger Ace off that back wall. Grassy will look to try to tap it back down, but there was nobody in the vicinity because they had to back off. Olympic was all over there.
Now Nutella and Ginger going up with the challenge. Nutella's going to win that one, but going back Olympic's way. Snor's now going to take it. Back and forth tennis match happening once again.
High. Grassy's got some room, but was bumped off of it there before he could do anything. But Grassy with a challenge high from Olympic. And JT Williams missing an opportunity. Don't see that very often. Yeah. But that was a good read there from Snor, though. Now looking towards the box, Nick will shut it down.
Yeah, I think that was his own teammate kind of messing him up for JT Williams' side, but still a minute 20 left, and the ball is popped up for JT Williams to have a possible shot, but Olympic's going to be able to get this clear.
They'll have to retreat. Grassy calls off Snor. The communication hasn't always been perfect between those two. In that instance, it was. And they look to continue that trend here. In these late games, in these high-pressure situations, they tend to favor JT Williams. And right now, you're seeing the things, all the pieces being in place for them to make this miraculous move. But they're just one mistake as well from Olympic being able to strike. I mean, either way you draw it up, man, this is a tense situation.
Absolutely, and this is honestly been neck and neck all game after the first minute, after the couple goals have happened. Nothing really has been going a certain way, right? It's kind of been even.
Yeah, you feel this in just ranked games sometimes where you feel like it's like tension can be cut with a knife. And right now, Nutella will try to tap it back down. Grassy get the scoring going. No, he missed completely. Grassy with the good read to tap it down, but it's to the box. And now up high for it. Ginger Ace back down a little high. And Nick now will get that extra touch. Devine waited for it, tried to direct this one, but a fake there in the box almost got JT Williams to bite. It's still a cross. It's still dangerous. Olympic looking to strike, but this will hit the ground. Are we surprised?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
Overtime.
Not
overtime.
Not a bit, Bear. I mean, what you expect here with these two great teams who've been battling it out all playoffs, all season, how well they've been playing, and now they are trying to go for the championship. Game one, of course, is really important. Like you said, maybe not as important in a game, best of 7, but it's still really important because you get the momentum.
That's right, and keep it going. Ginger Ace rammed it off the right side of his car, trying to send it to the far side post. Unfortunately, he sent it a little too far. And 30 seconds into overtime, the best chance we've seen so far. And right now, Nick will settle down, try to sidestep one. Instead, Devine was already up and in his way towards that one. Shot well high from Nick. Nutella here in transition. Back to Grassy. Got a chance in the corner they go, but Ginger Ace handles business, shields it on the wall. We'll send it back out for Olympic. In transition, the shot's there. Oh, a save! Keeps it alive yet again.
Yeah, I think that was Nutella with the save. And, I mean, that was in too. That would have been it here for game one, but now it's going back the other way. Ginger needs to get this ball cleared. There's the ball up in the air. He does get it away, pushes it midfield, and now he's going to take it and go.
Yes, he's got Grassy in his sight with a 50-50 win. That was a pass intended for Ginger Ace, but he was all the way on the far side, so he couldn't quite reach it in time. This will bounce back down. Laser there from Ginger Ace, somehow red, and Devine pushes it over to the corner. We play a minute and a half into overtime.
Yeah, this is, like you said, this tension is very, you can cut it with a knife. It's crazy how close this can be, but this is only game one. Yeah, that's the craziest thing.
Best of 7 series.
Best of 7.
And we continue that to the box as well. A miss there from Snore, but they couldn't read it. Yeah, there was no way to know that Snore was going to miss. And now back down to Olympic, not done. They got the foot to the pedal. And looking to create these opportunities, create these chances they have. They need to finish. That one, though, what a save again. Ginger Ace keeps it out.
Olympic has missed opportunities, but now able to save it by doing that, that is elite.
That is incredible. They just will not give up. Both of these teams play on. Back down at Nick. Will look to just play it out, but unfortunately he's going to run into Nutella because JT Williams has been constantly rotating in and out, throwing different looks at this Olympic squad. Nutella doesn't have a passing option here. He'll play the low 50-50. He was low on boost anyway, so he'll rotate out.
Absolutely. Devine doesn't have any right now. He's just going to try to catch it and push it up. He does get a shot on goal. He didn't have really boost to do anything with it, but here comes Nick. All he needs is a double touch. Where's the follow-up? Not there.
Ace, Ginger, back down. Be a touch to Devine.
Oh.
He has space to work with. It's a bump out there in time. Nutella able to handle it for now. But Devine is working there from the side wall. Bounce up. Off the ceiling it goes. It eludes Nick. It will not elude the last member of Olympic here. The third man back will launch it off the back wall for JT Williams. As now Nick will step up into the call. Will steal the 100 boost too. So JT Williams left with limited boost here. Bumped off it as well.
Oh!
The save. Snore follow-up chance. Left on the box. Nutella will clear.
How is this ball not going in? These guys have been saving some unreal shots, Bear.
It's been unbelievable, the defensive stand both ways. Nutella is not done pressuring though. He's going to find a weakness. It's going to be a ceiling shot. Chance, another save. The follow-up from Grassy. The bouncer still directed out from Devine. Nobody giving ground.
This is unreal. We keep going. This has been almost 4 minutes of overtime. Almost a whole new game. There's the follow-up. Can he get it? No, he cannot get the angle.
That should have been it. That could have definitely been the ender. But at some point in time, you have the fatigue starting to set in here. I know it's game one, but it's been a long day overall. That pass just off the mark. Couldn't quite find it, a little bit ahead of his target. And Grassy will pull it back down to challenge the bump. Nutella, the shot behind Devine, still makes the save.
The shots are on. The saves are unreal right now. And Snore's going to try to take it himself, but not able to do so. Great defense by Olympic.
Yeah, that was a late flip chance that Snore was looking at. And why not? You have to do something different in order to work past either of these defenses. Nutella, the double touch, couldn't get it. The follow-up there, too. He was that close to making that read.
I feel like we've been saying that for every single shot. I mean, it's been unreal how many close calls there, Ben, but that's going to go in. No, is it going to stay? It's hanging around.
No way. No way. They still get out of harm's way. We play on. As that one was everything but in. But they will not quit on these opportunities. Over 5 minutes played. That means we played 2 games in game number 1.
2 games in game 1, and we're still not done, Bear.
And back, Grassy makes the initial save. Devine could not follow up. This one is dangerous. Back out they go, but Nick did a great job to play back towards center field. It's very tempting to try to go for the 100 boost. That one shot on as well. Devine handles. That one read by Snore all the way. This will send it to the box, and they will finish. It's Grassy to put it away for JT Williams. All that fight, all that battle, and it took just one breakdown. 5 minutes, 31 seconds into overtime, and JT Williams with the 1-0 lead in his best of 7.
I mean, if that's game 1, what's game 2 going to look like, Bear?
A lot
That
of the
is
same.
crazy. I mean, I just, like you said, I mean, look how many shots going on. That is unreal. You guys can do the math for yourself there, because that was just a lot of numbers. I mean, unreal. That was just an unreal game.
Well, we need a second to unwind. So what we're going to do is we're going to toss it down to the stage as we have a special interview with one of the teams. Check this out.
Hey guys, yeah, Charlie's here. I mean, we got 11-minute game. I'm here with Coach Travis from Olympic. That was a marathon. How does your team recover?
I feel like they can recover by working more on that, making sure they hit the ball in the net. It's been in their net or on the JT side multiple times. It's just they missed. They just need to finish and close out the game.
Guys, this is one of the most exciting Rocket League matches I have ever been able to watch. Let's keep it going. On to game 2. Let's go.
Let's hear it for an incredible game number 1 off the bat.
Jeez.
It's just been shot after shot that's been on target constantly.
Yeah, and I think that's going to continue, too, because I really, even though, we have a winner on game 1, I still think it's going to be back and forth match. I mean, I don't see this a one-sided best of 7.
There's no chance, right? It went to the number 2 team over the number 4, but, I mean, that was as close as it gets. These 2 teams are dead even. We already knew that coming in. Kicking us off. Will goals come at a premium like they have been recently? That'll favor the more defensive team and JT Williams. But I don't know, man. Olympic with their saves, Ginger East getting in on that. Devine making timely saves as well. And Nick will also try to get a pass in the box. Devine shut down again. Challenges coming early and often from the JT Williams defense.
Yeah, great job already for Olympic. This offensive pressure they just put in here on game 2. You got to love it if you're an Olympic fan. And, going to see if they have another opportunity right here.
Snore, great job to step back and let Grassy take care of that, but he missed. And Nutella forced up there to make a big save and bail them out. From the side wall, it'll be Ginger Ace, loosely played. Devine recognized that and was able to step up, but even in his attempt, they make it awkward for Grassy. Nutella bumps out of the play, though demoed as well as the last man back, and still Nutella able to respawn in time, and still gets to it. And they try to transition back down the field, but a good trap play here from Olympic.
Yep, kind of same feel as game 1 right now. I mean, it's kind of back and forth, a lot of still great passes, great shots, but great defense.
Now it's Nick trying to find the soft spot on the defense. That's not how you do it for JT Williams. Not like this. They saved it. What? No, you can't. It's not possible. That one was in. The mistake made you vulnerable, and yet they still bailed themselves out in other way. Another one.
What?
The defense is just showing up both ways.
This is unreal. I swear we should have already seen, 2-3 goals already in this game, and we're still tied at 0 because that ball does not want to go in the net.
Just everything thrown defensively. for these teams. There is no shot that has a 100% chance of going in. You think it is, but then they change it. But Snore left in a compromising position again, and yet gets enough on the touch. Please break through. Please, there's no way that one doesn't. Devine will take care of it in a 1-0 lead here for Olympic.
Yeah, hats off to Devine for getting that finish, but I mean, I was about to say, if this happens again, where another ricochet off this corner, just is the amazing save. What's happening? What is happening here in this best of 7? I mean, this is just unreal.
It is Snore. Was able to grab the 100 boost there from Ginger Ace, so he had a difficult time trying to develop what he wanted to do with it. So did Devine. Luckily for Olympic, JT Williams seems to be pressing backwards instead of forwards. Devine will be left. Ginger Ace bumped off of it. Devine still up there in support. I feel like JT Williams, they're playing well defensively, but when they get to the offensive side, they don't seem like they have very much urgency. And because of that, Olympic has gotten ahead in this one. Don't get me wrong, they're not playing poorly, but I feel like there's opportunities there that they're just leaving off the table pretty blatantly.
Agreed, and you see when Olympics on the offensive side, it's not like that. They are all committed. They are all following up there, bang, bang. And JT Williams just not doing that on their offensive side. But it's JT Williams. We've seen them do this time and time out, and they know how to get the job done.
They're just saving their energy, right? They're just, stretching out their wheels.
I don't blame them after game 1. I mean, we played 2 games in the first game.
And if we're not careful here, we're going to play 2 more in this game number 2. Grassy was fought out by Devine. You recognized it right off the bat. Nutella left in that 1v1 situation. He was able to do enough. The bump attempt at least was coming out, but Grassy avoided it. He was able to tap it away to the corner. Much safer option than the top of your own box. A miss from Olympic. Grassy able to beat one, but they already rotate all the way back. Olympic able to make it look easy, but a miss though off the crossbar. The follow-up there
Still
for Nutella. Red Grassy back on it as well. This one will fall to the corner, and it's Sabine to carry back out.
Yeah, I thought they were going to have another opportunity, but great job by Nutella right there on getting that 50-50. Now still staying on JT Williams' side, but going now the other way. Olympic.
That's Grassy holds Devine, sends it right back at you. They're just making sure that this time runs out just by keeping it on the offensive side. Can you sidestep it? They do temporarily. They're just banking it off the horizontal wall there for Olympic to kill more time here. Maybe not the play with JT Williams, but they can strike. Snore the one to try to kick that one off. Devine gets in the way of Nick. Now a chance here for JT Williams in the last 30 seconds. To the box it goes. A bit of mishandling as well, but somehow the bench still favors Olympic. That was super dangerous, but somehow they got it out.
That team bump right there, I really thought that was going to cost them. Unfortunately for them, it did not, and now they're still up. But 15 seconds remaining, and that was a shot on net.
You bet. They're going to come right back at you. Grassy holds, needs to play 50-50, wins it, now plays it back towards Snore. Nutella, the shot saved by Olympic. And now down under 5 seconds, we'll need to keep it alive. Good fake there from Olympic. Well played, well handled, sir. You have done it in one for Olympic here in this game, as they again just put on a defensive clinic. Not many teams can hold JT Williams to low goal counts, but to get a shutout here in game number 2 is something else.
6 shots for Olympic, 5 for JT Williams. They're still neck and neck. I mean, this series, I know it's 1-1, but it's perfect. This is exactly what we're expecting.
We're getting a sneak peek of both sides, right? Whenever they're in the losing side of things, but looking to turn it around, which I love to see. We'll toss it back down to Charlie now as he's got an interview with the other side.
Yeah, we're going to do this really quickly here. As game 3 starts, here with Coach Spider sitting in for Coach Risk for JT Williams. Basically no offense so far in this series. How do you guys counter that?
I mean, I feel like we actually have a lot of offense on our side. They're just bumping a lot, so we're just figuring out a way to counter it. I don't want to give out that strat out loud, but I'm pretty confident that we will win this series. So.
All right, well, you heard it here, folks. This has been the very tense match, very low scoring. Every goal matters. Throw it back to the casters.
Spider known for a lot of things, obviously being the lead coach here, and you know, with the tourney ops, Smith does a great job in all he does here. A big thank you to him. And when JT Williams was shut out in game number 2, they come right back out. Didn't take long at all. Just 41 seconds in, they have the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and well, we haven't really seen too many high-scoring games because of how well these defenses have been playing. So early start to JT, but I don't know how many goals we're going to see here in this game 3.
Yeah, when goals are coming at a premium, to get one that early feels very good. Gonna feel like Olympics cheesy. But also, on the other side of the coin, how long can these defenses step up the way they have when you know the firepower is there both ways? That might be answering our question here. JT Williams on the board twice within the first minute.
Yeah, they might have made some adjustments right now, but right now it looks like just Nutella get the better end of that 50-50, setting up his teammate and letting it roll, because right now, yeah, like you said, we haven't really seen too many goals, but JT Williams is starting to find themselves.
They are, and they had the game 1 win.
Another one possibly.
Oh my, that was such a risky play to bank it off of your own crossbar, but that was the only thing that could be done to keep Olympic from dropping down to a 0-3 deficit, and still it'll be Ginger Ace to transition back out, and Nutella has been the third man back. You know, typically Nutella with the highest beginnings on the team, you would imagine that he would be the one looked to towards offensive prowess, but keeping him back as the third man has not been a mistake. But there you have it, JT Williams up 3-0 here as they play from the defensive side consistently, and they transition back for their third goal.
Yeah, having those 3 goals here in game 3 is big for them. I mean, winning this game 3 puts them ahead 2-1. In a series of 7, that's kind of your game 1 of the best of 5, right? So you're getting that momentum going into, especially how we haven't seen that many goals. They're already putting up 3 goals here in game 3. Olympics in trouble right now if they can't figure it out.
No doubt. It's good that they have the 1-1 count right now in this series. They were able to snag that long overtime. And you thought it would get to, in the last game to even things, right? That was such a big momentum swing. You eliminated JT Williams' offense. You see it bounce back here, but we've seen plenty of times when teams put up large number of goals early, they might take the win, but then the other team snaps back. And so, not as concerned for Olympic, especially when we thought JT Williams could very easily pull out to a 2-0 lead in the series. But instead, Olympic has been hanging. It just hasn't been their game so far as we approach halftime again.
Absolutely, and this is only game 3, but we've seen as Nutella puts up another insurance goal here for JT Williams, a big goal right there. Only 2 minutes 37 seconds left. JT's feeling good, but we have seen Olympic do a reverse sweep. So what that means for me is Olympics not out of this. This is a team that will be hanging in through probably game 7. We don't know. But, you know, it's just one of those teams that can battle. They've already took out, you know, the #1 seed. Why not compete here with JT Williams?
Yeah, the unbeatable team from the CMS world, right? For Rocket
Yes,
League.
absolutely. They've done everything. I mean, they've done it all.
Don't get that pass from Devine. He's looking for one there at the box. It's good to see Olympic hasn't dropped their entire belief system here just based on the fact that they're down 4-0. Only time here to work back in this game number 3, much less be just looking to the next game. Now, if that one went in, maybe we'd be talking a little bit different. now will settle down. That hinge pass intended for Ginger Ace is much too close. I like the farther away spacing that Olympic plays whenever they get that hinge pass, because that's been a high percentage execution versus what we just saw.
And if you did mention this earlier, JT Williams plays a little bit more reserve, and I feel like that's actually helping him this game, because you're seeing Olympic kind of all push up, and JT's taking that as advantage and pushing it through right after that happens. So it's been working out here in game 3, but we'll see if the adjustments come in game 2.
Nick pulls back down. That was a good 50-50 opportunity. Now back down to Devine as he's able to fight that one off. There was 2 members of JT Williams, but didn't fight hard enough as JT Williams able to get it right back out and launch it the length of the field. The read from Grassy was there, top of the box, but the shot from Store was not on target, not even close to the corner and wins. And now Olympic to clear back out. This is just all time being killed from JT Williams with this 4-0 lead under a minute. And Grassy here to play 50-50. Kill you from the time.
Yeah, these 50-50s are definitely definitely, I mean, this is the thing. Once you get up by 4 and you have 2 good teams like this, it's really hard to get back into this kind of game. I mean, you're down 4, only 40 seconds remaining here. It's one of those times, let's just keep the momentum going. It would be nice to get a goal going into this next game.
Yeah, a bit of an outstanding game. Not in like a, wow, outstanding, but like it stands out.
Right.
It's
right.
one that's not typically the characteristic of what the series has shown us so far, which is dead even, right? Very defensive. This one had 28 goals, granted for one side, but it still shows the hand that this team is ready to put up goals in bunches. In Olympic, you have that one win, but you only have 3 goals to your game here currently in this series. Back down it goes, 5 seconds left. JT Williams will take game number 2. And will have an advantage here in what was eventually the game 1 of a best of 5, technically, in this sense. And they start off strong yet again. The 4-0 win is definitely something to be content about, as the shot count was just favoring them as well.
Yeah, and that was what I was going to highlight. You know, Olympic only having 3 shots whenever they have been playing kind of really offensively is kind of shocking. So especially when JT, like I said, let them kind of come to them, and then they just push it right back and just are peppering them with shots.
Yeah, Olympic can do the same thing. They'll snap back. I imagine it. We'll see if they can handle it. JT Williams, they were denying constantly at the midfield, right? That was where they really launched back in. They were happy letting, them have possession for a second, but when Olympic did in the defensive zone, they were just trying to toss it back out and get rid of it, right? There was a couple of pass attempts, but even then, they were rushed to the point where they were off the mark, and they went a little bit too far away, a little bit too hot to handle for their intended targets, which means they have to play just as relaxed as JT Williams here. That's easier said than done on the main stage in the championship.
A lot easier said than done, because JT Williams, that's the team you think. Calm, cool, collected. That is the team in my head. If you're saying, what's the most chillest team? JT Williams. Because they could be down by a little bit. It's not going to matter. But after seeing Olympic do a reverse sweep on Audrey Kell, this is anybody's series, guys. This is anybody's series.
Honestly, at least they didn't wait until they were 3 down in order to get their first win Olympic, that is.
Very true.
They got it in game number 2. And will it be evens and odds, right? Will they get the game 4 victory because of that very easy statement? We'll have to find out here. It's a good start there off the kickoff, but again, shut down easily. As Brassy will kick it off in style defensively. That's not a very good queer. That is until Snore was able to get to it, though, and gets a touch that will launch it all the way down Olympic from their own end.
Yeah, and it comes down to Olympic. Let's see if they can put more shots down here in this, game 4. And I think if they do, I think they could even this one up.
Ginger Ace directed it back towards middle. Looked like an intended pass there, but nobody went for it. Nick had to stay back there. So you were left wondering if the main was supposed to step up in that situation, but it off here as Ginger Ace to retreat back. Underboost was already taken, so he'll be relatively low on that, although it does fall into the hands of teammates. A little settlement there as it hangs here at midfield. Nobody really wanting possession as it trades hands multiple times here. We're back into what we saw the series kick off with, which is just constant defense.
Yeah, the game within another game, basically. In game 1, this is kind of what we're seeing, what is going on. But they almost a drop down on that, but here we go, another opportunity for Olympic to get on the board.
Only difference is there's not the immaculate saves that we saw time after
yeah,
time.
by this time in game 1, we probably already had 40 saves.
I'm glad they were relaxed, because my voice was getting a little raw there. Just constant yelling of the saves that we've seen continuously between the two. They will amp it up here, Nick. Able to find that short side post. They'll test my voice again here. And with 3:28, it'll be Olympic lead. That's right. Ginger Ace just found it, and Nick, in just the smallest of windows, and was able to just use his car basically as a wall to play pinball and find the short side
Nice
post.
little double touch there by Nick, and gets them the lead here. Exactly what they needed. This is what Olympic needs to do. Get off to an early start here in game 4. But we have another opportunity for JT Williams to tie it up. It's going to hit the crossbar.
Yeah, that was Snore. Now
another missed opportunity.
Yeah, it was Nutella who thought he was going to be forced into a 50-50 opportunity, but he does get it back. And when he does, he makes no mistake the second time. JT Williams now has equalized.
Yeah, don't give him 2 opportunities, because he's going to do that right there. You might fool him once, but not the second time.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Didn't have to deal with that miss like you saw the first time. If your team continuously presses in, Snore was the one that really forced the hand of Olympic, put them in a compromising spot another time. That shot was off the mark, but Nick didn't want to take chances. That one, a viral bounce, the bump out in front too, but Nutella showing up on the offensive side. Now the defensive side, they'll make a big save.
Now Snore going back. There's the follow-up. That's Grassy. He's been phenomenal here in this series. Not able to get that one to fall, though, but now here comes Olympic coming back. But great defense. Once again, JT Williams.
That looked like an opportunity for sure until they closed the gaps pretty quickly there. You can't give them that much space, though, consistently. Otherwise, they will find their way through. Just in that instance, they've had the recovery speed necessary. But that's where boost control becomes a question, right? If you're able to take boost or low on boost, those recovery saves do not become possible. Instead, they're left kind of scratching their heads how you would get back. Is Nick left here, the read there, Nutella, what a save! They came across to Bean. Looked like one of their teammates was gonna make a save. Instead, he dove across and with the brief whip was able to get there.
Yeah, they heard you earlier. They want your voice to go out. That's exactly what happened. I mean, these saves are insane. Olympic has been pulling off.
I want to see it. Let's go. I don't care at this point. Final match. These players have had the stamina. Why can't I? Why can't my voice? Grassy left to Bean, fire, save from Nutella, back out to center. And Ginger Ace was able to bank it off Nutella with a 50-50 back towards their nets. This one will favor Snore as he sends it all the way back to Nick, who's waiting on it. Olympic here, now challenges 50-50, won by Nutella. Up top, the shot, read by Devine again. If there was a reward for the most improved player since Season 0, Devine's got to be the man.
Absolutely. He's been all over it. I mean, the saves, the shots, I mean, he's been doing it all. And, yeah, I absolutely agree. He has been all over the pitch.
Ginger Ace leaves it for Nick. Temporary clear. Down to a minute left. 1-1 scenario. Will we have a 5-minute overtime like we had in Game 1? Very possible the way the defenses have been stepping up as of late. Nick will bank it off that back wall. Grassy, easy read. This one off the corner as well. Will propel towards the box, but Nutella sends it all the way back down with the pinch. Bean caught it. Nick allowed the chance to grab 100 boost. They'll regroup the troops here. Bean lacking boost, does get the flick, but again, no intended target there. And because his boost is stolen, he'll have to fall all the way back in rotation.
Yeah, that was a smart move to steal the boost. You know he was going straight for it, snagged it. Says maybe next time, but now JT Williams is had an opportunity, but Olympic's going to make this clear. But they're going up top. Let's see if Nutella's going to be able to do anything with this, and it looks like it's going to be a shot, but guess who it is? Yep, that's another save.
Yeah, Nick again on it. And Grassy does a great job to dive at that one. Otherwise, that would have been a dangerous spot. There still are. This one going to be played on the ground. Both teams don't want to risk a 0-second goal. They'll take overtime. It was 5 minutes, 30 seconds in Game 1. How long will it be this time?
I don't know. These usually in overtime, it's either really quick, right? I mean, there's a lot of times where we see it in the first, 20 seconds, which is still going on. But a lot of times we also see the other way around 5-6 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the 7 seconds is all it took for Ardry Kell to fall when Olympic had that reverse swing. So this one, not quite as quick, but could it end now? A good save there from Olympic. The recovery speed from Ginger Ace. The follow-up there too, and credit Ginger Ace for not only making the initial save, but able to get that secondary save as well to keep things loose.
Yeah, I mean, Olympic with the saves has been unreal. JT's been putting shots down the whole time.
Yeah, they've been bombarding the nets. Back at it, Nutella. He was trying for that read. Trying to get a redirect towards net would have been nasty, but only so much boost in the tank to propel you forward there. That one will be played high. Great recognition that if you play it off the ceiling, the team is behind you, so they have a better chance at it. Eventually, it will ultimately go towards Olympic, who will knock it away from their own man. Devine, maybe not the right play as Nutella trying to beat him, but great recovery speed in the double jump aerial from Devine as he'll try to challenge into the box here from JT Williams, but they'll play all the way back down.
Yeah, now JT Williams sending it back down to Olympic side. Let's see if Snore's going to make this 50-50. It might be a goal cross, but Devine is there, able to get this one cleared off, passing it to Ginger.
Back and forth they go. They trade Devine. And now the bump from Ginger Ace. and a save there from Nutella, who fought off 2 members of Olympic in order to make it.
Yeah.
Grassy beats 1 defender, 2 tried to swing it, but here at midfield to play in.
Yeah, Nutella wasn't there on that last shot. It was game over.
It was that back line defense. And now Bean holds, that's a miss! The shot off the mark, Snore, a wide open cage, but no results. And back down it goes for Olympic. As Grassy will jump onto here at midfield. That was, man, the opportunity was enormous there for JT Williams. You don't see them miss that often.
Yeah, especially in overtime. This is the time where you have to take those opportunities and turn them into goals because, you know, obviously the next goal wins here in overtime, gets you another game win. So, yeah, big opportunity failed right here.
Olympic still disorganized, though, as Nutella the chance from a wide angle almost had it. Retreat back, grab the 100 boost there too, leaving Olympic high and dry as the Ginger Ace, Hail Monkey Man's counterpart, they're trying to get a touchback out. Trying to get him engaged again. As he's across the way. Nutella down, he's got room, the flick off the crossbar into Bean. Able to clear back out again. Who's back for JT Williams? Not a whole lot, they miss again. Nick, the shot off the mark. It hits the bar on the far side. And opportunities both ways. In game 1, it was saves. In game 2, in game 4, missed shots.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You usually would feel like they're warming up as the, you know, series goes on, but I feel like it's been going opposite.
Yeah, it's a little bit disorganized, but it's because different looks are being thrown all the time from these two. The tap back down, Grassy, not a good one, what a save! It was just guesswork at that point. But if you guess right, I mean, it doesn't matter how you get it done, it's that you do. And make that huge save, JT Williams bailed out.
Yeah, once again, I mean, this is just unreal. And here we go. Devine with the great 50-50 ball. He's going to try it again. Another great challenge by Devine.
Yeah, he's stuck in that play, because that could have been very bad. He was giving possession back, but he stayed back down, kind of lowered himself down into playing that 50-50. Was allowing his team to get back in the meantime for Olympic. A miss though, and Nick taps it in. Where are you at, JT Williams defense? Olympic is even the series at 2 in overtime. 4 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah, another 4-minute overtime. I mean, this is unreal. This is technically like game 5 if you count it in the minutes. But Olympic ties this series up now. We're even.
Yeah, man. That is both teams trading punches. JT Williams won the first extended overtime. For the second one, it was Olympic. So it's not only been dead even, you know, when we go game for game.
Yep.
It's been dead even when we talk about overtime situations, when we talk about defensive saves, classic gems of saves, when we talk about missed shots too. So even on the negative side, right? It's crazy how even they are positive and negative.
Yeah. Well, it's just crazy because Olympic was not putting down shot zone range. I said they had to do it. They started putting up. They basically had an even amount of shots on target, and you see why they got the win right there. They finally started putting shots down.
Yeah, and it didn't feel like that was going to be the result at all, but that's sometimes just the way it goes.
It happens.
Yeah, play on, right? You have to keep on grinding here, and so will we. We go into game number 5 dead even. 5 minutes on the clock here. We begin. The kickoff here back towards the Olympic zone. Well, they'll beat to it by this JT Williams side as Nutella was able to grab the 100 boost right on it. We'll send it across. And man, if they got that goal early, we know that games with high scoring favor JT Williams. That's
Yes, absolutely. But Olympic has been just doing such a good job on these saves. JT has been putting the ball down range each and every game, but Olympic every now and then will just come up clutch with all these saves.
Dangerous ball to the box. Luckily, they had some hands on a bump. Devine was able to relieve pressure there just by tapping it to the corner, but they're not out of harm's way yet. What a catch there from Devine, but Grassy was in their hands again. What a read there as it came back down as well. That was 2 reads in a row within the box. Right timing there for JT Williams to take the lead, and that was all Grassy.
Yeah, getting down and dirty for Grassy. I mean, that was just beautiful. He hit it off the top cross, played it right. He knew what the ricochet was going to. He challenged it and got a goal here early for JT Williams.
Digging deep into the soil, right?
Absolutely.
Into the roots here to grow that grass. And the grass is always greener whenever you don't have Ardrikel on the other side. Although Olympic, though, has been quite the adversary here in this championship so far. In the first minute, though, of game number 5, JT Williams, the slight advantage will continue here. They're pressing in. It's time for Nutella to jump in, too. Grassy tried to redirect it past 1 in transition, but JT Williams up as well as the battle of midfield.
Yeah, and Olympic right now just needs to keep it going, and that's what they're going to be trying to do. But Grassy had an opportunity, but Ginger's going to be there. Now Grass is going to be able to have another opportunity, but DeBean's there.
Yeah, he was right front and center. We'll take a shot there. The velocity would have challenged Grassy. Instead, it just kind of flopped into the box, and they were able to get to it. Nutella had a bit of good control there in the air. He lost it at the end. Otherwise, I was feeling like he could control pushing back towards the net, but unfortunately, he was led astray by his own demise. It's been played into the zone here from Olympic. That's quite the bounce. DeBean couldn't read it. The bounce shot as well off the mark.
JT Williams just trying to keep that ball out of their side right now. The Olympics doing a good job on keeping the pressure on. Where's the follow-up is what you're asking, but no one is there as JT able to stay alive on this, and now they're going the other way.
Your ace pursues. That shot taken from Nutella is silent, but deadly. I mean, from that corner, it seemed like there was no possibility, and we've said that multiple times, and here it happens in a crucial moment. JT Williams up 2-0.
Yeah, that's just being a playmaker by Nutella. I mean, he hit it coast to coast. He took it himself, hit it off the back wall, and scored it for his team. I mean, didn't even unassisted goal right there.
Nutella seems to be the individual who has multiple job titles here on this JT Williams team. Like, that offensive sequence there, very pretty. That's a mistake there from Olympic. Just got that through, but Nutella shows up defensively when needed. I mean, if he was able to consistently be that presence, though, offensively, I feel like that's the ticket to JT Williams running away with this one. As hard as that is to say at this 2-2 count.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a Ginger ace with a tie. He had the shot, just missed opportunity, but the ball's still hanging around. JT's going to need to clear this one up, but Nick able to get this to the side to his teammate. A little bump right there by Ginger and his other teammate, but not able to do anything with that. Now Grassy's turn.
Yeah, he's looking all the way across. Trying to go horizontally to buy some time. That's barred down. Stays out. Nick able to get to it. Ginger ace holds. Nutella beats it to it. And Nick will have to play corner, trying to find somebody, anybody in support, but they're lacking boost. Eventually will get it out. And JT Williams continues to pounce. This is when they're the most effective, is when they're constantly on you, challenge after challenge.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, only a minute 25 remaining here, so Olympics gonna have to be making some moves here very shortly. I mean, 2 goals isn't too much, but right now, with this back and forth action, this whole series, you know, that's not much time. We've seen too many, you know, long time games, so here we go. Nick's time, though.
Nick read that well. Nutella did as well, though. It was right matched in the timing, in the anticipation. As a bouncer, though, Nick came from nowhere. Looked like it was going to be a 1v1 battle, still in 2v2. The pre-flip shot is handled on the other end. Ginger able to get to it in space to work with. Wins the 1v1 battle. Coast to coast they go. And with 50 seconds left, they've cut the lead in half.
Exactly, and that's what they need to do. They need to score early. Snore thought the ball was going to go up, and he kept it down low. What a smart move right there. And now Olympic is only down by 1 right now.
Yeah, JT Williams, what we're saying, they play best whenever they're playing aggressively. They are reading you. And so when they think that they're making a read and you go low and they think high, well, that's when you catch them.
Absolutely.
That's when you catch them. And now they're within striking distance here. And sensing and feeling another overtime here if they can get it done. And Nutella thinks differently. He was already up in midfield to challenge. Nick again, back wall it goes. That shot follow-up tie game! 25 seconds left, they've done it again!
Olympic has been there and done that. They've already done this to Ardrikel and Williams. They are now tied up here in Game 5, Bear.
Oh, no way. Like Olympic. I was sensing it. Sure enough, they're able to at least challenge that thought. As Nutella loved it there, was too worried and focused on the 100 boost to make a play. Will it come back to haunt them? Almost. As that one challenged the box. Grassy all the way back down. 10 seconds left. That one bounces out front of box. Olympic scrambling in the double commit to try and keep that one away. The shot on target, they were backwards, but they make the save. Hasn't hit the ground yet. Nixon, I don't want to take this. I'm just going to go to overtime and work for his last time.
Listen, Bear, he had full boost too. He still didn't want it. He said, let's reset. We've done this against Audrey Kell. They did it in overtime. They scored quick, so why not try it again?
Yeah, the numbers didn't favor him either. He was like, I have a full tank, and I could challenge this 1v3. I'm going to let it slide.
Yeah, let's
I'm
not.
let this hit. We're going to take overtime. For all of us watching, we love this overtime scenario, and fatigue will be a factor in a best of 7 when we're 2-2, and overtimes are not only constant, but they last quite a long while. I mean, it's been an average of about 3 to 4 minutes each time we go to overtime.
Very true, and I mean, these students are used to the best of 5. I mean, that's what we've been playing through the season and even the beginning of these playoffs. So championship, obviously, you got to have a little bit more stamina. And we're here, and it looks like they're going to try to run us down, to the very end. Empty the gas tank is what they're saying.
I mean, that's where JT Williams thrives. Perhaps, they could have just closed it out earlier, right?
Yeah.
Now they're like, they want to challenge themselves. I'm obviously joking for those of you who are supporting Olympic.
They're like,
Yeah, that's not true. Totally not true. Minute played, overtime, game number 5. Race. Thinking about a pass there, instead just played it down to himself and played it forward. It served as a pass, it's open and just launched wide. Oh my
that was
goodness,
their opportunity.
It was hit, and now Snore is forced back. He's not going to be able to get to this challenge because the Bean is already on this one, but you're right, it went by the wayside.
Yeah, they had that opportunity, just slipped, and that was a wide open goal, just missed. Hopefully that's not going to either burn them, but we'll find out at the end of this overtime right now as Nutella takes the ball down the range.
Good support. I mean, second man is the most difficult position to play in your rotations, and yet they've been on point. The reads both ways have been excellent. What an angle, Ginger Ace! And he's able to finish it there from an angle you didn't think was possible. DeBean sent it there and just doinks it off the far side of his car. That takes perfect timing and execution, and now he gives Olympic match point here in Championship Saturday.
This is just unreal. I mean, you see it, 5 shots to 6. They're still even on those shot counts. This is such an even series, Bear.
Oh my gosh, I have to take a second. I'm sweating. I'm not even playing.
We're gonna have to take showers. This is crazy.
We gotta hit. They have to have him here at the beautiful Bank of America Stadium, right?
Yeah, I think so.
We have to, absolutely. Olympic, their story continues to grow. They've taken out the number 5 team. Then they've taken out the number 1 team. When they go up against number 2 and JT Williams, 5 minutes will determine, well, probably not 5, probably more than that, probably overtime at this point. Either way, you get my point, could determine them as the winners.
Well, if they don't have showers here at Bear, we can just walk outside. I think it's pouring down rain.
Oh, it is still, isn't it?
I think so.
Absolutely. Luckily for esports, that doesn't matter as far as if we play the game or not. That one falls down without Nutella making contact. And somehow Olympic didn't jump on that either. The Bean eventually will get up to make a challenge there, 50-50 all the way up to the ceiling. And we leave it for Nick. He sends it. We have been bested just from audio cues alone, so Ginger Ace tried to challenge Snore there too, but he's up to make the 50 just as quickly. Bean now will play past Nutella. We'll leave it for Grassy, who has transitioned forward towards Nick. The one thing that I do not expect here is JT Williams to go down without a fight. We also don't feel like they're going to get antsy, even though this is their last chance and they need a couple in a row.
Yeah, no, well, we said this before. This is JT Williams, like, they don't get nervous. I think it comes down to, well, if there's a shot right there, they might get nervous after that goal. 1-0 Olympic here when they just need one more game, Bear.
Olympic is relentless because that initial save from JT Williams was about to prove our point. But then, they follow up, and even though that initial save is taken, Olympic puts one right back on net. And it wasn't a high-velocity shot. It wasn't a hard-to-handle shot. It was just the fact that they put it on again right back-to-back that caught them sleeping. Olympic, another one.
Where they at?
Back.
Oh,
Nobody
man.
back for JT Williams. Olympic that much closer at a 2-0 mark.
Oh, you know they're hype. And look at this challenge. Ginger Ace getting it over the top, over everyone on the JT Williams side, and gives himself a 2-0 lead here.
3:39 left on the clock. Well, you said JT Williams has the ice. How cold can they get? Or have they gone cold? As Nutella now will tap down to Grassy. They look to start some offense, and they need it quickly. We've seen them score in bunches, and that's the only highlight I can really think of for JT Williams in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is a team that has been pretty known for comebacks, but right now Olympic is just playing with fire.
Nutella all the way up to the ceiling. He's gonna tried to transition to a ceiling shot, but the ball got a little bit too far out in front. He couldn't handle it. That one will beat one member of Olympic. Does get past two with the carry alone, and the bounce there will force to beat up and use a lot of boost out of his tank, but he still made the save to keep it away.
Yeah, that was a close one. I mean, he got it over 2 cars, just not the third. Now Snore's going back the other way for JT. Gives it up, gives possession up, but back with Olympic, seeing if they can get an extra insurance goal. And they're going to have a shot opportunity, but it's going to go on the side as we have another shot opportunity for Devine.
Oh,
that's a pass! That's going in! That's Ginger Ace! And that's 3-0 Olympic!
What a find there! Devine shows up, my most improved player, put a dime on the car of Ginger Ace far side. JT Williams, you better be sweating now. Just half a game left in this game number 6, and they're down by 3.
What a pass from Devine. That is what in Madden you call a dot. I mean, that is just unreal.
That's perfect precision. Do it again, will you? Off the crossbar. They couldn't. Now Nick will just bang it off the side wall, trying to find a teammate. Snore will try and settle things down. He's got a blocker out in front, but Nutella couldn't get to him. This one will play all the way back down to the JT Williams end. Hold off. 100 boost in the tank of Snore. Grassy will try to send it, set it up. That one's going to be the last defender, and it will hit the ceiling, but did not find its way down. Nutella couldn't find it either. Snore will try to chip it across, but couldn't find it as they were ready for it on the Olympic end.
Yeah, less than 2 minutes remaining. JT has to make something happen right now. This is kind of where you're getting in panic mode. We say they don't get in panic mode, but right now I'm sure it's setting in. They have to get something here.
Seeing shots taken over their heads. They're getting red left and right, but finally they play it high, and Grassy will push it past one, almost with the bottom side of his car. Now back on it, couldn't not get the touch though. Grassy, back down it goes, beats Devine, but Nick there in support. Nobody back again. Olympic on 4-0 with 1:21 left.
This is, I know if you're an Olympic fan, Olympic student, whatever, you are excited right now, being a 4-0, just needing this one game to be crowned the champion.
Yeah, they were down 4-0 in game number 2.
Yeah.
Or in game number, it was game number 2.
Yep.
So now to have this 4-0 lead, I thought JT Williams at that point in time had turned the tides that could potentially say that JT Williams is going to run with it from there. But Olympic has proved us wrong multiple times. They couldn't beat Arthur Kell, except they did. And they couldn't beat JT Williams in a situation in a high-scoring game, and yet they are. And that one almost solidified it even more. That shot was incredible. Just a little bit wide, and now in transition, JT Williams. Grassy up the shot a little high. The follow-up as well does sneak through. So JT Williams on with a bit of a breath.
Yeah, Olympic, though, is just defying all odds as a team. I mean, this is just, taking down one of the powerhouses, and then now taking possibly, I mean, we still got 45 seconds left. I'm not calling game, but still trying to compete with this another powerhouse team here on this Rocket League side of the series. This is unreal.
Now Ginger Ace loosely played there defensively. Grassy was able to jump on that one, and a couple of touches out. A bit of a double commit there, so Grassy would be wise to just pop it high. That's what he does. Devine now will try and just play 50-50. That's going to bounce out seriously over to Nutella. Chance to tap back down. He's got nobody in support. The shot, though! That snuck through a couple of times. So go high. Nutella needs that touch back down to the box, but Snore was all the way back and didn't turn in time. And they're out of time because Olympic has done it. 4-1 the count here, down under 5 seconds. Olympic, your CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League Rocket League champions.
They did it.
My.
Look at their faces, happy as could be. This is the team that we said have been flying under the radar, and now they just did the impossible.
That's right. You said it best. Really, to kick things off, Ginger Ace, Dabine, and a Baby Tron, of course, around on that roster earlier, known as Nick now. Congratulations, boys. You've earned it.
Absolutely. I mean, just phenomenal plays throughout this whole series. We said it. I mean, as soon as we saw them take out AK, I mean, this team is a hard team to beat. And now going and being able to do that against JT Williams, I mean, phenomenal job.
Incredible. We're going to see if they've calmed down now. I doubt it. They're still probably so hyped. We'll get to the trophy presentation in just a moment here. They're still settling, as to be expected here. The emotions were high. You beat Ardrey Kell. You can't do it twice, right? But JT Williams, even with their shutdown defense, it seemed like nobody could get through anyone from that side, and they found ways to do it. Incredible.
Yeah, you always love the underdog story. Here's one tonight.
Absolutely. We throw it down now to Charlie for the trophy presentation for the Rocket League portion. Charlie.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this, the Rocket League Championship. JT Williams, runners-up. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. What an epic, epic game. But your champions, the Olympic Trojans, Dabine, Ginger Ace, Nick Tushaisi. Olympic, give it up for your champions. So this concludes our championship day for the CMS Varsity Esports and STEM League. Parents, thank you for supporting your kids. Students, unbelievable job. Coaches, advisors, thank you for all that you pour into the program for the kids. Give yourselves one big round of applause. We'll see you next season.
See you next season. That's right. If that doesn't get you rolling, I don't know what will. Here, discounts, like Hill Monkey Man pointed out to us as well. This is the only title where the #1 team didn't pull out the victory.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what a Cinderella story, right, from Olympic. We said it, flying under the radar the whole season, and then being able to do that in the playoffs against not just the #1 seed, but then taking out the #2 in the finals. I mean, that's just awesome.
No doubt. I mean, where do we start with the thank yous? Hail Monkey Man for joining us on the booth. Of course,
sure.
you as well. Discounts. Tepper Sports and Entertainment for not only being a support system for us all season long, but also providing the beautiful Bank of America Stadium as well for this adventure. We also have Charlie here, too, to come in, Commissioner himself, to say a few words, too, or you just want to hear for the celebration?
Give me a headset, yeah. Give me a
all right. See you. Let's go.
There you go.
Whoa, what a day today was. Guys, everybody out there, this is, I mean, it's one of the best high school experiences I think I've ever seen. I'm out of breath because I ran. But, wow, amazing job by all the competitors. We had teams run with Cinderella stories. We had favorites go down. We had favorites hold court, hold serve. You guys did a great job.
Appreciate it.
Guys, everybody out there, all the CMS Esports STEM players, you guys know I love you. I'm not getting choked up, I promise. I'm just out of breath.
Feels like a sports interview for real.
What an amazing season. Do you guys have anything else you want to add?
We did want to say thank you to everybody, too. We were saying thank you to, of course, Tepper Sports and Entertainment for being a support system all the way through. Hail Monkey Man for joining us in the booth. You, of course, were commissioning for this league all season long. Discounts as well. The entire spin team as well. It's been great with the production team from start to finish. Also, the other production team ran Valorant and Smash all the way through as well. So much love all across the board.
Yeah, and huge things to come for the fall and the spring season. Lots of stuff. Check out the Varsity Esports and STEM League VESL, VESL. That's coming to a school near you. It's coming to the entire state of North Carolina this fall. So much more excitement, much more, I mean. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. A vessel for high school esports.
That's right.
For those players that are in it. We will leave it at that. I love that as an outro. Thank you all so much for joining us to conclude an amazing weekend here, this time for the CMS Varsity Esports in STEM League. Thank you so much, and good night.